My steel suit 201. My steel suit 201. Under such an invisible attack, they had to retreat obediently after losing several battleships in succession. The attack of the sonic cannon is not a missile. Even if their Aegis system is advanced, it cannot be intercepted at all. Aircraft can't get in, warships can't get close. The action impossible is so easy to give up. The coalition commander simply ordered a direct missile bombing. The missile silos on the battleship slowly opened, and huge Tomahawk missiles rose in the flames and smoke, spraying long tail flames, and leaping into the air from the battleship. He immediately adjusted his posture in the air and flew at high speed in the direction of the African continent. But before they were out of sight of the fleet, they exploded one after another in the air, apparently because they were successfully intercepted by Wakanda fighters. The coalition forces were unwilling to give up and made their last struggle. They launched intercontinental missiles from other bases. Unfortunately, these are expensive, technologically advanced, and formidable power. Huge intercontinental missiles, none of them can cross Africa. All the borderlines have been discovered and successfully intercepted in the middle section. Under the banner of liberating Africa, the aggressive Western coalition forces are completely inadequate, and all attack methods are unable to pose a threat to Africa. The technological advantages that were originally proud of are gone. Seeing that military force cannot solve the problem, several countries simply changed other means. Does not recognize Wakanda's domination of Africa, economic sanctions, trade blockade, and condemns it in the United Nations. They want to completely isolate Africa, blockade, and force Wakanda to submit. They don't know how many times they have used these methods. They are already familiar with it, but this time, they seem to have miscalculated. In the past, as long as they proposed, most countries would stand up to support them, let them stand in a righteous position and occupy the righteous position. But the development of this event completely exceeded their expectations. Many countries ignored their demands and stood up to support Africa, acknowledged Wakanda's rule over Africa, congratulated Africa on its peaceful reunification, and established diplomatic relations with the new Wakanda kingdom and started various cooperation and exchanges. Completely tore through the blockade of several powerful countries on Africa. Although the major powers are powerful, they cannot be enemies of the entire world. The military force intervention failed and political methods were ineffective. Seeing that the situation in Africa was already powerless, several countries had to grit their teeth. Recognize planting. The Kingdom of Wakanda successfully completed the unification of Africa under the siege of several great powers, allowing a brand new Africa, a brand new Wakanda to stand above the world. The drastic changes in Africa came to an end. Not to mention that Wakanda began to construct and develop the entire Africa according to Chenma's plan. Tony_Stark and the others in New York soon after the initial shock. Throwing this aside, things in Africa are too far away from them. They cannot intervene in the reform of a continent's regime, and it is also a good thing for the African people. A unified Africa will inevitably no longer have wars, and the advanced technology demonstrated by Wakanda will definitely improve the living conditions of the African people. They are not governments of various countries, and they are also happy to see this incident. So, when the outside world continued to pay attention to the development of the situation in Africa, several people returned to the laboratory again and officially began the construction of the Super War Chariot. But this time, their living standards have greatly improved. After knowing that they couldn't take care of themselves at all, Pepper, who was too busy with the management of Stark Industries, arranged for them a new life assistant. "Boss, it's time to eat." A beautiful alluring figure appeared outside the door of the laboratory as a lazy female voice with a slightly hoarse magnetism came. A hot red wavy curly hair sets off her snow-white skin. Her delicate face is as beautiful and alluring as the most perfect artwork. A pair of charming pale blue eyes seem to contain thousands. Amorous, sexy and plump red lips slightly curled up, charming, fascinating. She was wearing a professional suit, but the short shirt and skirt could not conceal her hot figure. The perfect S-curve, curvaceous, sexy and hot, The towering chest seamed to the shirt bursts. When her silhouette appeared outside the glass door of the laboratory, Tony_Stark's eyes were attracted by her. She is the new personal assistant Pepper Potts finds for Tony, Natalie Rushman, from the legal department of Stark Industries, and her real identity is the National Strategic Defense Attack and the secret agent of the Logistics Security Bureau. Natasha Romanoff is also the famous Black Widow in the Avengers. She was ordered by director Nick Fury to mix into Stark Industries. The real purpose is to monitor Iron Man Tony Stark. Although she looks young and beautiful, only in her 20s, in fact, her real age is a bit older than Tony_Stark, but for some reason, his appearance has been kept young. And her identity, speaking of which, is also quite complicated. Originally, she was a spy of the Soviet intelligence agency KGB. She received special training in the KGB Secret Service Red House since she was a child. She is a top agent with world-class fighting skills and comprehensive abilities. Later, she betrayed the Soviet Union and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, it was S.H.I.E.L.D., not the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service. It was Tony Stark's father who recruited her. Howard_Stark. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was secretly sent to the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau to strengthen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. After all, after the end of the war, the Strategic Science Reserve, which was fully controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D., was reorganized and supervised by the newly established World Security Council. The director of the reorganized National Land Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support Bureau will also be appointed by the World Security Council. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s complete control over it has been weakened, and the current director's one-eyed person Nick Fury not a S.H.I.E.L.D. person. Therefore, in order to ensure the control of strategic national defense attacks and the Logistics Security Bureau, S.H.I.E.L.D. has strengthened the strength control of the middle and lower-level personnel and institutions. In addition to the many S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who have already occupied key positions, a large number of people, including Natasha Romanoff, were successively deployed to strengthen the control of the various departments of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, and always firmly control it. So, although Nick Fury is the director appointed by the World Security Council and seems to be in full control of the National Land Strategy Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, in fact its real controller has always been S.H.I.E.L.D. My Steel Suit 202. My Steel Suit 202. So our super agent Black Widow Natasha's current situation is that her behind-the-scenes chief boss S.H.I.E.L.D. director Howard_Stark, sent her to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. Monitor Nick Fury and the young boss Nick_Fury sent her to Stark Industries to monitor her big boss S.H.I.E.L.D's son, Iron Man Tony_Stark. Now, her current boss, Pepper, the president of Stark Industries, sent her directly to Tony_Stark and became his personal assistant. Tony_Stark became so confused. Her new boss. But is it over? With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s powerful intelligence capabilities, naturally, before recruiting her, she had collected all the intelligence data she had since childhood. There was no interruption in her entire life experience, and there was no problem. They even got the training files of her in the secret organization Red House. Unfortunately, no one can know everything that happened in that Red House, including the Red House. People in the Red House is a special department of the KGB specializing in cultivating high-level spies. They collected orphaned females and conducted them very harsh and cruel training. Most of the trained girls failed to survive to the end. And in the end, all of them were the highest agent soldiers. It is here, Natasha Romanoff, 9 deaths and still alive, successfully completed all the training, from an innocent and unaffected little girl to a cold and powerful super soldier. But also in this Red House, her belief has also undergone an unknown change. Natasha Romanoff, who came out of the Red House, has quietly become Hydra. Yes, today's Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is actually from Hydra. Chen Mo is his real boss. Of course, Natasha is not aware of this at this time. As a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she knows Chen Mo better than Nick Fury and Tony Stark, knowing that he is actually the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he didn't know the deepest identity he had hidden. The object of her true allegiance, the controller of Hydra. Back then, before Chen Mo left his old steward, Hydra's new leader Reddy Albert left a list, which recorded some of the talents Chen Mo remembered that might be useful to Hydra. In addition to Soviet scientist Anton Vank and the others, Natasha Romanoff's name is also impressive. This list is a strong proof of Chen Mo's spiritual god identity for Hydra, because many people on the list were born years or even several decades after Chen Mo wrote the list. On this list, Chen Mo not only wrote down their names, but also briefly introduced their identities and indicated possible regions or organizations. The facts also proved that Chen Mo's prediction is completely correct. This is absolutely impossible by coincidence. Furthermore, every time they find someone who matches the record on this list, after a rigorous investigation and analysis, the final conclusion is often the same. These lists of gods, the people on Shanghai, are all top talents. After they were absorbed and joined Hydra, they have greatly promoted the development of Hydra's scientific research and intelligence. When many years later, the Hydra agent, who had been lurking in the Red House for many years, discovered that Natasha Romanoff's name appeared in the latest batch of trainees, and he noticed her. Her performance did not disappoint her. She is very smart and learns all kinds of knowledge and skills very quickly. Although she is young, she has a strong will and knows how to forbearance. Although she is hard-trained, her strength is very improved. Fast, but knows how to hide strength, not at all like other little girls showing off one's ability. When some little girls stand out among the trainees by virtue of their good talents, she still behaves ordinary and unobtrusive. If it weren't for this Hydra agent to treat her because of the list, pay special attention to it, and it is likely to be fooled by her like other instructors. Natasha Romanoff's performance is in full compliance with the prophecies on the list of gods. After her identity is basically determined, this name has been lurking for many years and has certain rights in the Red House. Agents use their identity and rights to influence and cultivate her secretly. While helping her become stronger, it also changes her beliefs with unnoticeable influence. Although she is very clever and precocious, she is still a child after all. With Hydra as the backing and mastering the cultivation method of the perfect system, the elite agent of Hydra has no comparability at all. After several years of careful attention cultivation, when Natasha Romanoff left from the Red House, no one knew that she had become a Hydra. In the laboratory, Tony Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff's sexy and charming silhouette outside the glass door, and dropped the tool in his hand neatly. "Guys, we should have dinner." Speaking, Tony Stark took a rag from the table, wiped his hands, walked to the door and opened it. The laboratory is an important place for scientific research, except for a few of them and Pepper, others are not at all authorized to enter it. But Natasha Romanoff has no interest in the high-tech in the laboratory. Her task is to monitor Tony Stark. As for the arc reactor, steel battle clothes, super war chariot, she has not at all received the task, and the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. is in it, simply doesn't need her to be troublesome. "What's delicious today?" Tony_Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff in front of him with aggressive eyes, with a trace of ruffianity in his mouth. Laugh. Natasha didn't look uncomfortable under his gaze. Her charming pale blue eyes looked directly at Tony Stark, replied indifferently with her magnetic, lazy voice. "Today is a steak made by a Michelin 3-star chef. The side dishes include creamy mushroom soup, fruit salad, grilled cod, and French-baked snails." Natasha finished speaking, and looked over Tony Stark, staying on Chen Mo's face, said in a respectful and soft voice, "And your favorite tomato and egg soup?" Chen Mo gently nodded. Natasha immediately turned upstairs and left the laboratory without waiting for Tony to continue talking. Although her true identity is Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not her enemy. She has full respect for Chen Mo, the legendary hero who saved the world, and Natasha Romanoff. Retracting his gaze from Natasha Romanoff's enchanting back, Tony Stark turned his head back and looked towards Chen Mo bitterly. After looking at him carefully for a while, He turned to ask the other two. Am I not as handsome as him? My Steel Suit 203. My Steel Suit 203. For Tony_Stark's question, Chen Mo slightly smiled and did not speak. Ethan caught Akademician and Wang Jin turned to look at Chen Mo, who is tall and strong, with a cold face, imposing manner out of the ordinary, and then turned to look at Tony_Stark, who has a frivolous face. People glanced at each other. Chi-Chi nodded. Tony_Stark feels that his soul has been greatly hurt, but look at Chen Mo again. Even if he is extremely reluctant in his heart, he has to admit that Chen Mo, who looks younger than him, doesn't care. It was his figure, looks, or temperament, all of which were much stronger than him. No wonder his extraordinary charm that can fascinate thousands of young girls normally doesn't work. He has an extremely powerful and almost perfect young father. Tony_Stark feels painful and happy now, but I am her boss. Tony_Stark still cried out unwillingly. Usually very serious, Ethan caught Akademician, who doesn't speak much, said suddenly, but your company seems to have been given to you by Chen Mo. Tony_Stark's expression collapsed at hearing this. At the beginning, under OD's plot against Tony_Stark was emptied by the board of directors and completely lost control of the company. It was Chen Mo who took the initiative and not only helped him withdraw his shares and regain control. Stark Industries also gave him all 60% of his shares, allowing him to complete the privatization of the company. That is to say, Chen Mo was originally their boss. Seeing that Tony_Stark was hit a little bit, Wang Jin, who was an apostle, stepped forward immediately and offered comfort. She may be an admirer of Ancestral Master. We have heard the legendary story of the commander since childhood. But I am also Iron Man. I am also a superhero! Tony_Stark raised his head proudly. This Wang Jin didn't know what to say for a while. He couldn't say, how can you, a superhero, compare with Ancestral Master, and it's worth dealing with a copycat armor. Almost lost, and finally was rescued by Ancestral Master. You superhero is a bit watery. He was afraid that Tony_Stark could not think about it for a while, so beat him. Although he didn't speak, his eyes had already exposed his thoughts. Tony_Stark understood after thinking about it carefully. Yes, he is incomparable with Chen Mo. He is the most eliminated a few terrorists and saved 100 people. But Chen Mo killed the entire Hydra and saved the legendary hero of the world. The gap between the two is really too big. In this way, he is really useless. Chen Mo saw that he was a little lost, so he couldn't help stepping forward and patted his shoulder forcefully, said solemnly, Tony, you are still young, and the road to a superhero has just begun. Sooner or later, you will prove yourself. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting the Earth and maintaining world peace. Tony_Stark was inspired by Chen Mo's encouragement, and looked at Chen Mo's nodded with a serious face. Don't worry, Daddy. Leave everything to me. Gulu_Gulu_. Present to Tony_Stark. When talking boldly, a loud noise suddenly rang from the side, and several people turned their heads along the sound, and saw Wang Jin, who was full of yearning because of Chen Mo's words, was holding his stomach sorrowfully. Well, I'm still growing. When Ancestral Master Chen Mo was speaking, his stomach screamed. It was a bit don't give face. Chen Mo smiled when he saw this. Let's go, let's eat before we save the world. With Natasha Romanoff taking care of their lives' trivial matters, a few people finally got rid of instant noodles and pizza. A bit of a wealthy scientist. Living conditions improved. Even the production speed of Super War Chariot has also accelerated a lot, and soon completed the assembly work of the whole car. This Wang Jin designed Super War Chariot, modified and perfected by Chen Mo and Tony Stark, was parked quietly in the middle of the garage. Chen Mo stood in front of the car, watching the sci-fi dazzling shape the cool Super War Chariot. For a long time I don't want to look away. The appearance of this car is somewhat similar to Batman War Chariot, but the lines of the body are not so abrupt. The overall look is smoother, and the sense of science fiction is stronger. It looks very similar to Tony Stark's steel battle clothes style. The angular black armor completely covers the entire war chariot. It feels heavy, solid, and full of power. It looks like a sci-fi fighter plane and makes people no doubt about its power. Speed. Let's start the test, Chen Mo said to Wang Jin, who was full of excitement beside him. Heavy nodded. Wang Jin raised his left wrist and lightly tapped the upper bracelet. Along with the low mechanical running sound, the armor on the side of the cab of the war chariot in front of it opened, exposing the cab full of science fiction like the cabin of a sci-fi fighter. With excitement, Wang Jin sat in the war chariot. The armor of the opened car door closed immediately, and the war chariot returned to its original cold and deep state again. Start war chariot. Following Chen Mo's order, Wang Jin in the war chariot immediately started the war chariot, and the display and dashboard in the cab were all on up. But Chen Mo and the others outside did not feel any change, nor did they hear any engine sound at all. Is the engine of war chariot broken? Will the first test end in failure? Of course not. This war chariot uses the same energy as the Mark III. It is a third-generation micro-arc reactor. The power of the war chariot is naturally not a traditional internal combustion engine, but is simpler and more efficient, and at the same time smaller in size. A more powerful electric engine. After the war chariot is started, all systems start to supply power, but when not driving, the electric engine does not need to be idling like an internal combustion engine, but in a stopped state, so not at all the sound of the engine running. Moreover, even when driving, the sound of the electric engine is very small, and it is almost negligible under good sound insulation, and the concealment effect is very good. Next, Chen Mo began to conduct various functional tests. According to Chen Mo's vision, this war chariot has added many functions, which is no longer as simple as the off-road sports car that Wang Jin first designed. Turn on combat mode. Chen Mo tone barely fell. The armor of war chariot began to change, and the original windshield was quickly covered by the armor that popped up next to it. Get up. The armor of the tire position has also been adjusted to completely cover the tire. Inspired by the deformation function of Mark III, Chen Mo also added a certain deformation ability to it. Of course, it is not as complicated as battle clothes. Its deformation function is relatively simple, but it is also very powerful. My Steel Suit 204. My Steel Suit 204. At this time, the war chariot has been completely covered by pitch black armor, and it looks more like a cool armored car. Although the windshield is blocked by the armor, it does not affect the driving of the people in the car. When the combat mode is turned on and the armor is closed, the original windshield lights up and becomes a holographic surface. On the screen, the scene outside the war chariot is clearly displayed, which is different from the previous. Not at all. Chen Mo gently nodded, and he is quite satisfied with the effect. Start off-road mode. As the Chen Mo command was issued again, the war chariot changed again. This time, it was not just the armor deformation. In the familiar sound of mechanical operation, the positions of the four tires of the war chariot began to move, and the outer armor was adjusted accordingly. At the same time, the height of the entire war chariot rose slowly with the movement of the tires. The war chariot that was originally lying on the ground looks like a deformed Vajra, and seems to be about to stand up from the ground soon. When the change stopped, the sports car-like shape that was originally close to the ground had become a super-armored off-road vehicle with four-wheel independent support, and the chassis was nearly 1 meter high from the ground. Its 4 bulletproof tires are all independently driven, connected to the body by 4 movable independent support arms, and can be adjusted according to needs to deal with different terrain and complex road conditions. 4 independent support arms for tires are located under the armor on both sides of the car body near the middle, with the front wheels forward and the rear wheels flat out. When leveling the road, the 4 tire independent support arms are leveled, the front and rear track is maximized, the chassis is minimized, and the wind resistance is minimized. It can drive at the fastest speed. At this time, War Chariot up there is a super sports car with a very cool sci-fi appearance. If you encounter bumpy terrain or complex roads, you can start the off-road mode to deform, The four-wheel support arms are pushed down, the front and rear wheelbases are shortened, and the height of the body rises, and the passability is greatly improved. At the same time, the four support arms are also deployed to the sides of the car body, increasing the left and right track, and enhancing the stability of the car body. After the four-wheel adjustment, the body is raised, the left and right track is increased, and the off-road performance is greatly enhanced. Even the complex mountainous terrain can pass smoothly, with the adjustment of the four support arms. The outer armor of the body will also be deformed to ensure comprehensive defensive power while reducing wind resistance to ensure stability and speed at high speeds. The four support arms give War Chariot four more legs. It usually lays on its stomach and can support the body to stand up when needed, transforming it from a sports car into an off-road vehicle. The role of these four support arms is not only to lift the chassis and change the wheelbase as simple as the four-wheel independent suspension system of War Chariot. Their biggest role is to reduce shock, but their shock absorption method is the same as general. The suspension system is different. War Chariot itself is equipped with smart computers and scanning equipment, which can scan and calculate the terrain. Through real-time and precise adjustment of the four supporting arms, it plays a role of shock absorption and cross-country passing. Even in stones when driving at high speed on the pile, the body can also remain stable. Moreover, according to the driving trajectory and direction, it can also make judgments and adjustments in advance. If a huge rock appears in the direction of travel, War Chariot can automatically lift the corresponding tire before hitting it. Follow the scanned boulder trajectory and let the War Chariot pass through the boulder smoothly without any bumps. On this point, it is somewhat similar to the way the Firestar detector travels. Looking at the Super War Chariot that quickly transformed from a cool sci-fi sports car into a domineering off-road armored car, Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. And it was not wasted that he took great pains to transplant the deformation function of the Mark III steel battle clothes. Come here. Very good, let's test the weapon system. Sonic cannon. Wang Jin in the car was excited from the deformation of the War Chariot. Just now he woke up and quickly turned on the sonic cannon according to Chen Mo's instructions. I saw a piece of armor at the front of the War Chariot front open quickly, and an egg-thick, pitch-black cannon with a length of more than 30 centimeters slowly stretched out from it. If there are people from Wakanda here, you will find that this sonic cannon is almost exactly the same as the airborne sonic cannon equipped on their fighters. This is in the garage of the villa. Naturally, there is no way to test the formidable power of weapons, but Chen Mo knows very well that this airborne sonic cannon can easily tear a heavy armored vehicle into pieces, even the king of land warfare. The tank cannot take a blow from the sonic cannon. Missile. Another armor on the front of the car opens, and a miniature missile launcher pops up. On it is fixed a high-explosive armor-piercing projectile that is the same as the position of the Mark III arm. This War Chariot is much larger than the Mark III. Naturally, there is enough space to load more ammunition. Therefore, this formidable huge high-explosive armor-piercing projectile has a weight of 20, plus it is launched by energy. The sonic cannon, heavy firepower, is quite powerful. Apart from this, War Chariot is also equipped with two machine guns. A huge Might machine gun is also located in the front of the car, with automatic aiming function, which can accurately attack a large number of enemies. In the roof position, you can eject a 6-barreled heavy machine gun. The formidable power is quite terrifying, and it can suppress and clean up a wide range of firepower. This powerful War Chariot, which combines the cutting-edge technology of Hydra and Wakanda, is made by Chen Mo and Tony Stark. Its battle strength is much stronger than the most advanced tanks in the world. Even defensive power is also very scary. Exterior armor performance second only to the alpha alloy of Edmund Alloy, which was developed by Cortica Demetian, the inventor of Edmund Alloy, when he was researching Edmund Alloy, a super alloy composed of common metal elements. Its defensive power is very powerful, and its various properties far exceed any special alloy currently mastered by various countries. Of course, it is still much weaker than Edmund Alloy and does not have the indestructible characteristics, will still be destroyed under the continuous attack of too powerful force. However, in addition to heavy missiles, nuclear bombs, depleted uranium armor-piercing bombs and other amazing super weapons such as destructive power, ordinary bombs, artillery, machine guns and other conventional weapons cannot cause damage to Alpha Alloy at all, so under normal circumstances, most of the attacks that War Chariot receives can be easily resisted. The most important thing is that the constituent elements of this alloy are all common metals that can be found in large quantities in reality. Although there are some expensive rare metals, as long as there is enough money, the material can still be guaranteed supply and achieve mass production, unlike Edmund Alloy, which must use unusually rare vibranium. But now Shenmue has control of the country where vibranium is produced, Wakanda, and has completely mastered all the vibranium resources. But there is no worry that vibranium is not enough. My Steel Suit 205. My Steel Suit 205. There is just one thing: as the strongest metal in the world, vibranium is very difficult to mine and the annual output is very limited. It is unrealistic to use vibranium for large-scale production. It is impossible to use it to create spaceships. It is simply impossible, unless Shenmue can wait for hundreds of years, save enough vibranium raw materials to produce Edmund Alloy and make a large spaceship. These Alpha Alloy armors, parts such as the airborne sonic cannon and super-electric engine for the manufacture of War Chariot are secretly assembled through SHIELD and Hydra, and are sent directly together with other external order parts at the villa. If it weren't for Shenmue's reminder, no one else would have known that these armors and engines had been adjusted and replaced with more powerful alternatives. In addition to the War Chariot armor and key components made of Alpha Alloy, Shenmue also specifically asked SHIELD to make a set of Mark III outer armor to replace the original gold titanium alloy armor. It's not that Shenmue was reluctant to make a suit of armor out of Edmund Alloy for Tony, but Shenmue knew that Tony_Stark upgraded battle clothes very quickly. The movie Iron Man 3. He has manufactured dozens of steel battle clothes, including the latest Mark 42, which can fly independently in various parts and automatically deploy and assemble, so using Edmund Alloy for him is simply a waste of things. Shenmue's situation is different. He doesn't need to add other functions. For him, the assembly function of Mark 42 is not as good as the current Mark III. After all, the parts are scattered and combined. It's definitely not the whole package quickly, and the firmness is much worse. In the movie, this set of Mark 42 often falls apart under impact. In addition to the immature design, it has a lot to do with its connection method. So, this set of Mark III is replaced with Edmund Alloy armor, which is enough for him to use it for a long time, and there is no need to upgrade. The most important thing is that in the short term, Tony_Stark will not encounter particularly tyrannical enemies. With the powerful performance of Alpha Alloy, it is enough to ensure his safety and calmly deal with battles. In addition to the defensive power second only to Alpha Alloy defensive armor shell of Edmund Alloy, the power system of Batman War Chariot is also powerful. There is a third-generation micro-arc reactor that provides sufficient energy. The advanced electric engine from Hydra can burst out very strong power. If you accelerate at full speed, the huge acceleration may even cause harm to the ordinary person's body. The 100 meters acceleration and top speed data have not been tested, but according to Hydra's engine data, it is absolutely necessary to kill any supercar in seconds. This Super War Chariot is made by Shenmue based on Wang Jin's design, combining Batman War Chariot and his own ideas, although the appearance and function are quite different from Batman War Chariot. But one of the functions is the same, that is, it can automatically disassemble and separate a motorcycle. In special circumstances, as long as you press the button, the front armor of the War Chariot will open, and the two front wheels and support arms will be automatically separated from the car body and recombined to become a super motorcycle. The front and rear tires of this motorcycle are exactly the two front wheels of Bat War Chariot. Its body has an automatic balance and stability system. Even if the body is out of balance, The wheels will roll over, but the body will always remain. It keeps balance and quickly restores stability with the help of the rolling of the wheels, with super mobility. And like the Batman motorcycle, the firepower of this super motorcycle is also very powerful. When separated, part of the weapon system at the front of the war chariot will also be loaded on the motorcycle, so its front wheel, the side, is equipped with an airborne sonic cannon, which can basically destroy all obstacles in the front and can be unimpeded in any place. On the other side is a huge might machine gun with automatic aiming, which can collectively strangle a large number of enemies. Except for its defensive power, this super motorcycle is not much weaker than War Chariot in terms of speed, maneuverability, agility, battle strength and so on. It is even more flexible, a lot stronger. Roughly completed the basic test? Not at all, Chen Mo said to Wang Jin in the car. Okay, let's go out and try. The specific performance and actual data will still be known after the road test. Wang Jin has long been impatient, and the super war chariot of his dreams was finally created, and it is more powerful than he thought. He can't wait to drive it and go wild. Chen Mo tone barely fell. The two long strips of armor on both sides of the front of the car bounced up. Two long and narrow car lights were instantly lit, and two dazzling white light beams shot straight forward. An inaudible deep engine sound rang, and the super war chariot, which had returned to the form of a sports car, started instantly, rushed forward with extremely high acceleration, and quickly rushed into the upper head connecting the ground in the arc-shaped passage, and the speed was not reduced at all. Amidst the harsh tire friction, it quickly disappeared into the garage along the arc-shaped passage. This smelly brat. Don't be afraid of hitting the wall. Tony Stark on the side thought Wang Jin would speed up slowly, but didn't expect him to sprint at full speed. Strong. The power of the war chariot made the war chariot, like a fighter jet ejected from an aircraft carrier, suddenly rushed out, shocking Tony Stark, who was not prepared at all. Chen Mo looked at the war chariot silhouette that quickly disappeared at the end of the passage, with a smile on his mouth. If you are ordinary people, you really don't dare to drive this super war chariot at full power for the first time, and a poorly controlled one is likely to hit the wall. But Wang Jin, who has been injected with super soldier serum, has this confidence and ability to control this violent super war chariot. Tony Stark didn't know this, and naturally felt that Wang Jin's actions just now were too dangerous. While Wang Jin was driving a super war chariot on the highway, Chen Mo, Tony and Ethan Kortakadamishan leaned in front of the computer screen on the side, which showed the real time of war chariot location and image. On the deserted seaside road, the pitch-black war chariot is galloping at extremely high speeds like a fighter jet. Although there is no engine roar, the war chariot passes by like when the hurricane passed. The strong air current rolled up all the deciduous weeds on the roadside, and even the tall trees on both sides of the road shook violently under the strong air current. The dark car body and the night fused together, like a ghost. It is difficult to see the real face. Only the two long white beams from the front lights, like streamers that appear out of thin air, move fast on the road. My Steel Suit 206. My Steel Suit 206. Jarvis, display the data of war chariot. Look at the fast-moving map cursor on the screen and send it back to the war chariot image acquisition system. Chen Mo said aloud, the roads and trees retreating rapidly in the real-time picture of. Good Lord. The intelligent steward Jarvis responded immediately. Soon, a detailed list of data was displayed on the side of the screen. Tony and Ethan Kortakadamishan also hurried forward. They were very curious about how powerful this war chariot they made by themselves. Sweeping the line of sight on the data listed on the screen, Chen Mo quickly understood the performance of war chariot. Overall, it was very good. It only takes 0.9 seconds to accelerate to 100 kilometers. That is to say, it only takes less than 1 second to accelerate from a standstill to a speed of 100 km per hour, far exceeding all supercars. In terms of speed, just looking at the top speed when Wang Jin was driving, it has reached more than 400 km per hour, which is far from the limit of war chariot. According to the actual data collected during war chariot driving, combined with engine performance and vehicle data, Jarvis calculated a theoretical maximum speed of up to 720 km per hour. Of course, in actual driving, very few able to reach this value, because although the power of war chariot is strong enough, war chariot can achieve this super speed that surpasses any car, helicopter, and even close to civil aviation aircraft. But the faster the speed, the more demanding the driver. High. Under war chariot extreme speed, for perfect control, the required reaction speed is too fast. Even if Wang Jin's strong reaction ability after being strengthened by super soldier serum, he can't react at all. Under the powerful energy supply of the third generation arc reactor, the new electric engine produced by Hydro has an output power of up to 3,500 horsepower, surpassing heavy main battle tanks, and a torque of 4,200 Newton-meters. With strong power and strong armor and body, this super war chariot, whose power and defense must surpass the tank, can completely knock down all the walls and buildings blocking in front of the building. The Rampage, almost nothing can stop it from moving forward. Exceeding the speed of a sports car, more powerful power and defense than a main battle tank, and a weapon system with great lethality, this is an out-and-out super war chariot, better than the Bat in the movie. The Bat war chariot of Xia is much stronger. Except that the weapon system did not carry out live ammunition, the test of super war chariot was basically completed, and the results were very good. Chen Mo and the others were very satisfied. It is worthwhile that they have been busy for so long. However, after the test, Chen Mo was not in a hurry to call Wang Jin back. Seeing his excitement, he wouldn't want to come back unless he was happy. Until Chen Mo, a few people at the dinner carefully prepared by the perfect female assistant Natasha Romanoff, and after a good rest, after spending a long time outside, Wang Jin was so hungry that he couldn't stand his talents. The man drove the war chariot back. At Jarvis' reminder, the three of them returned to the underground garage again. Not long after they entered, there was a faint sound of breaking wind in the curved passage at the end of the garage. Immediately afterwards, two dazzling white beams of light appeared first in the passage. The black and mighty steel war chariot was like a beast running wild, carrying a terrifying imposing manner and powerful impact. They rushed into the garage at an astonishing speed, and several people moved towards Chen Mo rammed straight over. Chen Mo's complexion is as usual, while Tony_Stark and Ethan Kortakademishan's complexion greatly changed, but their reactions are also very consistent. The two chose to hide behind Chen Mo. In their subconscious mind, no matter what danger occurs, as long as Chen Mo is there, they can easily solve it. Behind him is the safest in the world. Local. Just when Tony_Stark hid behind Chen Mo, guessing that Chen Mo would choose to split war chariot in half with a sword, or use a shield to top the war chariot, the war galloped in. Chariot started to decelerate quickly. Within a short distance of more than 10 meters, it turned from rapid to still, and stopped steadily, several meters away from Chen Mo. The door of the war chariot opened, and Wang Jin, who was full of excitement and contentment, got out of the car. Before he could speak, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him. The defenseless Wang Jin held his head and looked at Tony Stark innocently, wondering why he was beating himself. Martial ancestor, you smelly brat. You want to kill me and your ancestral master. Want to deceiving masters extinguishing our ancestors. What are you? Tony Stark, who was so scared by the extremely thrilling scene just now, glared at Wang Jin and cursed angrily. At the same time, he secretly sighed that the old man is amazing. Mount Tai collapsed and the face doesn't change. It seems that the war chariot would stop in time, and he didn't even move. Chen Mo naturally knew that Wang Jin would be able to stop in time. Even if the brakes of the war chariot failed, Chen Mo was confident to take Tony and Ethan Kortakademishan away in time. Although the speed of war chariot was fast, but the bullet ratio is still much slower. Chen Mo can dodge bullets, and war chariot is nothing more difficult. In Tony_Stark's eyes, The war chariot that is fast as lightning is slow in Chen Mo's eyes. With his current 8 times the physical fitness of ordinary people and his stronger spirit strength and reaction ability, even war chariot collided with extreme speed, exceeding 720 kilometers per hour, and he was able to evade in time. If he is allowed to drive war chariot, he will definitely be able to bring out the extreme speed of war chariot. Wang Jin, who was scolded by Tony Stark, looked towards Chen Mo with an innocent look and asked him for help. Well, he dared to drive so fast, he must be able to control it. Didn't I hide without looking at it? Tony_Stark looked at Wang Jin in disbelief. At the speed just now, although it is not as fast as Wang Jin driving outside just now, it is at least over 100 miles away. Tony asked himself if he dared to drive like this at this speed. Anyway, since Chen Mo said so, he couldn't hold on anymore. After fiercely glared at Wang Jin, Tony turned his gaze to war chariot again. This car is so strong, shouldn't it have a name? Wang Jin hearing this eyes shined, then began to tilt his head and think about it, and the others also helped to think about it up. How about the steel war chariot? Tony Stark said first. Iron Man, steel battle clothes, steel war chariot. Chen Mo gave him a white look and ignored him. It seems that Tony's talents are all put in weapon research and development, and his talent in naming is about equal to number. My steel suit 207. My steel suit 207. It is almost fused together in the dark and the night. The sound of the electric engine is very small, and it is difficult to be found at night, like a dark night ghost. It is better to call the ghost war chariot. Ethan caught a Kadamishan on the side suddenly said. Wang Jin, who was thinking hard, but clueless, couldn't help but eyes shined and was about to be nodded, but Chen Mo suddenly pointed to war chariot and said, "Do you think it looks like a bat?" The 3 people are hearing this, looking towards war chariot, carefully looking at it, and constantly comparing with the image of the bat in their minds. But I can't find anything like it. Is it the color? Tony_Stark turned his head first, and was about to speak, but suddenly felt a sharp, cold gaze stabbing at him fiercely, making him heart trembled. Under Chen Mo's gaze, Tony_Stark swallowed the words he was about to say. Like. It's so alike. Why didn't I find it just now? Tony Stark exaggerated immediately after the reaction. Ethan caught a Kadamishan hearing this. He turned his head in surprise and looked towards Tony, his eyes full of puzzlement. Are you blind? Shrapnel in? Do I need another operation for you? Tony_Stark didn't know that in Ethan caught a Kadamishan's mind. He was thinking of attaching 2 glowing miniature arc reactors to his eyes, but he was uncomfortable with his strange eyes. Move towards Chen Mo. Ethan caught a Kadamishan put aside the cranky thoughts in his mind, glanced at Chen Mo, then quickly turned his head back, loudly said righteously, "Yes, this is just a steel bat." Wang Jin, who is still looking at war chariot, looking for similarities with bats, hearing this finally turned around and looked at the 2 people asking suspiciously, like. In the end, under all the gold, Wang Jin, with deep doubts about his eyes, named war chariot as bat war chariot. Chen Mo's mouth evokes a thought-provoking smile. A few days later, after the production of Tony_Stark's seaside villa, Bat War Chariot, Chen Mo, Tony, Wang Jin and Ethan caught a Kadamishan had nothing to do for a while. The 4 of them were sitting around a table in the corner of the living room, each with a serious expression on their faces. Tony_Stark patted his hands heavily on the table, his eyes slowly sweeping across the faces of the other 3. Touch yourself. Ha 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 ha. Tony_Stark's serious face suddenly bloomed opening, showing a smug smile. Extend the hand urged several people to hook their hands. Give money, damn. You can touch the last card. Dogshit luck. P. Come and come again. The crash bang shuffle sounded again. 10,000. P_and G. 2 cakes. Dongfeng. Yes, under the wise leadership and organization of Chen Mo, 4 elites and big men gathered together for a table of mahjong and fought vigorously. And the beautiful, sexy, military force super agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, is waiting on the side with tea and water. After the Bat War chariot was completed, Wang Jin did not rush back to dojo. He still lived in the villa. He practiced martial arts with Chen Mo during the day, and drove the Bat War chariot out at night to have fun. With Chen Mo's personal teaching, although it only took a few days, Wang Jin's kung fu, especially the sword technique, has improved a lot. Tony_Stark was enthusiastic about it and joined him. The sheep were also released, and the two sheep were also rushed. Chen Mo simply brought Ethan Kortakadamishan and Natasha Romanoff with them. With the personal guidance of Chen Mo, the world's most powerful powerhouse, fighting and sword technique grandmaster, Natasha is naturally delighted, and apart from shooting when he helped Tony escape the cave in Afghanistan, he has never been with anyone. Ethan Kortakadamishan, who has used martial arts, has some not knowing what to do, but since everyone else has learned it together, then he will also experience it with everyone. Seeing how they look when they are discussing, it seems like a very difficult to deal with. In this way, Ethan Kortakadamishan, who was originally a pure scientist, refined in manner, was led by Chen Mo forcibly on a path full of violence. Chen Mo remembers that in the movie, in the cave of the terrorist base in Afghanistan, Ethan Kortakadamishan took the initiative to buy time for Tony Stark and sacrificed himself. He held a rifle and threw a group of terrorists away. The escape scene. Ethan does not lack the most important courage to become a powerhouse, kind-hearted, upright, and endowed with a spirit of sacrifice. Since he has gotten rid of the fate of dying in the cave, why can't he go further? Chen Mo has the confidence to shape him into a powerful warrior, a superhero guarding the world. The future Earth, with the emergence of powerful heroes such as Hulk and Thor, is facing more and more serious threats. As the real guardian behind this world, Chen Mo has already regarded this as his own territory. Prepare for these impending threats. There are naturally more superheroes who are powerful and can play a greater role in the battle for the defense of the Earth. So after finishing the research on steel battle clothes and Bat War chariot, the atmosphere in the villa instantly changed from a high-tech laboratory to a dojo. Hall Master Chen Mo once again picked up his old profession and started a superhero training class. Training also requires a combination of work and rest. During leisure time, a few people get together to study traditional Chinese culture and feel the wide-ranging and profound of Chinese civilization, that is, playing mahjong. Tony Stark, a wealthy playboy who always likes to gamble and frequents major casinos, is even more active, urging a few people to start every time he finishes a meal. The battle in the several-person ring was directly transferred to the card table. The four geniuses with high IQs will all be experts in the future. They will fight at the poker table and the battle will be fierce. After another round, Tony Stark, who had lost a lot of games, was about to greet everyone to continue. Jarvis' voice suddenly rang, and at the same time, a screen in the living room also lit up, showing that picture of the entrance of the villa. Lord, there is a courier at the door. An ordinary small carton was placed on the mahjong table. Chen Mo opened the box, and 3 delicate boxes larger than cigarette boxes were lying quietly inside. Father, what is this? You bought it from the internet? Tony Stark approached and asked curiously. Chen Mo slightly smiled, did not answer, but directly picked up a box from the inside and handed it to Tony. Open it and take a look. Tony_Stark curiously took the box and opened it directly, only to find that it was a delicate silver white watch inside. My Steel Suit 208. My Steel Suit 208. As a top-notch rich man, Tony Stark already owns many world-famous watches, each of which is worth a lot. He still has some understanding of watches. The workmanship of this watch is no worse than that of any famous watch he owns. The design is simple and elegant, and it is elegant and restrained in the nobility. Only a glance, Tony liked it, but after a closer look, Tony_Stark frowned in confusion. On this watch, he not at all found anything the logo of the brand. It's a very good watch, but why doesn't it have a logo? Even if it's made to order, there should be a logo. Chen Mo still did not answer his question. and is said with a smile, "Try it on." Tony_Stark hearing this looked up towards Chen Mo. "Give it to me." See, Chen Mo nodded. Tony lowered his head again and glanced at the delicate silver watch in his hand, then moved towards Chen Mo and shouted loudly, "Father, you are too stingy. I am your parent. You give me a watch? You can give me your king's sword or vibranium shield. Whatever you want. I don't have too much to give me both." Chen Mo looked at Tony_Stark, who was greedy in front of him. It couldn't help showing how Howard Stark looked when he coveted his two weapons back then. The performance of the father and son is exactly the same. It's completely a virtue. Howard's desire for the sword of the king and the shield of vibranium is so strong that they have been passed on to the next generation. Gazed at the greedy Tony_Stark, Chen Mo extended the hand, took the watch back from his hand and put it on the mahjong table. "Don't pull it down. Don't ask me later." Tony_Stark heard this. After hearing this, and saw Chen Mo's confident look, he couldn't help but mutter. I took a closer look at the watch on the table again, and finally determined that this is an ordinary watch. No matter how expensive it is, it would simply not be in his eyes. Thinking that Chen Mo is Tony who is bluffing, he is guaranteed to be resolute and decisive. "Don't worry, if I ask you for a while, I will be your son." The treacherous Tony still left himself a way out. Tony gave Tony an angry look. Chen Mo picked up another box and threw it to Wang Jin. "Here, this is Ancestral Master's meeting gift for you." Wang Jin does not have as much appetite as Tony_Stark, and Ancestral Master gave it, let alone a piece of it. A very expensive watch, even if it's just a coin. He will treasure it. The idol I worshipped was the legendary hero who ended World War II. The gift given by the most powerhouse in the world is more meaningful than the signatures of celebrities, famous watches, and famous cars. Wang Jin hurriedly thanked him after receiving the box, and then solemnly opened the box. It turned out to be exactly the same watch as before. Wang Jin couldn't help but was taken aback when he saw this. It was not disappointed, but Chen Mo put down the one for Tony just now and took another one specially. He thought the contents of the box would be different. Even if they are all watches, at least they will be of different styles. Others have the same idea, but no one dared to say it. Tony_Stark doesn't care about these, and he doesn't give Chen Mo any face taunted. "Father, your meeting gift is too perfunctory. Give us two watches of the same style. Will it be the same in that box?" Chen Mo, as if he hadn't heard Tony's sarcasm. He opened the remaining box, and it turned out to be exactly the same silver watch. I didn't pay attention to Tony Stark. Chen Mo, each minding their own business, took out the watch and put it on his own hand. "This piece is for myself." When Wang Jin saw it, he immediately took out his watch and put it on his hand. His face couldn't help with a touch of excitement. It is already a great honor to wear the same watch as Ancestral Master. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly said to Wang Jin, "Concentrates one's mind, silently redress." Although Chen Mo's intentions are not very clear, Wang Jin still obediently followed Chen Mo's requirements. As soon as he muttered the word dress in his mind, the silver watch on his wrist changed surprisingly. A layer of black, not liquid or solid, peculiar substances gushing out from the watch, spreading quickly to the whole body against his skin. In less than a second he covered his whole body. The clothes originally worn on his body were all torn into pieces by this miraculous substance in the process of spreading and unfolding rapidly throughout his body, and pieces fell from his body. At this time, Wang Jin's whole body was completely covered with a layer of black material with special textures, and even his eyes, mouth and nose were completely covered. This substance clings to his skin, perfectly showing the lines of the body and the edges and corners of the muscles. Only on the upper and two sides of the head, there are two flashing cold lights standing upright, like the sharp horn, like a sharp blade, eventually formed a peculiar black tight-fitting combat uniform on him. What is this? It's amazing. How did it do it? Witness the whole process, Tony_Stark, who had this amazing change, couldn't help cry out in surprise. Although all of them are considered experienced and knowledgeable, no one has ever seen a similar scene. The technology they have now is very advanced, but they are absolutely unable to do it like just now. This is a nano combat suit that can block most of the attacks. It is usually stored in the watch. When needed, it is controlled by brain waves and released. It can quickly cover the whole body. Finished dressing in time. Yes, this is the final product of Wakanda nanotechnology, the nano combat uniform. Previously, Tony_Stark successfully developed the latest Mark III steel battle clothes, which can be automatically dressed through autonomous flight and laser guidance, body deformation. All of its technology Shenmue has also been fully understood, and can modify and upgrade various parts such as the deformation function and weapon system according to their needs. So now, Shenmue's biggest goal of crossing over can be said to have been completed. He didn't leave in a hurry before and returned to the real world because Princess Shuri's nano combat uniform has not been studied yet. The nano combat uniform that can be worn and lifted as desired at any time and is very close to the body. It takes up almost no space. It is much more convenient than the heavy and thick steel battle clothes that need to be deformed and assembled. In many cases, there is no need to use the ultimate weapon like steel battle clothes. At this time, nano combat uniforms can come in handy. If the steel battle clothes is a super war tank, it can gallop on the battlefield, with strong firepower and super armor to defend slaughter all sides. Then the nano combat uniform is more like a top-level special fighter. Its lethality is not as great as steel battle clothes, but it is more flexible and can play a greater role in secret operations such as infiltration and assassination. My Steel Suit 209. My Steel Suit 209. Actually, in some aspects, vibranium nano combat uniforms are not much weaker than steel battle clothes, and even stronger in some places. It can provide a strong defensive ability that is not weaker than steel battle clothes, but does not affect activities at all. It can ensure maximum flexibility in battle and fully display Shenmue's powerful speed and fighting skills. Although steel battle clothes can increase strength through mechanical power, there will be a certain time delay in the process of this transformation and increase. Although this time is very small, it is comparable to strength. In the Battle of the Powerhouse, it will seriously affect the performance of Shenmue. Therefore, steel battle clothes are more suitable for long-distance attacks, attacking high-speed, large-scale or cluster targets, air strikes or fire suppression on ground and air targets, and more suitable for battlefield operations in complex situations. Equivalent to the integration of fighters and tanks, and has a stronger ability to deal with complex situations. Vibranium nano combat uniforms are more suitable for the top powerhouse peak battles and secret operations that need to be carried out silently. After all, wearing steel battle clothes will affect the performance of many subtle combat skills. Moreover, when fighting on the ground, the movement of steel battle clothes is too big to be hidden. When performing secret missions, it's easy to expose. For Shenmue, the main role of this vibranium nano combat suit is to hide identity and provide defense, and can respond quickly when encountering an accident, enhancing the ability to respond to emergencies. After all, he can't wear steel battle clothes for everything, and vibranium nano combat uniforms are much more convenient. And when he used the waiting time to help Wang Jin build the Bat War Chariot, with super soldier serum to strengthen the brain, the very talented Princess Shuri's research and development of nanotechnology suddenly accelerated. At the same time as the Bat War Chariot is completed, the cutting-edge technology laboratory located in the Wakanda vibranium mine can be included in the necklace as in the movie, and the vibranium nano combat uniform that quickly covers the whole body when needed is finally successful made it out. Shenmue, who received this news, was about to pass a few drawings that he had already prepared on the storage and triggering device of the nano combat uniform. Shenmue did not choose the leopard tooth necklace full of Wakanda ethnic style, but changed it to a more modern watch. In addition to the vibranium nano combat suit, this watch also integrates some functions of Kimoyazu, which can be used as a smart computer for auxiliary communication, holographic projection and information processing functions. The excitation method of the Vibranium Nano Combat Uniform is also very simple and convenient. The watch can directly detect the set brainwave signals. As long as the dress is silently in the mind, it can be directly stimulated, releasing the Nano Combat Uniform stored in the watch, and shortly cover the whole body quickly within time to complete the equipment. You can also partially lift the dress or put it away according to your needs, and all these can be controlled by brain waves only by silently reciting the set instructions in your mind. Wang Jin looked at the black tight-fitting combat uniform that was instantly covered on his body, and tried to throw his fists and kicks on the spot, but found that there was no sense of blockage at all, and it had no effect on the battle. He couldn't help shouting with excitement. "It's so cool! I just thought about it in my head, and it quickly wrapped me up, and it didn't affect my actions at all." Tony_Stark witnessed Nano. The peculiar way of dressing the combat uniform could not help being stared wide-eyed. He carefully looked up and down the black combat uniform with peculiar patterns on Wang Jin. This combat uniform released from the watch is not simply black tight clothes. In addition to the sharp edges on both sides of the head, the fist peaks of the double fists, as well as the knees and elbows, all have sharp and angular hard armor, which can be used in close combat. In addition, Wang Jin worked hard to exercise the strong muscles of the next block, and perfectly supported the combat uniform. The whole person looked mysterious and powerful, full of compelling deterrent. Where can the defensive power be as strong as such a thin soft combat uniform? Although Tony_Stark is jealous, he still carries the problem with his conscience. No, face must not be lost. Chen Mo smiled at Tony's words. You can put on the Mark III and try its defensive power yourself. Seeing Chen Mo so sure, Tony_Stark couldn't help but hesitate. But Tony is so desperate to save face. I have already put myself on top, so I can't admit it at this time. I haven't looked down on the watch sent by Chen Mo just now, and now I can't praise the combat uniform released in this watch, or else I'm hitting myself in the face. And he is also very curious. Chen Mo did not know where he got this kind of advanced nano combat uniform that can be released from a small watch and instantly cover the whole god. How much defense is it? Tough. I'm going to start. Come on. Wearing Mark III steel battle clothes, Tony_Stark and Wang Jin in a Wakanda nano combat uniform stand opposite each other. After saying hello, Tony raised his right hand first, and the arc pulse gun in his palm slowly lit up with white light. But for the first tentative attack, Tony didn't use his full strength at all, but adjusted the formidable power of the arc pulse gun to the minimum. It was just able to knock people into the air, but it would not hurt too much. Tony_Stark is not forgiving, but his heart is not bad. Impossible to prove that what he said is right. He did his best to shoot regardless of the consequences. This is also the reason why Chen Mo allowed him to mess around. Return to the trouble. He still has the proper measures. Wang Jin, who was wearing the Vibranium Nano Combat uniform, felt a great pressure when facing the famous Iron Man. The first day he followed Chen Mo to Tony's villa, he happened to have completed the manufacture of the Mark III steel battle clothes. Tony gave them all the functions of the battle clothes and the formidable power of various weapons. I explained it in detail and got a real understanding of Iron Man's strength. This arc pulse gun can easily destroy a car under full attack. The formidable power is no worse than the howitzer. It will definitely not be comfortable to hit the body. However, out of trust in Chen Mo, Wang Jin did not at all back down. Ancestral Master Impossible harmed him. Since he dared to let Tony use Mark III to test the defensive power of his nano combat uniform, then there must be no problem. Chen Mo said before that the defensive power of this Vibranium nano combat suit is very powerful and can withstand most attacks. As Chen Mo's status, there is no need to lie. So Wang Jin believes that this combat uniform will definitely withstand the attack of Mark III. My Steel Suit 210. My Steel Suit 210. For Chen Mo, Wang Jin has unconditional trust. Even if the intensity of the attack really exceeds the defensive ability of the combat uniform, the Ancestral Master will definitely be able to shoot in time. Under Wang Jin's gaze, A dazzling white beam shot from the palm of Mark III's hand and flew towards Wang Jin at an extremely fast speed. With Wang Jin's 3 times the powerful reaction and speed of ordinary people, he had only time to raise his arms and cross him in front of him. Next moment, the beam of the arc pulse gun hit him from the front and blocked him. On the front arms, I saw a purple light flashing across the combat uniforms on the surface of both arms. When the rays of light dissipated, Wang Jin stood still intact. An attack that was enough to knock people directly into the air, but it seemed to be directly eliminated invisible, without any impact on Wang Jin. Tony_Stark's eyes suddenly became serious. It seems that the old man didn't speak big words. This magical combat uniform is really unusual. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Wang Jin, Tony immediately adjusted the output of the palm arc pulse cannon, and a more dazzling beam shot Wang Jin again. The result is not at all, but the purple light on Wang Jin's arm has become brighter. Tony_Stark started to raise the palm cannon's formidable power again and again, until the final full output finally knocked Wang Jin out, but soon, he quickly climbed from the ground. When I got up, it seemed that I was not at all hurt. While Tony_Stark sighed in relief, his eyes on Wang Jin's nano-combat uniform couldn't help but heat up. I was able to receive his full-strength attack from the arc pulse gun, but he was only knocked out without any damage. This seemingly thin combat uniform, the defensive ability is really not weak. Although there are already stronger offensive and flyable steel battle clothes, the size and weight of the Mark III determine that he is impossible to carry around with him every day. Even with laser guidance and tracking, fast deploying the system takes a lot of time from issuing instructions to finishing dressing. With his own strength, once he encounters danger, it is really difficult to reach the battle clothes. The nano-combat uniform in front of him can make up for this weakness. He doesn't need anything else. As long as he can rely on the defensive ability to reach the Mark III, he is not afraid of anyone. For him, the nano-combat uniform is simply the best equipment for life-saving, and just now, because of his cheap mouth, the combat uniform that has already been obtained was taken back by Chen Mo. A good life-saving hole card was lost like this. At this time, Tony_Stark can't wait to slap his 2 big mouths fiercely, calling you a cheap mouth. Wang Jin, release. Just when Tony_Stark secretly regretted it, Chen Mo suddenly shouted to Wang Jin. Wang Jin did not hesitate to give Chen Mo's order, so he did it directly. Release. As Wang Jin hits the spirit and silently releases in his mind, the purple brilliance on the nano-combat uniform suddenly blooms, and a strong shockwave erupts. Tony Stark, who was only several meters away from Wang Jin, was the first to bear the brunt. He had no time to react, so he was directly lifted off by the strong shockwave. Chen Mo, Ethan Kortakodamishan, and Natasha Romanoff, who were allowed to enter the garage with Chen Mo's permission, were foresighted long before Tony started the attack, or it was said that Chen Mo, who had planned for a long time, led him, avoided far, and stood at the other end of the garage. Tony Stark, wearing steel battle clothes, threw in midair, and fell into the middle of a pile of luxury cars parked by the garage wall behind him. He was about to hit the car when he saw it. The steel battle clothes, the thrusters under his feet, hands and back suddenly started simultaneously, instantly stopping the tendency of falling, and hovering steadily in the air before hitting his car. After adjusting his figure in midair, Tony_Stark controlled the battle clothes and slowly landed on the ground. Looking up and looking at Wang Jin, who was standing there stupidly, Tony_Stark's eyes became even hotter. He didn't expect. He originally thought that he was just wearing a fast, defensive nano-combat uniform, but it also has a strong attack power, which made him more eager for the watch that Chen Mo gave him before. Up, Ka-Ka-Cha. With a rhythm of mechanical movement and metal collision, the front armor of Mark III quickly deformed and unfolded, revealing Tony inside. Stark. After opening the battle clothes, Tony walked out of it and walked quickly to Chen Mo, with a bright smile on his face. Without waiting for Tony to speak, Chen Mo directly ignored his existence and began to introduce his nano-combat uniform to Wang Jin. The defensive ability of this combat uniform is stronger than what you have seen. The material used to make it is the hardest and the most powerful in this world. Rare magical metal, vibranium. The original vibranium, which was extremely hard, was made into combat uniforms through nanotechnology, and the molecules were connected in a very special way. This special connection method not only allows vibranium to retain the original strong defensive ability of vibranium, so that it can withstand almost all attacks without damage, but also gives it a very strong flexibility. Like the same ordinary tight clothes generally have no effect on actions. This is particularly important for martial artists. The use of fighting skills during battle will not be affected, and their own strength can be fully utilized. Although this suit is soft armor, its dispersive effect on attack is not much worse than that of hard armor. When an external force is attacked, the force will move around the attacked part. In area transmission, point-kill weapons such as swords and bullets themselves mainly rely on penetration to cause damage. The strong material of the vibranium combat uniform makes it impossible to penetrate, tear and destroy. The kinetic energy carried by these attacks passes after the combat uniform is dispersed. It is impossible to cause harm to the body, and if it is attacked by a large area of external force such as explosions, impacts, etc., no matter whether it is soft or hard armor, it will no longer be able to exert force. Disperse. The powerful force contained in the attack will be completely transmitted to the body, causing blunt damage. At this time, the special features of vibranium are reflected. In addition to its super hardness, vibranium it also has the magical characteristic of absorbing vibration, and it can absorb kinetic energy when attacked, but this absorption is not completely offset, but only greatly weakened. When the attack is too strong, even after the absorption is weakened, it can still affect the body, cause damage. The nano-combat uniform has been strengthened for this feature of vibranium. Within a certain limit, the vibranium nano-combat uniform can completely absorb the attack and store it, and can be stored at any time. Release it again on attack. As long as the intensity of the attack does not exceed the upper limit of the combat uniform storage, it will be completely absorbed by the combat uniform, and the attack will be directly invisible and completely useless, just like the previous attacks are the same, without any effect. Even if the attack intensity exceeds the storage limit of the combat uniform and cannot be completely offset, the sound absorption characteristics of vibranium will still weaken the attack. The formidable power will be greatly reduced. Just now, the last full attack of Mark III exceeded the upper limit of the suit's absorption. After the absorption and storage of the absorption function and the weakening of the vibranium material itself, the formidable power is already very small. It just knocks you into the air and cannot cause harm to you. Listening to Chen Mo's detailed description, not only Wang Jin wearing nano-combat uniforms, but Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff and Ethan Kortekademetian all listened to their eyes. Normal attacks are completely ineffective. Cold weapons, firearms and general small formidable power explosions are completely immune to attacks. Stronger attacks can also be weakened by more than half. As a light and soft body that can be worn at any time combat uniforms, its defensive ability is already very abnormal. As long as it is not attacked by nuclear bombs, heavy missiles and other destructive weapons, under the overwhelming majority situation, it is sufficient to ensure safety, even if it is hit by artillery shells or small missiles. In the middle, with Wang Jin and Natasha Romanoff's 3 times the powerful physical fitness of ordinary people, it is also enough to withstand the attack power greatly weakened by the combat uniform, and there will be basically no mortal danger. Why don't they yearn for this powerful equipment? I glanced at the 3 people who were full of envy. Chen Mo slightly smiled and said to Wang Jin, "This a combat uniform specially tailored for you has a special function. You can say cloak silently in your mind." According to Chen Mo's words, Wang Jin thought about it in his mind. The watch responded quickly even after receiving his brainwave signals. I saw him. The positions of the shoulders and back of the nano combat uniform on both sides of the body are like weaving out of thin air. From top to bottom, a large black cloak gradually forms, which hangs from behind him to a place less than a foot from the ground. His neck was completely covered at once. Only the middle part in front of him was exposed. Tony_Stark looked more mysterious after the cloak appeared, and at the same time appeared a majestic and domineering out of thin air. Wang Jin, the poisonous tongue can't help but attack. He was about to laugh at Chen Mo's outfit and forced the design. When he talked to his lips, he forcibly made a tight turn, completely changing the taste. Father, you senior are really wise. After the addition of this cloak, the whole person is obviously more powerful and domineering, which is very conducive to the establishment of the image of our superhero. Although Chen Mo did not see the intention of designing this cloak at all, in order to get back the watch that originally belonged to him and own his own nano-combat uniform, Tony_Stark had no discipline. Chen Mo's flattery. Chen Mo directly ignored honest talk nonsense and explained to Wang Jin. This cloak has two functions. One is to inspire a piece. The defensive power of a 2-meter square energy shield is much higher than the full absorption upper limit of the combat uniform itself. It can be activated in advance when prepared to resist attacks with relatively strong formidable power. Another function of cloak is that it can be deployed on both sides and hardened to form a paraglider, which can glide in the air and travel between buildings calmly. Even from a high-altitude airplane jump directly up and down, or you can land safely on the ground. This time, Tony_Stark's eyes are almost red. Now you brat is really a bat, you can fly. From now on, just call Batman, it goes well with your Bat War chariot. Batman? Wang Jin looked down at his black combat uniform, grabbed the corner of the cloak on his side and pulled it up. The elegant cloak hem fell in a fan shape along the position he held. It's really like a bat wing. Chen Mo saw Tony_Stark help him to express his thoughts, and finally gave him a good face, so that Tony_Stark, who had been watching Chen Mo's face carefully, secretly rejoicing. It seems that it would be interesting to get back the watch originally given to him. Looking at Wang Jin, still thinking about Batman's name, not at all that nodded. I seem to be thinking about other things with a more domineering name. Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Tony_Stark beside him. Tony, you take Wang Jin to experience it, Chen Mo said, giving Tony a deep look. Tony_Stark immediately realized that he finally had a chance to perform, and he should take it well. Leave it to me, father. After Tony solemnly vowed, he turned around and stood in the opened Mark III. The battle clothes were quickly closed again. Tony_Stark wore battle clothes and walked a few steps to think Wang Jin in the middle. Hold him from under the armpits with both hands. When Wang Jin reacted, the thrusters under the feet and the back of the battle clothes were activated at the same time, and the battle clothes quickly lifted off and held them up. Together with Wang Jin, they flew out along the arc-shaped passage of the garage. Ethan Kortakadamishan did not react, looked towards Chen Mo in confusion. Natasha Romanoff thought of what Chen Mo said to Tony just now, but looking thoughtful. I can't help but sympathize with Wang Jin. Ask for more blessings. It didn't take long for the screen on the computer to change, and it was replaced by Tony_Stark in Mark III. At the same time, a screaming and long scream came along with the picture of the facial picture. Father, forgot to tell him how the cloak gliding function was turned on. Ethan Kortakadamishan and Natasha Romanoff heard this and turned their heads and looked towards Chen Mo. So, the sound of mournful scream in the picture is. Chen Mo listened to the screams still sounding, and replied casually, I am Batman. Ethan Kortakadamishan and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other, and they were speechless. Soon, the screams that had been echoing in the picture finally stopped and replaced them. It was a stern cry, as if it was exhausting. I am Batman! Finally, according to his plan, he created Batman in the reunion world as he wished, and Chen Mo's evil taste was finally satisfied. After Wang Jin returned to the garage with the frightened Wang Jin, Tony_Stark ran up to Chen Mo in front of Chen Mo, with dog legs, laughing. looking towards Chen Mo with anticipation. "Father, I'm your parent." "Look, my steel suit 211. My steel suit 211. Tony_Stark is very grateful for his previous foresight and left a way out when he speaks harshly. He said that if he asks for a watch from Chen Mo again, he is his son, but he was originally Chen Mo's godson, and whether he kissed him or not is not a matter of a word. Natasha Romanoff looked at Tony_Stark to have no shame, completely unable to connect with the normally arrogant, voluptuous Iron Man Tony_Stark. "Is this really a person? Are you sure this is not a fake Tony_Stark?" Nick_Fury sent him to perform this mission of sneaking into Stark Industries to monitor Tony_Stark at close range, and gave her a detailed information about Tony_Stark's life and character analysis. Tony Stark, who has been a peerless genius since he was a child, is an out-and-out arrogant, self-centered, and never knows how to take care of the feelings of others, impulsive, stubborn and arrogant. His relationship with his father Howard_Stark has been very tense, and he has shown disrespect to authority figures. It's amazing that he can accept Chen Mo, the Godfather, and his performance in front of Chen Mo like a child makes himself a master of Natasha Romanoff, who already knows Tony Stark very well. Stunned, Tony_Stark's performance in front of Chen Mo is more like a child who is playing tricks in front of his father. He is naive, innocent, and unconcealed in front of Chen Mo. It seems it's the real Tony Stark, and the arrogant, romantic and rich man in front of the media. The superhero Iron Man seems to be just his mask. She really can't understand how Chen Mo did it. Let Tony_Stark put down all the disguise and defenses in front of him, and completely exposed the truest self. This is done as Father Howard. Not done. Worthy of being the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., a legendary hero who turned the entire world situation around with one person, as a multifaceted spy, the world's highest super agent. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Chen Mo's vision can be considered very vicious, but for Chen Mo, she really can't see through. The extremely keen sense that she has exercised during the cruel training and countless arduous tasks can clearly feel some very subtle auras inadvertently revealed by Chen Mo. The Chen Mo in her eyes is far more complicated and elusive than others see. Sometimes he is just like an ordinary person, and he may even be ignored if he doesn't look carefully. Sometimes, he is like a warrior walking out of a sea of blood, cold, cruel, and extremely tough. Sometimes, he is like a spiritual god and emperor in charge of his life, aloof and remote, noble and majestic, and the imposing manner exuding from his body is vast and majestic, like an abyss, like a prison. The invincible commander on the battlefield, the scientist who neglects sleep and forget about food in the laboratory, the gentle elder, the kind partner, and at this time, he is like a father, generous and deep. Facing the shameless eldest son, he was rolling his eyes and his face was helpless. With so many completely different feelings, she can't feel the slightest falsehood of each one. It seems that is the truest side of Chen Mo. She believes in her feelings, but this makes her even more confused. How can a person have so many different temperaments? Which one is the real him? Turning his head slightly, those pale blue eyes, which are as deep and beautiful as diamonds, are fixedly looking at the tall and majestic Chen Mo in front of them, but they are like a silhouette shrouded in mist. Natasha Romanoff. Gradually, his eyes became blurred. For so many years, she has seen countless men, but no one is as unfathomable as Chen Mo. She is attracted to him beyond her control, and she is stuck in it, unable to extricate herself from it. Chen Mo, who was being pestered by Tony asking for a nano watch, felt the increasingly hot and beautiful gaze beside him, and could not help turning his head slightly to meet her gaze. At the moment when Chen Mo's eyes met, Natasha Romanoff only felt shocked. What kind of eyes are these? Pure and bright like an innocent child, cold and sharp, peerless magical soldiers. In the dark and deep eyes, it seems that the entire universe is hidden, and in the endless darkness, there are little bright starlights flashing. Looking at Chen Mo's eyes, Natasha Romanoff only felt as if he was in the vast universe starry sky, completely lost. Chen Mo naturally felt Natasha Romanoff's state, which was not his intention. As the spirit's strength continues to increase, Shenmue's imposing manner has become more vigorous, the power of his gestures has increased day by day, and the influence on others' hearts has become stronger and stronger, especially those who themselves feel very a sharp person will be more strongly influenced by his spirit strength. Actually, Natasha Romanov's feeling is not at all wrong. Shenmue has a very special temperament. He travels through different worlds and has a variety of completely different experiences, even if in the same world. He also has multiple different identities and unimaginable legendary experiences of ordinary person. These special experiences have shaped his distinctive temperament. And this is not a contradiction. An ordinary person has multiple different identities in life. He is a dedicated employee in the company, and a strict father, caring husband, and filial son at home. It's just that Shenmue's identity and experience are more special. Warriors, heroes, scientists, behind-the-scenes controllers, lords, divine king, godfather, ancestral master. These spans are huge. Even ordinary people's unimaginable identity is concentrated on one person, which does make people feel unfathomable and incomprehensible. Although most of the time, Shenmue deliberately controls his imposing manner, but sometimes inadvertently, some breath leaks out, which is difficult for ordinary people to detect, or only has a very vague feeling. Won't find anything. Natasha Romanov, the Black Widow who is the world's top agent, possesses terrifying insight and amazing intuition far beyond ordinary people, and keenly feels the special imposing revealed by Shenmue. Manner, aware of his out-of-the-ordinary. However, it was this unusually keen mental perception that caused Natasha Romanov to be affected by Shenmue's powerful spirit strength, stupefied in the same place. Shenmue believes that as spirit strength continues to improve, its role will truly be manifested. As the foundation of his own special ability, Shenmue can be sure that the role of spirit strength is not just to expand space and just shuttle. Retracting his gaze from the beautiful super agent Natasha Romanov, Shenmue looked at Tony Stark in front of him with a shameless and good-for-nothing look, and couldn't help being rolled with anger. The eyes. The Ethan Court academician on the side did not rush to Tony Stark's behavior. Among all the people present, he spent the longest time with Tony. He saved his life in the Within Cave and helped together with him. He built the prototype of steel battle clothes, Mark I. In order to buy him time, he almost died. The two can be said to be a deadly friendship. His understanding of Tony Stark is not under Shenmue. Actually, the current Tony Stark is much luckier than the original plot, not to mention that his father Howard was not at all dead, but to hide in S.H.I.E.L.D. with his mother and live a romantic couple's world. The original Tony Stark is not at all friends. When he first returned from Afghanistan, he also invited his only friend, Colonel Rod, to join the research and development project of steel battle clothes, but because of the announcement in the press conference that the weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries was closed, the behavior was taunted by Rod, so he went back sober and regained his sanity. Now, he has the help of Ethan Court academician and Shenmue, and in the movie, he completed the manufacture of Mark II steel battle clothes by himself. When he needs it, his only friend is not at all to help him. Under the cynical playboy mask, Tony Stark has always been lonely in his heart, but now it's different. With the courage to take photos with him, in order to help him delay time to escape the hands of terrorists, at the expense of his own Ethan Court academician, and personally rescue him from the desert, like life the mentor guided his growth. As Shenmue, when he decided to close the weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries, everyone thought he was crazy. Even the closest Colonel Rod and Pepper didn't understand him. However, Ethan Court academician and Shenmue understood and agreed with his approach, silently encouraged and supported him, and helped him build the Mark II steel battle clothes together. Shenmue even betrayed him in Odio and appeared in time after taking away the arc reactor from his chest. He replaced him with the latest third-generation arc reactor, and he was about to die later. Ironmonger from Odio arrived in time again when he was in his hands, and killed Ironmonger to save him. With Shenmue, It seems that no one can do anything to him. All dangers will be blocked by Chen Mo's stalwart body. Tony_Stark has never been so full of security. After having a trusted brother and a dependable father, Tony_Stark's whole person has changed significantly. His spirit became more relaxed and natural, letting go of all pretense and returning to his true self. Just like now, in order to get that nano watch, Tony Stark is like a shameless child, pestering Chen Mo, swearing to stop until he achieves his goal. Chen Mo had no intention of not giving it to him. Seeing him begging for nothing, he glared at him fiercely, and then took out the watch that was given to him before, threw it directly to him. After that, regardless of Tony's eagerness to put on his watch and start the nano-combat suit, Chen Mo walked slowly to Wang Jin, who had just experienced a thrilling free fall flying in the air with wings, and patted his shoulder. Said gently, "How do you feel?" Wang Jin's violent ups and downs quickly calmed down as he felt the temperature from the broad and powerful palms on his shoulders. The whole experience, then lifts the head, looked towards Chen Mo and said, "It's so exciting. It's more exciting than a roller coaster," and so on. And finally the cloak unfolded and the feeling of gliding is really great. It's like a bat flying freely, looking down at this bustling city in the night sky. The feeling is hard to say, but I like it very much. From then on, I am Batman, Wang Jin said. His face could not help showing an intoxicated expression. Slightly nodded. Chen Mo did not expect that Wang Jin accepted the title of Batman so quickly, and he seemed quite satisfied. In fact, it was just his evil taste, that's all. Before. It's a joke. If Wang Jin doesn't like it, it doesn't matter if he changes to another name. The watch has instructions for using combat uniforms and instructions for each function. You can change it at will according to your own habits and preferences, even if you want to shout Ultraman transformation. Actually, when Chen Mo's bad taste broke out, and his brain was wide open, he even considered whether to use the blood stored in the space, from the blood of the vampire ancestor Marcus and the werewolf ancestor William of the Legend of the Night World. Coupled with his own perfect blood, Wang Jin was transformed into a mixed blood vampire with bat wings. This is the real Batman. But if you think about it carefully, let's forget it. Although the strength of the hybrid vampire combining vampire, werewolf and perfect blood is very powerful, 6 to 7 times that of ordinary people, his disadvantages are also obvious. Although it has perfect blood to eliminate the defects and weaknesses of vampires and werewolves, it can be seen from the movie that after the fusion of the dual bloodline of werewolves and vampires, it can be autonomously controlled to transform from an ordinary person state to a mixed blood state, and the strength will increase rapidly, but the image after transformation is all very ugly. The male protagonist Michael's werewolf and vampire bloodline turned into an avatar, while Marcus' vampire and werewolf bloodline turned into an ugly big bat. Chen Mo didn't want to, because of his own bad taste, let Wang Jin, a handsome guy, acquire a strange ability to transform into a monster. Furthermore, since we want to make Batman out, let's respect the original work. Good, rich and handsome Batman, what kind of transformation do you play? Dios relies on mutation, and the rich relies on technology. As the young gang lord of the Seven Rings Gang, Wang Jin naturally belongs to the ranks of the highest rich. The Seven Rings Gang, which controls more than half of the underground powers in the United States, and a large number of large companies of various types, has a wealth that is far greater than that of Tony Stark. It has been around 70 years ago. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, the Seven Commandments Gang, which was the first to set foot in various industries, had already mastered an out-and-out business empire. The Tony_Stark nano-combat uniform has no hard armor on knees, elbows and fist peaks, and no sharp blades on the head. The overall line is softer and looks more like an ordinary exercise. Tight clothes, especially after removing the head mask and hands, are unremarkable. Tony_Stark couldn't help being a little disappointed. But Chen Mo naturally had his considerations. My steel suit 212. My steel suit 212. Tony usually does not need to use combat uniforms to fight. His main combat equipment is steel battle clothes. The main function of the Nano Combat uniform is to protect his safety when he has not put on steel battle clothes. This simple design can be worn as underwear in the clothes at ordinary times, and it is not noticeable and can provide safe and reliable protection. Of course, if he just wants to wear a combat uniform to fight like Wang Jin does, this Nano Combat uniform also has cloak, which can be summoned at any time, but the name can no longer be called Iron Man. His tight-fitting sportswear version of the Nano Combat suit with cloak does not look like a bat. If you really want to say it, it seems to be wearing a bedsheet, so it is called Underwear Man or Sheet Man. It's more relevant. Although Tony Stark's Nano Combat uniform looks ordinary, not as handsome and mighty as Wang Jin, but its defensive power is no different from Wang Jin's. Cloak can also inspire shields and glide. Actually, Chen Mo's own suit is exactly the same as Tony's, but he didn't plan to be an underwear man or a bedsheet man. It's not that he uses only steel battle clothes like Tony to fight, although it took a lot of energy to get all the technology and manufacturing methods of steel battle clothes. With the blessing of battle clothes, the overall strength will be greatly improved. But Chen Mo knows that battle clothes are just external force, can provide convenience for his actions and battles, but the most fundamental thing for him is his own strength. So Chen Mo will not rely on steel battle clothes like Tony, nor will he focus all his energy on strengthening battle clothes. Although wearing battle clothes, his strength will become very strong, but he is impossible to hide in battle clothes forever. And battle clothes are not omnipotent. Even if they are made of indestructible Edman alloy, Magneto, Professor X and many others can still restrain steel battle clothes, and their strength is stronger than battle clothes. There are a lot of people, Superman, Hulk, Thor can defeat him. After all, steel battle clothes is just a machine, and its strength, speed, and attack power are not top-notch. The operating system may also be invaded or interfered. In a truly advanced level battle, it cannot actually be used. Too much effect. What can really be relied on is Chen Mo's own strength. The reason why Chen Mo has to get steel battle clothes is that in addition to his own preferences, it is more to deal with complex environments and situations. Chen Mo is positioned as an auxiliary system. Of course, for now, the strength, speed and wide-range attack ability of steel battle clothes are stronger than Chen Mo's own strength, but as Chen Mo's strength increases, it will eventually surpass battle clothes. When the time comes, its main role will be flight, defense, support, and group attack. Fighting against powerful enemies still depends on Chen Mo's own strength. Just like its name, steel battle clothes, it is just the battle clothes on the peerless powerhouse of Chen Mo. Like his shield and sword, they are just weapons in his hands. The most fundamental thing is Chen Mo itself. Of course, unlike the vibranium shield and the sword of the king, the steel battle clothes can be continuously upgraded and strengthened. Although it is still relatively weak, it will continue to improve as the technological strength mastered by Chen Mo continues to increase. The supporting role of Chen Mo will become stronger and stronger, and will not be eliminated in Chen Mo's improvement. Chen Mo's own strength is actually not strong now, if not counting other things, only in terms of physical fitness. He is even inferior to Vajra Wolf. Of course, if the two really fight, with superb fighting skills, Chen Mo will still not lose to him. But with Vajra Wolf's abnormal recovery ability and almost unlimited physical strength, Chen Mo thought it is not easy to defeat him thoroughly. Chen Mo will still rely on nano combat uniforms for most of the future battles. Only different from Tony is that Chen Mo has a storage space and can cheat. Chen Mo's original Edman alloy armored combat suit was completely disassembled by Chen Mo. The composite bulletproof material originally used to fix the connection was removed, and only Edman alloy armor was retained in the space. When he needs it, as long as he takes out these armor pieces one by one, the nano combat uniform can absorb them on the surface. In this way, it seems that there is almost nothing like the original Edman alloy armored combat uniform. The difference is that in addition to stronger defenses, there is also a cloak that can be retracted and released freely, which can stimulate large shields and gliding. These Edman alloy armors are not directly stacked in the space, but placed on a human body model specially made according to Chen Mo's figure. Chen Mo only needs to be placed exactly the same as the model. In the posture, the armor can be taken out all at once, just covering the surface of the nano-combat uniform. There is no need to take out and place them piece by piece, which wastes time. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have a chance to assume the preset posture due to battles and other reasons. At worst, it doesn't take too long to take out and place. At worst, with Chen Mo's brain reaction speed, that is, it can be completed in 1 or 2 seconds. It has the defense of nano-combat uniforms. There is no problem with a delay of 1 or 2 seconds. It is just a bit more troublesome than completing it all at once. Since there is already a nano-combat uniform, why do you want to do it again and cover it with a layer of Edman alloy armor? This starts with the difference between Edman alloy and vibranium. The biggest function of vibranium material is actually to absorb kinetic energy and weaken the attack. Although its hardness is harder than all other metals, defensive power is very strong, but not at all as indestructible. The strength of the attack power exceeds the limit that vibranium can withstand, and it can still be torn and destroyed. Edman alloy is different from vibranium. Its hardness is stronger than vibranium, and it is indestructible. Even a nuclear bomb cannot destroy it, but its ability to absorb kinetic energy has become very weak. Basically, it can be ignored. The primordial Edman alloy used to make Chen Mo shields has strengthened vibranium's ability to absorb both kinetic energy and hardness to the extreme. While it is indestructible, it can completely offset the attack to neutralize all attacks. Unfortunately, ever since Markeln Kortekadamishan fell asleep during the experiment and accidentally produced primordial Edman alloy, he could not replicate that process again anyway. That shield is the only one in the world. A piece of primordial Edman alloy, and this set of vibranium nano-combat uniforms made with vibranium combined with Wakanda's highest technology, on the basis of vibranium itself, strengthens the ability to absorb kinetic energy. Under the condition of not exceeding the upper limit of absorption and storage, the effect of primordial Edman alloy ignoring attack can be approximated. My Steel Suit 213. My Steel Suit 213. Although the vibranium nano-combat suit can approximate the effect of primordial Edman alloy ignoring the attack without exceeding the upper limit of absorption and storage, in fact, this upper limit is not very high. A large caliber shell or a small high explosive missile can be broken, but even so, its defensive ability is already very powerful, and ordinary conventional weapons can no longer pose any threat to the wearer. Its biggest weakness is actually the huge piercing attack of formidable power. After all, the nano-combat suit is soft armor. Although it can disperse the attack power to a certain extent, the range of dispersion is limited. Firearms bullets are okay. Kinetic energy is still powerful for ordinary people, but for Chen Mo, who has 8 times the physical fitness and defensive power of ordinary people, even the bullets of anti-material sniper rifles, after the absorption of the vibranium nano-combat suit is weakened, the formidable power is already very limited and cannot cause damage to him at all. But if it is a huge might-destructive weapon such as a depleted uranium armor-piercing bomb, the huge formidable power is still sufficient for the local destructive power. Even if the huge formidable power is dispersed and absorbed and weakened in a small area by the nano-combat suit, Chen Mo caused great damage. Even if the formidable power is large enough and the attack point is small enough, it is very likely to penetrate the vibranium nano-combat suit directly. After all, vibranium is not an indestructible Edman alloy, and its hardness is worse. When the attack power is strong enough, it can be destroyed. After the nano-combat uniform is covered with Edelman alloy armor, with the indestructible hardness of Edelman alloy, the possibility of penetration and destruction of the uniform is completely eliminated. After being blocked by Edman alloy armor, the original penetrating attack has been dispersed to the entire armor under attack and the armor adjacent to it, and the area of force is greatly increased. Once applied to the nano-combat uniform, the force will be dispersed again by the combat uniform, and the force area will increase again. After the vibranium nanocombat uniform is greatly absorbed and weakened, when it is finally transmitted to the body, the force per unit area will be greatly reduced. With the indestructible absolute defense of Edman alloy armor and the dispersion of attack power, the combat uniform's ability to deal with powerful attacks will be greatly enhanced. Among the enemies Chen Mo will encounter in the future, there will definitely be more powerful existence. Not to mention the other, Hulk with destructive power, if it is inserted with all its strength with the hard and sharp lance, it is very likely that the nanocombat uniform will be inserted. Direct piercing, and after adding Edman alloy armor, the attack will be blocked by the indestructible Edman alloy armor, the impossible is pierced, and the power of the attack will be dispersed throughout the body. Even the full-strength attack of the top powerhouse, which is more powerful than him, cannot break through the Edelman alloy armor. The strength has been dispersed many times and the vibranium nanocombat uniform is greatly absorbed and weakened. Chen Mo has 8 times the strong physical fitness of ordinary people, enough to bear it safely. Wang Jin has Batman battle clothes, plus Bat War Chariot, and became a Batman not just in name only, but also in reality, and Iron Man Tony_Stark also has a life-saving underwear. Ethan Kortekademisian and Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but look a little enthusiastic. It's not that Chen Mo is stingy and reluctant to give them to. Natasha Romanoff's current identity is an agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. He is ordered by Director Nick Fury to monitor Iron Man Tony Stark. If he is suspicious of Nick Fury when she found out that she had obtained a mysterious, powerful and technologically high-tech vibranium nanocombat uniform, she would definitely be suspicious of her. Even if she wanted to give it, it was not now. As for Ethan Kortekademisian, he is now a logistics researcher, and giving him a nanocombat uniform is a waste. Vibranium nanocombat uniforms are not only high-tech and precious, but the entire production process is also very troublesome. It has high requirements on all aspects and is quite difficult to manufacture, making it impossible to mass-produce. Wakanda has mastered the vibranium meteorite vein and the processing method of vibranium, but due to the particularity of vibranium itself, whether it is mining or processing, it is very difficult and very low in efficiency. The amount of vibranium produced every year is very limited. In addition to consuming a large amount of vibranium to manufacture an ordinary vibranium combat suit, it also requires considerable manpower and material resources, and the production cycle is very long. So in the past, only the Guardian Black Panther of the Kingdom of Wakanda had the vibranium combat uniform. The vibranium nanocombat suit invented by Shuri actually consumes less vibranium, and the production process is more complicated and the cycle longer. The 3 nanocombat suits of Chen Mo still use the semi-finished product raw materials accumulated during the preliminary experimental research and development process, which greatly shortens the production cycle. Only these 3 sets of combat uniforms have used up all the semi-finished product materials accumulated in the previous period. If you want to make new nanocombat uniforms, you have to wait for a while. Ethan Kortekademisian followed Chen Mo to practice martial arts during this period. Although he has gained some gains, the time is too short. There is still a big gap between the real battle strength, and he is not in a hurry to prepare equipment. Also, don't forget, he is a member of the Steel Battle Clothes Project team, and Tony_Stark's life-saving benefactor, brother of life and death. Wait for him to have a little battle strength. Tony_Stark, he will definitely make a set of steel battle clothes for him. No, Tony Stark, who got the nanocombat uniform as he wished, after a while of excitement, found Ethan Kortekademisian's enviable gaze. As a good brother, Tony Stark immediately put away his combat uniform and stepped forward to patted the shoulder of Ethan Kortekademisian, comforted. Hey, Ethan. These tight clothes are really ugly. Let me make you a set of steel battle clothes. That's what we scientists should wear. However, Ethan Kortekademisian, who was still full of envy just now, suddenly face changed, shook his shoulders vigorously, and threw off his hands on his shoulders, looking at him strangely. Tony_Stark retracted his hand strangely, but found that everyone was looking at him with a strange look, especially his beautiful assistant Natasha Romanoff. The pair of beautiful eyes. Tony_Stark felt very uncomfortable with the jokes that looked like an idiot. Tony, Chen Mo said solemnly. Tony_Stark is feeling a bit unfathomable mystery. Even if you don't get the nano-combat uniform, you don't have to look at me like this, and the look doesn't look like jealous. At this time, I heard Chen Mo call him. He turned his head in doubt, looked towards Chen Mo with a confused face. What's wrong, Daddy? My steel suit 214. My steel suit 214. You'd better put on your combat uniform. Tony_Stark didn't understand yet. He heard Chen Mo continue to say with a hint of apology in his voice. Forgot to tell you that when the nano-combat uniform is activated, it is close to the skin and spreads along the surface of the body. So, all the clothes on the body will be torn into fragments. Speaking of which, Chen Mo looked at Tony_Stark with weird eyes. That is to say, after the release, the whole person will be naked. Tony_Stark, hearing this for a moment, turned his head again and looked towards Natasha_Roman on the side. November, following her gaze, Tony Stark slowly lowered his head and looked towards his little brother. A cry full of grief and grievance echoed in the garage. Father, I hate you. Although Tony_Stark is a playboy, he is not an exhibitionist. If it is Pepper who is very close to him, or the women he has slept with, Tony_Stark will not think anything. The problem is that Natasha Romanoff is obviously meaningless to him. He couldn't see others, but was seen by them, which made Tony Stark feel very aggrieved. Activating the nano-combat uniform again, Tony Stark, who blocked his body, looked at Chen Mo with a grieving face like an angry young wife. Wang Jin, who also wore a nano-combat uniform, was full of fear. Fortunately, Tony martial ancestor. Otherwise, thinking of this, Wang Jin could not help but quietly glanced at Chen Mo. Ancestral master, don't take you to be such a cheating son. Almost pit your disciple and grandson together. Chen Mo naturally felt Wang Jin's sneaky gaze, but he didn't mean it. Who made the nano-combat uniform be controlled by brain waves? Chen Mo didn't expect Tony to suddenly remove the combat uniform. So there is no time to say. Just as the atmosphere in the garage fell into a fascinating embarrassment, Jarvis' voice suddenly rang. Sir, Pa's young lady sent a video call. Tony_Stark was taken aback after listening, and looked at himself somewhat guilty, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Only then did he face up and said to Jarvis, take it over. Okay, sir. Jarvis' tone barely fell. The picture on the monitor on the side of the garage changed. Pepper, the silhouette of Pearl, appeared on it. But Pepper was full of anxiety at this time, and the background of the picture was constantly shaking, and a rush of footsteps came through the picture. When I saw Pepper's first look in the picture, Chen Mo couldn't help but sink. Seeing her anxious expression, it was obvious that something was wrong, but Chen Mo didn't get any news. This situation beyond his grasp made him feel very bad. Something seems to be ignored by him. Seeing the call connected, Pepper said quickly, Tony, Sharon has an accident. Her tone barely fell. Chen Mo's eyes instantly condensed. It was Stephen Carter's daughter, Sharon Rogers. What? Tony, hearing this, his also complexion greatly changed. Sharon Rogers, who is still in high school, attends a boarding aristocratic school. Part of the time they stayed at school and rarely came back. During this time, all their energy was put on the research and development of steel battle clothes and Bat War Chariot. For a while, they ignored this little girl. Today their school was off. I asked Harpy to drive her back to pick her up. As a result, a group of militants appeared at the school gate and they kidnapped Sharon. Harpy was also injured, is being sent to the hospital now. Although Tony is Sharon's guardian, with his carefree temperament, how can he take care of a little girl? Pepper is usually taking care of her. Sharon Rogers has a very good relationship with her. She has always treated her as a younger sister. Now she is in danger, and Pepper is more anxious than anyone else. Tony_Stark's face was gloomy and dripping water after hearing what happened. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with biting cold light. and someone dared to move him. This is also what he ignored. No one knows the true identity of Sharon Rogers except Howard. Even the fact that her guardian is the famous Tony Stark is rarely known, so neither Howard nor Chen Mo thought about arranging protection for her. As for Tony Stark, he has only one driver and bodyguard, Harpy Hogan, and he never thought about giving Sharon a bodyguard to school. But who would have thought that someone would really start with a high school student? Obviously, the other party rushed to them. "I'll take care of this. Don't worry, I will take her home safe and sound." Tony Stark comforted Pepper and ended the call directly. "Jarvis, bring up the surveillance at the gate of Sharon's school," Tony_Stark said solemnly. "Yes, sir." When Tony_Stark mobilized surveillance through Jarvis to find the location of the gangster who kidnapped Sharon Rogers, Chen Mo also stepped aside from space to take out the intercom to send an investigation order to SHIELD and Hydra together. The intelligence section of the two major organizations acted quickly after receiving the order. The two huge intelligence machines were operating with amazing efficiency. They quickly checked the matter and sent the results one after another. At this time, Tony_Stark was still anxiously tracking down the kidnapper's vehicle. Chen Mo strode forward and handed the tablet computer in his hand to Tony_Stark. Tony looked down, and it showed a well-dressed white man with black-rimmed glasses. Tony Stark was also familiar with him. Justin Hanma. Justin Hanma, the second-largest arms manufacturer in the United States, is the boss of Hanma Industries. His Hanma industry has been suppressed by Tony_Stark's Stark Industries, and has always been at a disadvantage in the grabbing of government arms and weapons orders. The emergence of extremely powerful steel battleclothes has made Justin Han silently saw the opportunity to surpass Stark Industries and become the world's largest arms manufacturer. After Tony Stark invented steel battleclothes and demonstrated the power of steel battleclothes to the world as Iron Man, he valued one's own old broom to this powerful weapon that can change the world's situation. Refused to conduct large-scale manufacturing and sell to the military. The U.S. government, which hit a wall with Tony_Stark, found Hanma Industries and asked them to imitate steel battleclothes. When the time comes, the military will purchase in large quantities. This is an epoch, making the price and profit of this powerful weapon must be amazing. Justin Hanma is determined to seize this opportunity to defeat Stark Industries in one fell swoop and replace its position as the largest U.S. arms supplier. My Steel Suit 215. My Steel Suit 215. With strong steel battleclothes, Hanma Industries will rise to become the world's strongest weapons manufacturing group, stepping on Tony Stark's arrogant and conceited genius. In fact, the government has not thought about taking the steel battleclothes from Tony_Stark, but Tony_Stark is now not only the identity of Iron Man well known, but also has many fans, and recently joined the command officer Chen Mo formed a strategic response team composed of superheroes to deal with special events threatening the safety of the Earth. His current identity is a superhero who maintains the safety of the Earth. Without making any mistakes, he wants to forcefully confiscate steel battleclothes from him, regardless of the impact or the face. The resistance is very huge, so the government can only retreat and put its hopes on Hanma Industries. However, the imitation of steel battleclothes is not progressing smoothly. With the joint efforts of a large number of top mechanical and weapon engineers from Hanma Industries, up to now, only a few unremarkable prototypes have been made. The power and transmission of the entire battleclothes, many systems such as control, shock absorption, etc. all have a lot of problems, and it is impossible to fight at all. There have even been accidents, serious injuries and even deaths of many drivers in the experiment. Seeing that the patience of the government is gradually exhausted, and he is becoming more and more dissatisfied with him, it is very likely that he will give up support for him and turn to Tony Stark to seek cooperation again. Justin Hanma is not reconciled. Finally, the opportunity I waited was lost, so I made up my mind and decided to take the risk. The steel battleclothes were invented by Tony_Stark. Since imitation cannot be achieved, Just grab it. As long as there is a real steel battle clothes as the research object, with the strong research and development strength of Hanma Industries, they will be able to successfully create their own steel soldiers. However, Justin Hammer did not rashly send someone to Tony_Stark's villa to grab the steel battle clothes, let alone whether the person he sent was the opponent of Tony_Stark wearing steel battle clothes. He still remembers the press conference held by the military some time ago. The legendary hero of World War II, the powerful Commander Chen Mo, is still alive and now lives in Tony_Stark's villa. Justin Hanma doesn't think that his mercenaries can grab anything from his hands. Actually, some time ago, since the rescue of Tony Stark in Afghanistan, Commander Chen Mo, who has stayed in the villa and never left, once left the villa and went to a Chinese house in Brooklyn. Dojo stayed for some time. This was originally a great opportunity, but Justin Hammer, who was a little timid at the time, was still confident in his engineers. At that time, he was not at all planning to take risks. When he realized that these people under his own hands could not replicate the steel battle clothes at all, he made up his mind and decided to attack Tony_Stark, but Chen Mo had returned to Tony again. It is easy to muster the courage, and the plan to be implemented is aborted. Justin Hammer, who was unwilling to give up, launched his own intelligence network again. After spending a lot of money, he finally found a breakthrough point. As a super playboy, Tony Stark has an adopted daughter or sister. It is Sharon Rogers, who is still in high school. There is not much information about this girl, except that she is Tony_Stark's father, an orphan left by one of Howard_Stark's comrades, adopted by Tony. As to whether the two are father and daughter or siblings are not known. In short, he is the guardian of Sharon Rogers. She has been raised from a 6-year-old little Luoli to great accomplishment and now a young girl. They have lived together for more than 10 years. The relationship between the two must be very deep. With her as a bargaining chip, you can definitely get what he wants from Tony_Stark. So, Justin Hammer continued to wave his banknotes and recruited a group of outlaws, an elite mercenary who could take risks for money and do anything for him. After finishing the last class of the afternoon, Sharon Rogers greeted the classmates around him and walked out of the classroom with a backpack. Starting from tomorrow, the school will be closed. Pepper's elder sister called her in advance and said that Happy would come and pick her up. Since the last time Tony came back from Afghanistan, he was at the airport. After seeing each other, he never went home and didn't know what happened to that guy. Furthermore, I heard Pepper said that there are several guests in the family, all of whom are very powerful characters. One of them is Tony's elder. Specifically, Pepper didn't elaborate on the phone. The arrogant fellow Tony, except for women, never stayed at home for the night, but these people lived in the villa for many days. This made her very curious about these people. Sharon curiously guessed the identities of these guests, and while carrying a backpack, walked towards the gate of the school, where Happy should have been waiting for her. While thinking and walking, Sharon Rogers quickly walked to the parking lot on the side of the school gate. This is a well-known aristocratic school in New York. The students studying here have very good home conditions. The parking lot on campus is full of famous cars. Carina Beetle by Sharon Rogers very unremarkable among these expensive luxury cars. Although he is not at all related to Tony_Stark by blood, Tony really treats her like a biological younger sister. Naturally, he will not be reluctant to spend money on her. There are many antiques in the underground garage of the Seaside Villa. The famous car, a red sports car in the top supercar, was bought by Tony Stark for Sharon. It's just obvious that Sharon doesn't agree with Tony's vision. Compared to cool sports cars, she prefers cute Beetle. The precocious Sharon does not like to show off like other students, and she never mentions her relationship with Tony Stark in front of her classmates. So in the eyes of her classmates, she is just a pretty girl, but a girl of ordinary family. Studying in this expensive aristocratic school is likely to cost her family a lot of money savings, so she will study so hard and have such good grades. They didn't know that in Sharon Rogers' view, they were all too naive. just like Tony Stark. I glanced at the beloved Karina Beetle among the flowers. Sharon didn't stop, and walked towards the gate not far away. She has seen the Tony Stark's Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road, and Harpy waiting for her by the car. My Steel Suit 216. My Steel Suit 216. Seeing Harpy, who was sent by Pepper to pick her up, Sharon was about to speed up and walk over, when a bright orange Porsche Roadster suddenly came close to her. A hard brake squeak. A handsome boy in the driver's seat turned his head, thinking he moved towards Sharon Rogers, and shouted, "Hi, classmate Sharon, is your car broken? Do you want me to send you?" The beautiful and moving Sharon Rogers has many suitors in the school. This boy is obviously one of them. "No need, someone will come to pick me up." Girls are prematurely mature than male children. Sharon Rogers is even more mature than ordinary peers. I didn't want to play any emotional game with these naive boys, and after a casual deal, I planned to continue moving towards the gate. But before she could take her foot, another girl's shout came from behind. "Sharon, you really ran away." "Don't talk about loyalty, you traitor," we said. "We were going to Shirley's to open a party tonight, but you secretly let us run away." Sharon Rogers, hearing this, helplessly stopped, turned and looked behind, and saw her good friend Amy and several other young lady sisters aggressively rushing towards the parking lot. The sharp-eyed Amy spotted Sharon in front of him and shouted directly. Before the holiday, they planned to go to Shirley's house to have a party together. Sharon was not very interested at first. After receiving Pepper's call, she wanted to go home early to see Tony and a few mysterious guests. Sharon knows that with her young lady's personality, if she directly says that she wants to go home and does not go to the party, she will definitely be stalked by them and held on. Amy and a few people usually linger for a long time after school every time, so Sharon took the opportunity to take a step first. At worst, when the time comes, call them and say that there is something I can't do. At most, they complained a few words about her. There is no way to keep people from letting go. "But I was delayed by that handsome guy just now," but she was found to have escaped, and Amy, who had chased it out in advance, found her. Since she had been caught, Sharon Rogers couldn't escape anymore, so she stood helplessly waiting for them to come over, while fiercely glared at the perpetrator who made her escape failed. The boy touched his nose angrily, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he watched happily. "They just said that they are going to have a party. If Sharon goes there, do you want to be thick?" Facial asked to join in. Soon, Amy walked over aggressively with a bad face. "Do you have anything to say?" Amy put arms across chest, panting with rage, and asked Sharon. Some babies' fat little faces became more. It was round. She didn't create the imposing manner she wanted at all, but looked very cute. Sharon couldn't help but extend the hand, squeezed Amy's fleshy little face, and said softly like a little sister, "This time I really have something to do. The family sent a car to pick me up. I will play with you next time, okay?" Amy turned her head angrily. Lun shook his hand away and questioned while rubbing his cheek, "You dare to lie? You usually drive by yourself, and you have never seen your family pick you up. Okay, tell me, which car is it? If someone really come to pick you up, I'll let you go." Sharon usually drives by herself, and she hasn't been sent off, and it's no wonder Amy doesn't believe it. At this time, several other girls in the same class who were passing by, who didn't deal with them very much, heard their conversation. One of them was very exquisitely dressed, with his head raised, and the swan-like proud girl suddenly laughed. Said aloud, "Hee hee, I think our Cinderella is afraid that she will make a fool of herself when she goes to Shirley's villa. I'm also very curious. Come and pick us up." "What kind of car is the girl's?" "Pumpkin carriage." "It's not also a beetle, right?" "Ha ha ha ha." The girl seems to be the leader of several girls, and the others are dressed up like her. After she finished speaking, the girl laughed heartily with her. Different from China, Beetle is a compact family car in the United States. Its status is equivalent to the domestic QQ. The price is only about $20,000. It is usually opened by ordinary people. They are rich and powerful. Few children in the family are willing to drive such low-end cars. So drove the Beetle, usually did not see a luxury car pickup. Sharon Rogers, who is straightforward and does not like to dress up, became a Cinderella in the eyes of some people. Especially Sharon Rogers is naturally beautiful and looks very beautiful. She doesn't like to dress up. She is refreshing and clean. She is very good at learning. Many boys and children are fascinated by her, even girls such as Amy. Attracted by her straightforward, cheerful and mature personality, she gathered around her. Although most people think that the family is ordinary, but the popularity in school is very good. Many people dress up all day, but she is jealous of the proud princesses who are easy to compare. It was hard to catch an opportunity, and naturally ruthless ridiculed. Sharon Rogers didn't bother to take care of these naive little girls. She didn't even bother to take a look. She ignored these proud peacocks, but Amy, who was also a little girl, couldn't bear it. Roll up his sleeves and plan to quarrel with them. Jessica, you. When Sharon Rogers saw this, he waved and stopped Amy. Okay, what can I do with them? Look over there, that car is here to pick me up. Sharon Rogers reached out to the black parked at the door Rolls-Royce Phantom. Harpy, who was waiting by the car, saw Sharon pointing over, waved to her quickly, and shouted, "Young lady." Amy was a little surprised when she saw this. She originally thought Sharon was lying to them, but just because she didn't want to make excuses, she didn't expect it. Someone from here came to pick her up, and it was the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and called her young lady, which was completely different from their previous guesses. Turning back, Amy stared at Sharon Rogers with wide eyes. Sharon Rogers, you are quite hidden. If we weren't caught by us today, when are you going to lie to us? The face unexpectedly looked at the luxurious Rolls-Royce and the sturdy driver next to him, and then turned to look at Sharon Rogers, who was dressed in a clean and simple manner. If it hadn't been for the driver to call Sharon young lady, Sharon Rogers, who drove the Beetle in a low-key manner, turned out to be a wealthy young lady with a background is quite extraordinary. Sharon Rogers shrugged very calmly in the face of questions from her friends. I didn't lie to you. Don't admit it yet. Amy's round face burst, and said angrily, then why are you driving a Beetle? Sharon, hearing this, turned to glance at the distinctive Carina Beetle in the luxury car group, and said dotingly, because I like it. Sports cars and so on are too vulgar. Don't you think my little Beetle is so cute? Amy, hearing this, could not help but look towards Sharon. The Beetle car, attracted by its pink color and cute appearance, couldn't help but cautious in his eyes, involuntarily pointed his little head and said, well, it's very cute. When she saw this, Shirley couldn't help but roll the eyes and pinched her arm, which made her sober. Immediately stared again, hands on his waist, moved towards Sharon Rogers, loudly said, even so, why did you never talk about the situation in your family? You never asked. Sharon's words left several people speechless. It is indeed no wonder Sharon Rogers. They thought that Sharon's family conditions were average. In order to take care of her self-esteem, they never asked her family's situation. Then, why never had a car come to pick you up before? After thinking about it for a long time, Amy thought about it again. Then he thought of another question. I can drive by myself. Why do I have to be picked up? This time I sent someone from my family in advance, or I will drive back by myself. Then, Amy has no problem at all this time. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally put down the arm that was stuck in her waist. Well, you are reasonable. Sharon Rogers couldn't help touching Amy's head when she saw it, and said dozingly, well, I didn't keep you from deliberately. There is nothing to say. We play together and it has nothing to do with family background. Amy, hearing this, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes. Just then, Jessica on one side suddenly stared at the license plate of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, stared wide-eyed. What is your relationship with Tony Stark? Jessica turned her head abruptly, looked at Sharon Rogers with a complicated expression, and asked excitedly. Amy and several people hearing this are all taken aback. Tony_Stark, are you talking about Iron Man? Several people asked suspiciously. Yes, it's Iron Man Tony Stark, Jessica said, pointing her finger at the black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Look at the license plate of that car, Stark 5. That's Tony_Stark's car. Everyone turned their heads and looked around and found the Rolls-Royce. The license plate is indeed Stark 5. Jessica is an avid fan of Iron Man and is very concerned about Tony_Stark's news. She once read about Tony_Stark's many luxury cars in a magazine. The introduction focuses on several of the cars he often rides. One of their biggest features is that the license plate numbers all start with Tony Stark's surname, Stark, and Stark 5 is exactly a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. This time, everyone present has exploded. Iron Man's car, what does this mean? Amy and Shirley quickly rushed to Sharon Rogers and took her arm. Sharon, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Tony_Stark? Sharon, Tony_Stark won't be your father, right? My classmate turned out to be Iron Man's daughter. OMG, OMG. Sharon Rogers didn't expect a car and a license plate to expose herself and Tony_Stark. However, she didn't mean to hide it deliberately. She didn't take the initiative to say it before, but she didn't want to show off. Now that she was discovered, she didn't have to deceive them. Waving a hand to stop the non-stop questioning and speculation of the girls, Sharon Rogers slowly said, "Okay, that is indeed Tony Stark's car. I live with him." Just as the fans of Iron Man below were excited when Chi-Chi wanted to ask questions, Sharon Rogers interrupted them again with a wave. "But, we are not father and daughter. Tony_Stark is mine." Speaking of this, Sharon Rogers said in a speech, and she couldn't help but think of her childhood and Tony_Stark lives together bit by bit. She likes riding horses, so he let her ride around her neck and run around the room. She giggled happily, but he browbeated with sweat. She was afraid of the dark at night and dare not be alone when he went to bed. He sat by her bed and told her a story. He coaxed her to sleep before going back to sleep. He developed a new weapon in the laboratory, and she played by herself next to him. He accidentally fell and cried. He hurriedly put down the missile in his hand to pick her up and check if there was anything wrong with her. In the end, the missile exploded and blew up half of the laboratory. His beloved Lord car was painted abstractly by her. He was reluctant to scold her and praised her with tears in his eyes. Later, she painted all the cars as a little person. So he really cried. Thinking of all the past, Sharon Rogers couldn't help but evoke a warm smile at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the people in front of her and said softly, "He is my brother." Hearing Sharon Rogers' answer, the girls next to him finally couldn't help them, and they all clamored to see the idol Iron Man. Even the guy who had been cool on the sports car next to him couldn't help it, got out of the car and joined the girls' team. "Sharon, we are good sisters. Anyway, you must show me my idol." Amy took Sharon's hand and shouted excitedly, "There is me!" And me. Shirley and the others also shouted. Sharon looked at these Tony fans and rolled the eyes helplessly. What is good about Tony except being handsome? These ignorant girls and boys. Sharon glanced at the crowd. The boy with an excited expression added, "Okay, I'll go back and ask him. If he doesn't want me, I can't do anything. After all, it's my classmates and friends. Let's help them ask." I don't know if Tony, the selfish and arrogant guy, would be willing to talk to his little fans. "You are his younger sister. He will definitely agree," Shirley said confidently. Her fascinating expression seemed to have seen an idol. Amy is not so optimistic. She also has a big brother, and her big brother is not responsive to her. "Sharon, if he doesn't agree, you will tell your daddy. He must be against you." "That's how I did it, and it was me every time. Win." My Steel Suit 217. My Steel Suit 217. "Daddy." Sharon Rogers became silent after hearing Amy's words. Since she remembered, she seemed to be with Tony_Stark lived together. Before that, she was too young and her memories were very vague. For her father, there was only a tall and strong vague silhouette like a mountain in her memory, but she did not remember his looks at all. She once asked Tony Stark, but he only knew that her father and his father Howard were comrades in arms. As for his specific identity, he did not know. Although Tony_Stark and Pepper treat her as kind to her as relatives, she has never had a father in her life. At this time, listening to Amy mentions it, She can't help but feel a little lost. She has never the opportunity to complain to Daddy. She doesn't even know who her father is. "What's wrong, Sharon?" Seeing her suddenly in a daze, Amy couldn't help shaking her arm and asked strangely. "Oh, nothing." "Then I will go back first." Sharon came back to his senses and quickly explained, then turned around and waited for her at the school gate. I walked away. "Don't forget what I taught you." "Must succeed," Amy shouted loudly from behind, waving her small fist. "Got it." Sharon turned her head and moved towards. They waved her hand, then turned her head and pulled the shoulder strap of the backpack, packed her mood, and walked towards the door. Seeing that Sharon had finished speaking with the classmates, the harpy in the car smiled and opened the car door for her in advance, ready to welcome the noble little princess home. Just as Sharon walked to the door, and Harpy was about to greet her with a smile on his face, two black unlicensed off-road vehicles suddenly rushed out of the spur, and braked harshly. In the sound, it just stopped in front of Sharon Rogers. The car was not completely stopped. The doors of the two cars were opened. Several sturdy men wearing black combat uniforms and skull masks suddenly jumped out of the car, moved towards Sharon Rogers, who was standing at the door, rushed over. Harpy was shocked when he saw this, and quickly drew his pistol from his waist and pointed it at these militants of unknown origin. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop! Stay there! Don't move!" His warning is not at all for any effect. The two masked militants closest to him he had been discovered a long time ago, and as he raised the gun, the two also raised the long automatic rifle in their hands, and pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. Xiet. Happy was shocked when he saw this, and quickly jumped behind Rolls-Royce. Immediately afterwards, rain-like bullets shot over and hit the Rolls-Royce's body, bursting with sparks. Harpy bent down and hid behind the body, feeling the body vibrating constantly under the burst of rifle bullets. Bullets flew over his head from time to time, and for a while, he was completely suppressed. After getting in the car, there is no way to appear. Students near the gate of the school, teacher and their parents heard the sudden sound of gunshots, all screaming and hiding their heads to avoid. There are few school shootings in the United States. Everyone heard the sound of gunfire, thought is to run. Everyone can run, but Harpy can't. He can't even hide behind the car all the time. These people are obviously going to Sharon. If they drag on, Sharon will definitely be in danger. Can't wait any longer. Harpy squatted behind the car and scanned the surroundings, and found that there was also a car parked not far away. The two cars were about 3 to 4 meters apart. At this time, he couldn't care too much. After gritting his teeth, Harpy squeezed the pistol, deeply exhaled, and a forward came out from the Rolls-Royce side. The two militants have been preventing him from counterattacking with probes, and the bullets are also pouring into the position where he is hiding. But there is no defense that he will suddenly rush out from the side, completely exposed to their muzzle under. The two immediately turned their guns to get rid of the bodyguard who got in the way, but before they waited for them to take aim, Happy pulled the trigger first. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 consecutive gunshots, 2 militants were shot together. One of them groaned, and the rifle in his hand fell uncontrollably, coming down. But the other person only shook his body twice, and then proceeded to point the muzzle at Harpy casually. I saw 3 holes in the combat uniforms of the 2 men's chests with bullets, but the bullets were not at all shot in, but were embedded in the inner body armor, not at all causing them the damage. Was that the missed bullet hit one of them in the arm, causing him to temporarily lose his battle strength. Happy saw that this attack failed to kill the 2, and a rifle moved towards him again, and there was no time to continue the attack. He quickly moved towards the car next to him and rushed over. The bullet fired from the rifle of the uninjured militant followed Happy's back and hit the ground and the car body, hitting sparks, but Happy managed to avoid it. Hiding behind the car, Harpy's chest undulated violently, and his breathing was very heavy. Although it was only a few meters away, he almost exhausted all his strength. I just passed by in front of the gates of hell, but Harpy didn't choose to continue hiding behind the car. Instead, He didn't even have time to catch his breath and jumped out of the car again. Raising their guns, moved towards the two militants in front of them, fired desperately, because when he just jumped out from behind the Rolls-Royce, he saw several other masked militants approaching Sharon Rogers and started doing it on her. Sharon Rogers has often followed Tony Stark to play in Chinese dojos since she was a child, and also learned some simple fighting skills. It is very easy to deal with ordinary hooligan. But after all, she is just a little girl, her strength is too weak. When encountering these elite mercenary fighters, her resistance seems a little weak, and she is quickly dragged by the system to the one who is parked next to her. The off-road vehicle goes. At this time, Harpy didn't care about his own safety anymore, and stood up recklessly, moving towards the militant who was still shooting towards the body, and fired several shots. He didn't expect how Harpy would repeat the same tricks, and he jumped out of the car bunker again regardless of his own safety, and was hit by Harpy directly on the head. The original continuously gunshots suddenly stopped. A burst of red and white brains slowly trickled out of the bullet holes in the head, and the body also fell softly to the ground. Resolved the immediate threat, Harpy ignored the others, and quickly pointed the gun at the militant holding Sharon Rogers. Just before he pulls the trigger, a gunshot suddenly rang out in front of him. Harpy's whole body as if was struck by lightning. He only felt a pain in the abdomen, and the strength of his whole body seemed to be rapid. The loss of the gun, the arm holding the gun became weak, and it fell softly, and he could no longer lift the pistol. I saw the militant who had been shot in the arm by him before. I didn't know when he dropped the rifle. The hand that was intact took out a pistol from the holster next to his leg. At this moment the muzzle was pointed at Happy. The white smoke from the muzzle had not yet dispersed. Happy Hogan clutched the shot abdomen, leaning on the car full of bullet holes, and slowly collapsed to the ground. Just when the militant who was injured by Harpy planned to continue shooting and kill Harpy to avenge himself and his companions, on the other side, although Sharon Rogers tried to resist, it was forced into the off-road vehicle. Seeing that the mission was completed, Captain, the leading mercenary, directly ordered a quick evacuation. Their original plan was to take her away immediately after the target appeared, and quickly evacuate. When the people around them reacted, they had already escaped. But the accidental appearance of Harpy disrupted their plans and triggered an unexpected gun battle. The police were probably on the way to arrive, and they had to evacuate quickly. Receiving the captain's order to evacuate, the mercenary in front of Harpy had to drop Harpy and ran to the car quickly. He knows their captain's style of doing things. If he didn't follow the order and evacuated quickly, instead of delaying time to kill Harpy, then Captain would never wait for him for even a second, but would directly lead the team to leave him alone, and leave it to the police who arrive later. As for whether he will reveal their identities and whereabouts, not to mention that he has never seen Captain's true face. He doesn't even know where they are going to send their tied target. Only Captain knew the whole plan. People like them were just following orders. Even if they were caught by the police, they would have no effect on others. Unwilling to put down the pistol, the injured mercenary no longer cared about the badly injured Happy, and rushed into the off-road vehicle at full speed. Just got into the carriage, before the door could be closed, the off-road vehicle roared and rushed out, and quickly disappeared at the corner of the street. At this moment, there was a sound of closing the door. There was a sound. Obviously, if the mercenary had been delayed for a while, he would be left behind by the off-road vehicle. Harpy got a shot in the abdomen, slumped on the ground with his back leaning on the car, angrily watching the two off-road vehicles disappear into the corner of the street, eyes full of anxiety. It's too late to be grateful that he escaped from the dead, and he didn't care about his injuries. Harpy, who became very weak due to a large amount of blood loss, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and used a trembling finger dialed Pepper's phone. As for why it is not Tony_Stark, apparently in Harpyan mind, Pepper is much more reliable than Tony_Stark. After experiencing the initial panic, Amy and the others in the school looked at Harpy Hogan, who had fallen in a pool of blood, and Sharon Rogers, who had just been taken away in front of them. Hurriedly called the police and called an ambulance. Tony_Stark's seaside villa. Identified who kidnapped Sharon Rogers. Tony quickly found out the current position of Justin Hammer through Jarvis. He is not an elite mercenary, and his actions are not as concealed as they are. Justin Hammer, who thought he would not be discovered so soon, did not mean to hide his whereabouts. Jarvis easily found him through the city monitoring system. He is in Hanmer Industries now. And soon they also discovered that two unlicensed black off-road vehicles drove into Hanmer through a hidden side door in the industrial factory area. If there is no accident, the car should be the kidnapped Sharon Rogers. Finding the location of the main messenger and Sharon, Tony_Stark was going to fly out even though he put on Mark III steel battle clothes and the thrusters under his feet started. Hold on. Chen Mo suddenly stopped Tony_Stark. Tony_Stark, who was flying towards the garage passage leading to the ground, stopped in the air, hovering in midair, and turned to look at Chen Mo suspiciously. Hammer Industries is so big, do you know where they hid Sharon? Tony Stark was taken aback by Chen Mo's question. Yes, Han is second only to Stark Industries' second largest arms supplier in the US. Murder Industries is not much smaller than Stark Industries. It covers a very large area. There are many factories, office buildings and other buildings inside. It's hard to find. Although the power of Mark III is powerful, it is useless to find a target. In many cases, power alone is not enough. The monitoring system of Hanmer Industry is independent, not at all connected to the internet, so Jarvis cannot invade. Before through the invasion of the city monitoring system, I only knew that Justin Hanmer entered Hanmer Industry and did not come out at all. Found his specific location. The same is true for the two off-road vehicles that kidnapped Sharon Rogers. They only found out that the vehicles had driven into Hanmer Industries through monitoring outside Hanmer Industries, but they did not know where they ended up going. Hanmer Industries is so big, it is simply unrealistic to expect a little bit to find it. What should I do? Tony_Stark asked anxiously. The sudden kidnapping of Sharon Rogers left him in a mess for a while. There was simply no way to calmly think about it and found out after my previous plan simply didn't work. I placed my hopes on Chen Mo, and Dad would have a solution. You first go to Hanmer Industries to stand by. Without my order, you are not allowed to act blindly without thinking. Be careful, don't be discovered by them. Tony_Stark hearing this didn't ask much. He turned around, the thrusters under his feet and palms increased the power output, ejected a dazzling white flame, pushed him forward, and quickly flew out along the arc-shaped garage passage. In midair traversed a beautiful arc and rushed to the location marked on the map at full speed. He believes that Chen Mo will arrange the following things. All he has to do is to act according to Chen Mo's instructions. The famous legendary hero, Commander Chen Mo, will definitely lead them to rescue successfully Sharon Rogers. After Tony set off, Chen Mo looked towards Wang Jin and Natasha Romanoff beside him. Wang Jin, you drive Natasha to the outskirts of Hanmer Industrial in a Batwar chariot, and then stand by outside. Don't be exposed. Chen Mo looked at his face seriously. There is also a somewhat immature Wang Jin, solemnly said. My steel suit 218. My steel suit 218. Yes. Wang Jin's complexion turned red with excitement, and he responded in a loud voice with an extremely exciting voice. He is going to fight with Iron Man and the Commander. He has been yearning for something even in dreams that things come true so soon. Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards the sexy and beautiful super agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Natasha, after arriving at Hanmer Industries, you secretly sneak into their headquarters building, control the central monitoring room of Hanmer Industries, and find Justin Hanmer and Sharon. Yes, Commander. At this time, since Chen Mo had smashed her identity, she didn't need to continue to hide, and immediately took the order. Although the identity of the founder of Chen Mo Shield is not well known, his current identity on the surface is a commander of the Special Forces of the State Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. He belongs to the absolute top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Have the right to command her as a senior agent. Even if Nick Fury asks, at worst it is said that Chen Mo's identity was discovered by Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's ability, It's not surprising to find her identity. She was forced helpless to Chen Mo confessed that the status of the senior agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau is logical. When the time comes as the commander of Chen Mo's special forces, it is normal to direct her to perform tasks. In fact, Chen Mo didn't intend to reveal her identity, so she let her complete the task here under the name of Nick Fury. Anyway, it is her own person and has no influence on them. It's just that, because Hanma Industries' monitoring system is not at all connected, Jarvis can't invade, so they can only start from within. Among the people in the villa, the ability to sneak in, except Chen Mo in addition, it must belong to the top agent Natasha Romanoff strongest. So, Chen Mo ordered Natasha Romanoff to sneak into the Hanma Industrial Building secretly, control the monitoring room, and find out the locations of Justin Hammer and Sharon Rogers for the next rescue action. Chen Mo originally asked Wang Jin to send Natasha Romanoff, a sexy personal assistant, to Hanma Industries, which made the other two strangers. After hearing the task assigned to her by Chen Mo, the two were even stared wide-eyed in surprise. Not to mention this task is a weak girl, even they are the big lords. It is difficult to complete. It is not enough to sneak in. If Wang Jin goes, it is estimated that everyone will be alarmed as soon as he enters the door. Not to mention whether he can enter the monitoring room smoothly. The bad consequences that may be caused by just beating the grass to scare the snake are enough for them to eat a pot. Natasha Romanoff's sudden change of temperament when he responded to Chen Mo's order made it even more difficult for the two to accept. The originally sexually perceptive beauty assistant has transformed into a valiant and formidable-looking, murderous or the dignified beauty agent. This made them a little bit too adaptable for a while. Until this time, the two people realized that the beauty assistant who has been taking care of their daily lives turned out to be a female agent. But looking at the two of them just now, she seems to be Chen Mo's subordinate. Reminiscent of Chen Mo's identity as a major general in the US military and the formation of a superhero team, it is obvious that Chen Mo's identity behind the scenes is not simple, and it is not a big deal to have a few agents under him. Ethan caught a mission, but remember, before in Afghanistan, Chen Mo broke into the terrorist base with two powerful agents and rescued him and Tony Stark. The name was L. Coulson's agents visited the villa several times later. However, is it really good to send a beautiful agent to serve as an assistant by your side? In spite of Wang Jin and Ethan caught Akademician's surprise at their true identity, Natasha Romanoff took a tactical communication headset from Chen Mo and went straight to the black parked in the garage Bat War Chariot. As for Tony and Wang Jin, whether it is Mark III, Bat War Chariot, or their nano-combat uniforms, they all have communication functions, and they have been connected to Jarvis and can talk at any time. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Standing next to the war chariot, Natasha Romanoff turned and moved towards Wang Jin, who was behind, urged very directly. Completing the task is the first thing. She is thinking about how to complete the task assigned by Chen Mo as soon as possible. She doesn't allow Wang Jin to waste time. Wang Jin looked like a different person. Natasha Romanoff, who was swift and decisive, showing off one's ability, quickly speeded up and ran over. Soon, Wang Jin also drove the Bat War Chariot and drove Natasha Romanoff to Hanma Industries, leaving only Ethan caught Akademician and Chen Mo in the garage. Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Ethan, with a hint of thought in his eyes. I'm not navigating properly. Ethan caught Akademician saw Chen Mo's eyes, afraid he would follow the last time the same left him to navigate him, and quickly interrupted him. Jarvis can do this. I have to do something too. Chen Mo hearing this seriously looked at Ethan caught Akademician and saw that he looked firm. After thinking about it a bit, it was finally nodded. Okay, then you put on the Mark II and stand by over Hanma Industries with Tony. Pay attention, you must not be found. Justin Hammer at this time I don't know that his actions and positions have been discovered, and the situation is still stable. Once he is discovered, he will definitely beat the grass to scare the snake, which will adversely affect the subsequent rescue operations. and may even cause damage. Sharon poses a danger. Don't worry. Ethan Kortekadamishan received Chen Mo's approval, and the happy nodded promised that he finally had the opportunity to participate in the action. To Ethan Kortekadamishan, Chen Mo is quite relieved, nodded. Chen Mo said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, equip Ethan with Mark II." "Yes, Lord." Wait for Mark II to be equipped on the dressing platform. When Ethan Kortekadamishan of steel battle clothes stumbled back to Chen Mo had already been seated in a silver Audi R8 Roadster and was also ready to go. "Can you?" Looking at the look of Ethan Kortekadamishan walking around, Chen Mo asked a little worried. "No problem. I'm not used to wearing it for the first time. Just get used to it." Ethan Kortekadamishan's confident voice came from the speaker of the armor. "Well, then you pay attention to safety, remember. Don't expose." Chen Mo again cautiously asked. Ethan Kortekadamishan hearing this vigorously nodded. At this moment, Tony_Stark's voice suddenly sounded from the two communicators. "I have arrived in the sky above Hanma Industry, and no target was found. Stand by." Chen Mo finished speaking to Tony and turned around, looked towards Ethan in steel battle clothes, said solemnly, "Go." "My steel suit 219. My steel suit 219. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he started the sports car ready to go. Ethan Kortekadamishan saw it and turned on the propeller under the steel battle clothes and the flight stabilizer in the palm of his hand. Although it was shaking, it still slowly floated into the air. Ethan was very satisfied with his operating ability when he saw it, and even adjusted the direction, increased the power, and flew towards the garage exit. It's just that although Ethan Kortekadamishan has participated in the development and upgrade of steel battle clothes, he has not personally operated it after all, and he still underestimates the power of Mark II. Ethan Kortekadamishan, who was flying steel battle clothes for the first time, used too much force when adjusting the power of the thruster. The thruster, originally suspended at the feet of Mark II in midair, suddenly ejected two hot waves. The white flame of light, the powerful thrust, pushed the battle clothes to accelerate instantly, and hit the ceiling above the garage exit heavily, then bounced back and hit the garage floor heavily. Boom! A heavy metal crash sounded in the garage, and at the same time there was also a sound of metal rubbing, tearing and disconnecting. Ethan Kortekadamishan, under the protection of the battle clothes buffer system, was nothing. He shook his head, which was a little dizzy in the impact and tumbling just now. Ethan looked up, but found that his vision Chen Mo's eyes just met. Sitting in the driving position of the sports car, Chen Mo, who held the steering wheel in both hands, stared straight ahead. The coldness in his eyes made Ethan Kortekadamishan's heart cold. This perspective. Ethan Kortekadamishan looked down and found that he was stuck in the front of the sports car driven by Chen Mo. The front of the car was squashed by him. At the same time as he looked down, a creak of metal distortion sounded again, and the body shook again, and suddenly sank a bit, and the chassis hit the ground with a peng sound. Next, in the sight of Ethan Kortekadamishan, a circular black object suddenly appeared and moved slowly to one side. Ethan looked up and saw that it was a tire, but one of the front wheels of the sports car had just fallen off from the sports car, and he moved towards the side, slowly rolled over. Boom! Under Ethan's gaze, the tire rolled beside a few luxury cars parked next to the garage, and hit a Lamborghini bumper straight. The rolling tires finally stopped, but this Lamborghini that was slightly hit suddenly broke apart with a bang. The bumper fell off halfway, the rear-view mirror fell off, and the chassis was even worse. It sank a lot. After that, like a chain reaction, all the cars squatted with rustling sound in a continuous bang. Ethan Kortekadamishan, still trapped in the front of Chen Mo, watched the magical scene stupidly, with 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. In fact, it's not that the formidable power of this tire is so huge, but that all these cars were dismantled during the previous development of the Bat War chariot. Many parts have been removed, and Tony has not poured out time to repair them, so now it's just an empty shelf. The connecting bolts are just screwed in hastily. They were simply not tightened, so they fell apart after being knocked lightly. In the entire garage, the only thing that is intact and can be used normally is the Audi R8 driven by Chen Mo. Of course, that was before, and now, the only survivor was given to Ethan Kortekadamishan. Sitting badly, Chen Mo opened the door and got out of the car with a cold face, standing in front of the car and staring at Ethan. Ethan, who was uncomfortable by Chen Mo's eyes, crawled out of the front of the car in a hurry, and after a harsh metal distortion, stood in front of Chen Mo angrily. That or else I won't go. You can fly over in Mark II. Ethan Kortekadamishan's face under the helmet was flushed at this moment. Confidently, he said that there was no problem, and he had done such a big oolong before he went out. They are going to save people, not because he wasted time. Now the sports car is broken, the best way is to let Chen Mo change into the Mark II to rush over. Chen Mo fiercely glared at Ethan Kortekadamishan, and saw that he quickly lowered his head, like a child who did something wrong, and did not dare to speak. It's too late. Mark II is not a Mark III that can be deployed quickly. It requires a dressing platform to disassemble and disassemble each component. It takes waste to wear and tear, not a short time. Tony has arrived first, and Wang Jin and Natasha Romanoff have also set off for a while. At their speed, it is almost time to arrive at this time, waiting for Natasha Romanoff to sneak into control monitoring center. They must start to act immediately. At this time, Sharon Rogers is in the hands of the opponent, and every delay may be dangerous, so Chen Mo does not intend to waste time on this. Now it seems that there is only one way. Chen Mo glanced at the sports car that was smashed into scrap by Ethan Kortekadamishan, and looked at Ethan Kortekadamishan, who was wearing armor, but somewhat at a loss, said with a weird expression, "If you do something yourself, then you have to bear the consequences." Ethan Kortekadamishan was tingled with Chen Mo's strange eyes, and told him intuitively, smashing Chen Mo's sports car is the worst thing he has ever done in his life, and Chen Mo's next words give him a very bad premonition. It seems that a very bad thing is about to happen. In response to Chen Mo's weird look, Ethan Kortekadamishan restless asked in a low voice, What is the consequence? Commander, we have reached the outskirts of Hanma Industries. Agent Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded in Chen Mo's ears. Very well, everything went according to the original plan. Wang Jin is on standby, pay attention to concealment. Natasha sneaks in secretly and controls the monitoring room. Tony, find out the location of the monitoring room and guide Natasha. I will be there soon. Chen Mo gave the action order in a deep voice. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Jin in the ground war chariot, Natasha Romanoff and Tony Stark respond yet in unison while hovering high. In a blind spot not far from Hanma Industries, there is a black war chariot that all around is obscured by buildings, and it casts a black war chariot like a ghost in the darkness. Is creeping quietly in the shadows, silently. The edges and corners are distinct, and there is no gleam of light on the mighty and heavy body. If you don't look closely, you can't find it from a distance. Following Chen Mo's order, the armor on the side of the car suddenly opened, and a lithe and graceful silhouette quickly emerged from the car. With the help of the terrain, it quickly disappeared in the distance. Place. My steel suit 220. My steel suit 220. After Natasha Romanoff left, the armor of the open car door slowly closed, and everything returned to its previous state. The pitch-black Bat War chariot creeps quietly in the darkness, ready to go, ready to rush out of the darkness and go into battle at any time. Jarvis, call out the layout of the Hanma Industrial Park and the distribution of headquarters buildings, and find the monitoring room. Yes, sir. Although Hanma Industries' monitoring system operates independently and is not connected to the internet, their park design drawings and department distribution can be found on the internet. Jarvis is not weaker than the top hacker's intrusion capabilities, and soon so I found what Tony needed. The Hanma Industrial Headquarters building is located in the southwest corner of the park, and the monitoring room is on the 12th floor of the building, at the end of the corridor. With Jarvis' explanation, a translucent three-dimensional picture. The map appeared on the holographic screen in front of Tony Stark, and the location of the monitoring room was also marked with a red dot. As Tony lowered his head and cast his gaze to the Hanmer Industrial Parks below his feet, the three-dimensional map was automatically integrated with the Hanmer Industrial below under the control of Jarvis. Originally, Tony saw something from a high altitude. The fuzzy top view picture was automatically zoomed in and turned into a clear three-dimensional picture. The red dot indicating the location of the monitoring room was also moved to a magnificent building in the southwest corner of the park. At the same time, the silhouette of Natasha Romanoff, who had just crossed the fence and sneaked into the interior of Hanmer Industries, also clearly appeared in Tony Stark's sight. All humans and vehicles in the entire park were moving outdoors. It is clearly marked out. Tony Stark, hovering over Hanmer Industries in steel battle clothes, looks like a spy satellite, and has an unobstructed view of the entire external situation of Hanmer Industries below. Natasha. The location of the surveillance room is at the end of the corridor on the 12th floor of the building, 270 meters away from you at 3 o'clock. The humanoid surveillance satellite Tony_Stark follows the data calculated by Jarvis. Reports the direction of the destination to Natasha. Received. Natasha, who was hiding behind a flower bed and avoiding two patrol guards, responded in a low voice. Looking at the two guards walking away, Natasha slowly got up, and was about to go around the flower bed from the right side and walk towards the destination. Tony_Stark's voice suddenly sounded again. Wait. There are more guards patrolling in that direction. Go from the left and there is a small road 70 meters across. Natasha figure stopped, turned his head and looked towards Tony. Said the direction. There seems to be a small road there. Without hesitation, Natasha turned around and rushed quietly and quickly to the left. Under the precise guidance of Tony_Stark, Natasha Romanoff, a top agent, easily avoided all guards and surveillance, and approached without being noticed by anyone. In front of the Hanmer Industrial Headquarters building where the monitoring room is located. But the real difficulty lies behind how to sneak into the building silently and control the surveillance room secretly. This is where the Black Widow super spy's ability to sneak into is tested. Tony Stark can't fully grasp the specific situation in the building, so next, she can only rely on herself. Hiding in the corner of a nearby building, Natasha carefully observed the employees of Hanmer Industries entering and exiting the building. Soon, Natasha discovered the problem. All personnel entering and leaving the building had an ID card pinned on their chests. The entrance and exit of the building is not an open door, but a row of automatic gates similar to subway ticket gates. You need to swipe your card to enter. Fortunately, although there are two guards standing at the door, they just stand there, not at all checking whether the photo on the ID card matches with me. After finding out the situation, Natasha did not continue to delay and took action directly. After tidying up her clothes, Natasha stepped out from the corner, just and honorable towards the entrance of the building. At this time, Natasha Romanoff is not at all wearing her iconic black tight clothes, but a full set of business attire that she usually wears in the villa. But she went in and out of the Hanmer Industrial building. There is no difference in personnel. Not far forward, there was a blonde professional girl who had just walked out of the building and walked towards Natasha with some documents moved towards Natasha. There seems to be something more anxious. This female employee walked quickly, and did not pay much attention to the oncoming Natasha. Natasha glanced at the ID card on her chest, and the speed of her feet no change. Continue moving towards the door of the office building. Quickly, the two of them passed by, and each continued to walk forward. The female staff member was still holding the file and hurriedly stepping, as if nothing happened, but the identity originally worn on her chest card did not know when it disappeared, and instead appeared on Natasha Romanoff's chest. It turned out that just as soon as she brushed her body, Natasha's arm quickly reached out, took off the identity card from the female staff's chest, and brought it to her chest. Because she was too fast, the action is very precise, only took off the ID card, but did not touch her clothes, so the female employee not at all found out that her ID card had been stolen. Actually, Under normal circumstances, Natasha will choose to hit it directly, and then take advantage of helping pick up the files, which will be easier. Just now they are at the entrance of the building. The two guards inside the gate can see their every move. If she knocks her things off, it will easily attract the attention of the guards and give them to the next action. Brings variables and hidden dangers. In this way, the identity card is quietly removed at a staggered moment. Although the difficulty has increased a lot, but with Natasha Romanoff 3 times the agility, speed, response and precise controllability of ordinary people, there is still with great confidence. The successful Natasha didn't listen to her footsteps, and walked directly to the door of the building. He quickly climbed the steps and walked to the card gate, removing the identity card from his chest. Natasha Romanoff was watching the guards, swiping the card with calm expression through the gates and entering the building. Above Hanma Industry, 1,000 meters high in the sky, Tony Stark, dressed in gold and red, the mighty and cool Mark III steel battle clothes, is suspended quietly in the air. Looking at Natasha Romanoff smoothly entering the Hanma Industrial Building, Tony Stark withdrew his gaze from looking towards below and called Chen Mo in the communicator. "Father." "Natasha has successfully entered the building. Where are you?" Tony's tone barely fell, and Chen Mo's voice rang. "I am behind you, my steel suit 221. My steel suit 221. Tony, hearing this, the palms stretched out on both sides of the body gently turned, the angle of the flight stabilizer changed slightly, and the battle clothes were quickly rotated in place for half a turn, facing the original direction. As soon as he turned around, Tony_Stark found a silhouette in the distance approaching at high speed. "Is the old man rushing over in Mark II? That's not right. With the big figure of the old man, he should not be able to wear the Mark II. Actually, what Tony_Stark said can't be wrong. Normally speaking, with Chen Mo's tall and strong body, he wears Mark II and III tailored to Tony_Stark's figure. Just don't go in." It's just that Chen Mo's physical fitness is extremely powerful. His brain power far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his ability to control the body has reached an unimaginable level. Not only can he control muscles and skin to change his appearance, he can also the control of joints, cartilage and muscles changes height and body shape to a certain extent. It's just limited by his skeleton, which is harder than steel. The scope of the skeleton can be changed is very small, and the height cannot be changed drastically. Although he can barely wear the Mark II, he does not act not too convenient. However, with the rapid approach of that silhouette, Tony_Stark quickly let go of his doubts, but the expression on his face was even more shocking than the discovery that the tall Chen Mo could wear Mark II. The high-speed approaching silhouette in the distance is golden and red, with sharp edges and corners. It is the Mark II steel battle clothes. At this time, it is like the same fighter plane, flying towards Tony_Stark at a very high speed. However, what really shocked Tony was that on the back of Mark II, there was a black silhouette that was taller and majestic than Mark II. The dark armor covered his entire body, like the same one. The bigger steel battle clothes, but Tony Stark knows that these are simply not steel battle clothes, but Chen Mo wearing Edmund alloy armor. Chen Mo actually used Mark II as a means of transportation, to be precise as a skateboard, and flew over on it. "Are you senior playing air surfing? Would you like this wave? Don't blow you down at such a fast speed." I saw Chen Mo wearing a nano combat uniform with Edmund alloy armor loaded on the outer layer. His feet were separated from the front and back, and his body was lying low, standing firmly on the Mark II like surfing. On the back, it flew forward at high speed with it. Battle clothes. The strong wind generated during high-speed flight. The wind is comparable to a level 12 hurricane. The formidable power is enough to overturn the car, but it can't shake Chen Mo's figure. Looking at Chen Mo on the Mark II, breaking the wind, Tony_Stark has the feeling of seeing aliens dropping from the sky. This way of playing is really subverted. His cognition can still play like this? But who is in this Mark II? The speed of Mark II is very fast. It was 1,000 meters away just now and flew in front of Tony Stark in a blink of an eye. After getting closer, Mark II's speed began to slow down, and his arms and legs slowly stretched downward, like a gorilla. Since Chen Mo is standing on his back, he does not move his body and moves his hands and feet to slow down and keep hovering. The method is correct, but the grasp of speed and timing is a bit biased. Seeing that Tony has arrived in front of him, he was about to crash into it, but the speed of the Mark II had not yet completely dropped. This time, Ethan caught a Kadamishan in Mark II was a little panicked, and began to hurriedly adjust the direction. The back, which was originally stable, also began to undulate. When Chen Mo saw this, his eyes became serious. It's nothing to fall from the air, although with his current physical fitness, even with the cushion of a nano-combat uniform, he fell directly to the ground from this height. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. But don't forget, Chen Mo has a huge storage space. Parachutes, inflatable boats, and oxygen cylinders are all standard equipment for Chen Mo, who has experienced air crashes, and they are absolutely indispensable emergency supplies. So although it cannot be as high as 180 meters, it can land safely with only its own strength. But there is no problem with wearing a parachute. However, Natasha Romanoff has not yet controlled the monitoring center, and Sharon's location has not been found. At this time, falling down will definitely beat the grass to scare the snake. Seeing the pair of biological brothers Mark II and Mark III, they are about to stage a passionate collision over Hanma Industries. Tony_Stark's figure shook, and he masterfully controlled Mark III to flash. On the one hand, it escaped the impact of Mark II. Just as the two crossed by, Chen Mo suddenly kicked his feet and jumped away from Mark II's back and fell to Tony_Stark's side while extending his right hand firmly. The ground rested on Mark III's shoulders. When Tony Stark avoided the impact of Mark II and stood aside, Chen Mo also supported his shoulders, as if standing on a flat ground, hanging steadily in the air. Tony_Stark stared, watching Mark II roll and fly far away, finally stabilized in the air, still keeping his limbs down, back level, twisting. Looking around, he obviously didn't know that Chen Mo had already turned around halfway. Turning his head, Tony_Stark looked towards the standing void beside him, like a soar into the clouds and manned the mists. Chen Mo, like a fairy standing out of thin air, asked in an uncertain voice, "Father, what are you guys?" Chen Mo, who just experienced a high-speed air surfing and a flying accident, stood still beside Tony and looked around. The endless sky and the small and wide land under your feet really felt like an immortal defending himself against the wind. Just now the Mark II was flying at high speed, and the wind it generated was so great that even he had to keep his feet apart and slung down to stand firmly on the Mark II's back. If he stood up straight like an body, the strong wind is enough to blow him out directly. Actually, if it weren't for rushing over, he would really like to try standing with his hands in his hand, what it's like flying with a sword. Hearing Tony's question, Chen Mo did not rush to answer, but looked towards Ethan Kadamishan, who was lying in the air like a horse monkey in the distance. "Okay, Ethan, stand up, your mission is complete." As Chen Mo's voice fell, Mark, hovering in the air with his limbs down in the distance, Number 2 slowly straightened his body and stood up in the air. Only then did he realize that Chen Mo had no idea when he ran to Tony's side. Cautiously adjusted the propeller, Ethan Kadamishan controlled the Mark II, and flew over staggeringly. Tony looked at the clumsy look of Mark II and couldn't help but looked at Chen Mo suspiciously. "On this level of flight, how did you fly here safely?" "This is simply driving without a license, okay?" "My steel suit 222. My steel suit 222. Chen Mo felt Tony's eyes and shook the head helplessly. "Don't mention it. Flying over just now, it seemed very cool, but it actually made him very tired." Ethan Kadamishan's driving level is not average, let alone flying with Chen Mo. Even if he flies by himself, he can't control the direction. Chen Mo had no choice but to figure out a way to make Ethan Kadamishan straighten his hands and feet. Just fly forward, and let him stand on his back and control the balance and direction like surfing. Much better. Not easy to arrive in time. In this way, something went wrong when he finally stopped. If it weren't for Chen Mo's quick response and strong strength, he would be thrown off by him and fell to death. Ethan caught a coordination controlled Mark II, and finally flew to the two of them swayingly, but his eyes looked towards somewhere else without making a sound. Looking at Ethan caught a coordination, who behaved strangely in front of him, and the peculiar way of playing with the two of them, Tony_Stark turned his head to look at Chen Mo and asked inexplicably, "Father, what is the situation?" A glance at Ethan caught a coordination, who turned his head and did not dare to look at him. Chen Mo said angrily, "It's nothing. Your Audi R8 was smashed into scrap by Ethan, so he can only let him drive me over." "What?" Tony, hearing this, loudly shouted, excited. Collecting and modifying sports cars is his big hobby, and that Audi R8 is his favorite. Otherwise, all other sports cars will not be dismantled, and only it will be left. In it, Tony_Stark spent a lot of time and energy on it, from head to toe comprehensive modification. The performance far exceeds any current sports car. It can be said that in addition to its appearance, it is already a completely new supercar. Not to mention its value, the effort spent on it is not much worse than steel battle clothes. It can be seen that Tony treats it feelings. At this time, when he heard Chen Mo's words, Tony turned his head sharply and looked towards Ethan caught a coordination, who didn't dare to look at him. The thought of sympathizing with him just now disappeared instantly. The gnashing teeth spit out two words between the teeth: "Deserve it." Ethan caught a coordination looks steadily forward, wearing Mark II looks into the distance, as if something is attracting him. For Tony and Chen Mo's dialogue, a picture that I didn't hear at all. At this time, Ethan caught a coordination only felt bitter in his heart. "I was really bad luck. I flew confidently for the first time, but couldn't even get out the door and hit the wall. I just smashed on his car and the only vehicle left in the villa." I can only say that he reap what you have sown for Chen Mo as a skateboard. Let the unlicensed driver Ethan caught a coordination drive him over, and then had to make this move, which is extremely difficult to fly. Chen Mo was forced to do so. Who would let Ethan caught a coordination drive him? His sports car was completely scrapped, disrupting his original plan. The Audi R8 sports car was modified by Tony_Stark, and the top speed can reach more than 500 km per hour. With Chen Mo's terrifying reaction speed, it can fully display the speed, and it does not take long. You can reach Hanma Industries, a super sports car that has almost reached the limit of a sports car. There is no second one in a short time. The method proposed by Ethan caught a coordination to let Chen Mo fly over with Mark II is even more infeasible. On the one hand, the disassembly and assembly of Mark II takes a lot of time. When he puts on battle clothes, he may have already started fighting there. Moreover, Mark II is built according to Tony_Stark's body shape. Although Chen Mo can barely wear it, it will seriously affect his strength. In addition to being used as a means of transportation, allowing him to arrive quickly, it will become a burden on him during battle and restrict his actions. After arriving at Hanma Industries, there is no dressing platform, and there is no way to take off the battle clothes. Wearing this unsuitable set of steel battle clothes will have a great effect on his strength in the battle behind impact. So the only way is to let Ethan caught a coordination continue to wear steel battle clothes and fly over with Chen Mo. But with Ethan caught a coordination's scrappy flying skills, he can fly hard enough to fly, and he can't control his direction at all when he is fast. If you let him take Chen Mo to fly, it's okay to say when the speed is slow. Once the speed is increased, the wind resistance on Chen Mo will be greatly increased, and the turbulence caused will inevitably destroy his balance, which in turn leads to loss of control. Time is precious. Sharon Rogers is still waiting for them to rescue, and everyone else has basically reached the predetermined location, so time can't be lost anymore. At the critical moment, a silver silhouette with a surfboard underneath came to Chen Mo's mind. This vigorous silhouette and the long silver surfboard under his feet are connected as a whole, as if they are directly connected to a person with a board, together made of metal, showing the silver metal luster. His name is Silver Shadow Man. He can step on a surfboard, like surfing in the sky, flying fast in the sky. Inspired by him, Chen Mo simply asked Ethan Kortakodemetian to straighten his arms and legs and fly forward. He stood on the armor and controlled the direction and balance like surfing. Relying on extraordinary response, controllability and strong physical fitness. Although it is quite difficult, Chen Mo is still a successful incarnation Silver Shadow Man. To be precise, Sombra. As for Ethan Kortakodemetian, that is, the surfboard, whoever does the job will have to bear the consequences. Poor Ethan Kortakodemetian just completed his first manned flight with tears in his eyes. Standing in front of Chen Mo and Tony at the moment, feeling the unkind eyes of the two, Ethan secretly swears that he must practice his control of battle clothes and never let this tragedy happen again. Wearing steel battle clothes to either hit a wall or be a surfboard, it is indeed too embarrassing to say it. How can this be a hero, punish evil, and protect the safety of the earth? With my determination secretly in my heart, but on the surface pretending not to hear Tony_Stark's words, Ethan Kortakodemetian stood quietly in the air without saying a word. After all, he was too careless and smashed his car, so he was at a loss. Just as Tony_Stark was planning to say more and so on angrily, a phone ring suddenly rang in the helmet, and at the same time, an incoming call reminder appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. The name and profile picture are also displayed. It is Justin Hammer. Tony_Stark's brow frowned, and a severe light flashed deep under his eyes. After that, Tony_Stark took a deep breath and asked Jarvis to synchronize the call to other people's communicator, and then he chose to connect the call. My Steel Suit 223. My Steel Suit 223. Hi, Tony. I heard that your kid is lost. Do you need my help? Tony_Stark hearing this was about to strike, but Chen Mo gave him a wink. Tony_Stark is not stupid, it just involves Sharon Rogers and some concerns are messy. Under Chen Mo's reminder, he reacted, and now he can't let Justin Hammer find out that they already know it. He sent someone to take Sharon away. Make him think that everything is under his control and then make him relax his guard. Tony_Stark, as a veteran in love, his acting skills are not bad. He adjusts his mood quickly and pretends to be impatient. Fuck off. I don't have time to listen to you taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. If you have something to say, just let it go. Justin Hammer on the other end of the phone. Tony Stark was stunned by the sudden burst of scolding. His face with a smug smile couldn't help stiffening, and the complexion became ugly. Although this kid didn't have a good face to him before, he didn't want to come up and just scold him. But soon, Justin Hammer reacted. Tony Stark was so irritable because Sharon Rogers was kidnapped. He was so anxious and messed up. It just means that Tony Stark has nothing to do with Sharon Rogers' disappearance, which makes him sigh in relief. To be honest, he really didn't want to face Tony_Stark directly. To be precise, it was Iron Man wearing strong steel battle clothes. Although I have decided to attack Tony_Stark and have already started the action, the timid and fearful Justin Hammer is still unwilling to put himself in danger. It is best to stay out of the situation and use Sharon Rogers forced Tony Stark to obediently hand over the steel battle clothes without revealing himself. After all, being watched by Iron Man is not comfortable. But when he gets the steel battle clothes, he can use it to research out the steel soldiers belonging to Hammer Industries. At that time, he doesn't need to be afraid of Iron Man anymore. Even if Tony_Stark knows the matter, he did it, and there is nothing he can do about it. No matter how powerful Iron Man is, he is just a person. How could he be his Steel Legion opponent? Even the government must fear and rely on his power. Justin Hammer made this call to Tony Stark, not to coerce him, to show down with him. He is not that stupid yet. He personally came forward, for fear that others would not know that he kidnapped Sharon Rogers. On the one hand, this call was to test Tony_Stark, and to probe his tone, and on the other hand, he was suppressed by Tony_Stark for so many years, and finally turned over and couldn't help but groan. Except for the unfathomable mystery who was scolded by Tony Stark, he was quite satisfied with the result of this trial. From Tony_Stark's tone, He can clearly feel his anxiety and irritability. This emotion has never been seen in Tony_Stark for so many years. This also shows that he is facing Shailene Rogers has deep feelings. Using her as a threat will definitely force him to submit, obediently and honestly handing over the steel battle clothes. In addition, from his words, you can also know that Tony_Stark not at all found out who kidnapped Sharon Rogers, then his plan can continue. Thinking of this, Justin Hammer pretended not to hear Tony's cursing, and a smile was squeezed out of his face again, and he said kindly, "Tony, don't do this, I just want to help. I can understand your feelings. If you need help, please call me." Justin Hammer finished hypocritically. A smug smile hung out the phone. On the other side, Tony_Stark turned to look towards Chen Mo when he saw the phone hang up. "Father, look." Chen Mo looked down at Hanma Industries under his feet, lightly saying, "He is just testing you. Someone should contact you in a while." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he cast his sight on the southwest side of Hanma Industries above the building. There is the headquarters building of Hanma Industries, where Natasha Romanoff is trying to control the monitoring room. Using Shunli's ID card to enter the headquarters building of Hanma Industries from the gate just and honorable, Natasha Romanoff did not attract Anon's attention and pretended to be in the building very naturally. The people working inside walked straight to the inside of the building. This Hanma Industrial Headquarters building occupies a large area, and the layout is a bit complicated. It is not like an office building from the door to the elevator. While following the flow of people, Natasha carefully observed the situation of all around, terrain, pattern, department distribution, monitoring, signs, passing personnel, patrolling guards. All the surrounding situation all were captured by her and analyzed quickly in her mind. Along the corridor with the most people, Natasha Romanoff found the elevator very smoothly. Ding! When the elevator arrives, the elevator door opens slowly. Natasha Romanoff walked in with several other employees of Hanma Industries who were waiting for the elevator there. She noticed that after everyone came in, they swiped their ID cards in the card reading area above the floor buttons, and then pressed their respective floors. No one pressed the buttons on the 12th floor. Natasha hesitated when he saw the situation, but walked forward and swiped it, and then pressed the floor button on the 12th floor. But just after she pressed it, an alarm sounded suddenly. No permission. Natasha Romanoff's pupils couldn't help but shrank, but her complexion remained the same. The floor map on the first floor was in her mind. In the middle, he glanced at the ID card pretendingly, and collected the department name indicated on it. Immediately, Natasha swiped the ID card again without incident, and gently pressed the 7th floor button. This time, the button was pressed very smoothly. Obviously, the authorization of this ID card can go to the 7th floor. In the whole process, Natasha Romanoff behaved very calmly and calmly. When the other people on the elevator saw it, they only thought that she had pressed the wrong floor and didn't think much. While Natasha Romanoff secretly relieved secretly, he couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. This damn Justin Hammer made the company too strict. There are restrictions on where to go. Fortunately, she reacts quickly, otherwise it is likely to cause suspicion and be exposed in advance. It seems that I have to find another way to go to the monitoring room on the 12th floor. Just because of the strictness of their management, it is not possible to go up the stairs. It seems that I can only take some risks. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 7th floor, and Natasha Romanoff stepped out calmly. My Steel Suit 224. My Steel Suit 224. This is the Human Resources Department of Hanma Industries. The female employee whose ID card was stolen by Natasha Romanoff just now is an employee of the Human Resources Department. Natasha dyed her hair and quickly observed the surroundings. Seemingly casual. Not far from her is the office area of the Human Resources Department. Many people are nervously busy inside, and people come in and out with documents from time to time. While Natasha was observing, a guard in uniform with an electric baton on his waist appeared at the end of the corridor, took a casual glance towards this side, and then walked forward again. Natasha Romanoff eyes shinned, and immediately walked towards that side. Walking through the corner at the end of the corridor, The guard that I saw just now appeared in front of Natasha again. At this time, he was a dozen meters away in front of him, walking with his back facing her. After observing all around concealedly, Natasha quickly found several monitors placed on the ceiling, but based on her experience, it was easy to find a few blind spots for monitoring. One place, just not far in front of the guard. Calculating the distance silently, Natasha kept walking, following the guard, and walking forward quickly. Her pace seemed random, but there was almost no sound. The guard walking in front didn't know that behind him, there was a deadly black widow fast approaching him near. And there is no abnormality in the monitoring picture. Natasha's steps are elegant and brisk, and her lithe and graceful posture is sexy and charming. She looks like a beautiful workplace beauty. Soon, Natasha quietly approached behind the guards, and at this moment they just entered the blind spot of surveillance. After scanning the two ends of the corridor with sharp eyes and confirming that there is no one else, Natasha exerted force under her feet and rushed forward quickly. As he approached behind the guard, the right hand quickly reached out and pushed him. The electric baton pinned to his waist was pulled out. Without waiting for the guard's response, Natasha quickly turned on the switch and stabbed the flashing front end of pipe to the guard's back. The guard only felt a fragrant wind blowing, and the waist was suddenly empty, and then a sharp pain came from the back waist accompanied by a strong numbness, and the whole body was shaken, and soon became weak, slumped to the ground. After bringing down the guards easily, Natasha dragged him directly by his clothes and dragged him into a nearby room. This is a small conference hall. Before doing this, Natasha sensed that not at all others exist in it. Close the door. Looking at the guard who was stiffly frozen on the ground with a look of horror, Natasha moved towards him with a charming smile, then leaned down and untied his belt. Soon, Natasha tied him up firmly, just to be on the safe side. He put his head up again, knocked him out, and then took his identity from his chest. Card. At 1,000 meters above Hanma Industry, two gold red and black steel silhouettes are quietly suspended in the air. Just now they have received a call from the kidnapper, asking Tony Stark to take the steel battle clothes and all the design materials, alone to their designated location to redeem people, and cannot wear battle clothes. And Tony_Stark asked Jarvis to check the surveillance video around the location and found that a group of militants did arrive there in two unlicensed black off-road vehicles that were the same as the school entrance. Shenmue can be sure that there is a trap. The purpose is to snatch the steel battle clothes. If Tony Stark really does not wear battle clothes as they say, he will not be better than ordinary people. With so much battle strength, in front of a group of fully armed elite mercenaries, it is not yet to be crumpled. When the time comes, not only will he be robbed of battle clothes, but he himself may be in danger. Who knows if Justin Hammer will get rid of Tony Stark directly to avoid future troubles. The kidnappers didn't give much time. If Tony doesn't show up when the time is up, Justin Hammer will definitely be prepared, and it may be against Sharon, so there is not much time left for them. Now it's up to Natasha Romanoff to control the monitoring room as soon as possible and find Sharon Rogers. However, Shenmue not at all urged. He believed in Natasha's ability and did not reply to explain that she was acting. It was not a wise move to urge her at this time, and there was not enough time. In the monitoring room, Natasha sat down in front of the computer, quickly operated, recalled the previous monitoring screen, and followed the trajectory of the two off-road vehicles entering Hanma Industries, searched all the way down. On the ground around her, several guards were lying upright on the ground, their bodies twitching from time to time. While checking the surveillance, Natasha pulled out the electric baton from time to time to give those who had recovered their mobility, let them continue to lie on the ground and twitch. A few minutes later, Natasha eyes-shinned, finally found it. In the surveillance screen, a group of militants got off the off-road vehicle and walked into an iron gate with Sharon Rogers who was tied up, and the playback screen showed Justin Hammer I also walked in a few minutes ago. But the screen ends here, and the next screens are no longer found. Obviously, the monitoring is not at all installed in that room. But by checking other monitors around, Natasha can confirm that the room is not at all other exits, and they didn't come out in that room. Commander, found Sharon Rogers _ in a room on the third basement of a building in Hanma Industries. Justin Hanmo was sitting on a sofa smoking a cigar. Although he tried to be very calm, from his stiff expression and flashing eyes, he could tell that his mood was not at all so calm. On the table in front of him, there is an open laptop computer, and a picture of an abandoned factory is displayed on the screen. In the corner of the picture, more than a dozen are like the mercenaries in the room. Dressed up and wearing a skull mask, the fully armed soldiers are standing by, but no one appears on the other end of the screen. Obviously he intends to watch the whole process of Tony_Stark handing over the steel battle clothes with his own eyes, but he saw that the agreed time was approaching, but there was no movement there, which made me a little uneasy. Justin Hammer started to feel a little flustered. Death God, contact your subordinates to see what's going on there. Do you want to call Tony Stark again to urge you? My Steel Suit 225. My Steel Suit 225. Finally, Justin Hammer still didn't hold it back, and turned to a mercenary. This mercenary also wears a skull mask and stands quietly against the wall like a statue. It looks no different from the others, but the breath that emanates from his body is even colder, making Justin Hanmo was somewhat reluctant to approach. No, if the time is up, Tony_Stark hasn't appeared yet, just chop off one of the hostages' hands, shoot the video and send it to him, he will naturally obey. Of course, the premise is that he pays enough attention to this hostage and is willing to risk a mortal danger for her. The captain of this group of mercenaries, the man named Death God by Justin Hammer, is indifferent, speaking of his birth. His voice is the same as his own, low and gloomy, like the mutter of Death God. Justin Hammer was shocked by his words. He glanced at Sharon Rogers, who was gagged and tied to a chair. There was a hint of sympathy on his face, but also that's all. In order to get steel battle clothes, let alone cutting her hand, it's not impossible to kill her. Actually, from the moment he appeared in front of Sharon Rogers, she was already dead in his eyes. Although they are not related by blood, she was almost raised by Tony Stark. He was impossible to leave her alone. Although Justin Hammer said so, but Tony Stark hasn't appeared for a long time. He is not very sure at this time. He asked himself if he was himself, it would be absolutely impossible to commit a risk for an adopted daughter. Even if he was a biological daughter, he would have to think about it. Maybe we'll change to a more secure way, let the subordinates send the money. Sharon Rogers on the side heard their conversation. Her big eyes could not help showing a trace of fear, but more anger and worry. Tony, you must not go. Soon, the agreed time was about to arrive, and Tony_Stark still disappeared in the ambush. The mercenary captain codenamed Death God glanced at the time, and the silhouette that had been standing upright like a statue suddenly moved. Moving towards the men beside him, stretched out his right hand. This man is a bit stronger than the others. In addition to the automatic rifle in his hand, he wears a 30-40 centimeter long sharp saber at his waist. Seeing that captain stretched out his hand, he immediately pulled out the saber from his waist and turned it flexibly in his hand, turning the saber around, holding the blade, and handing the handle to Death God hands. Sharon Rogers couldn't help but panicked when she saw this. She wanted to struggle but was tied and sturdy, unable to break free. Seeing this, Sharon gave up the futile struggle and turned her head and looked towards Death God walking towards her with a knife. In her bright eyes, there is no sign of plea, but only full of anger and unyielding. A mercenary picked up the video recorder on the table, ready to record the bloody scene that will happen next. At the other end of the room, Justin Hammer on the sofa quickly turned his head. He didn't want to see this with his own eyes. He was afraid of nightmares when he went to bed at night. Be sharp, don't get blood everywhere. As Death God approached Sharon Rogers, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the room. It sounded, and at the same time, a strong vibration followed from the ground. Justin Hammer's face changed suddenly, and he quickly got up from the sofa and looked out through a glass window on the wall of the room. I saw a large hole close to 2 meters in diameter in the ceiling not far away. A large amount of grey cement dust from the explosion floated down from the hole, and in this dust, a tall silhouette of gold and red is slowly descending from above the entrance of the cave. His chest and eyes are illuminated with white light, and 4 dazzling white beams are ejected from the position of his hands and feet. Under the gaze of everyone in the room, he steadily landed on the ground, lit up through the smoke and dust. The white light eyes looked straight towards Justin Hammer behind the window. Iron Man. Justin Hammer looked at the sci-fi steel battle clothes in front of him, something absent-minded muttering to himself. The thing he worries most finally happened. He didn't want to expose his identity in front of Tony_Stark, at least until his own steel soldiers just came out. But now it seems that his idea has failed. Since Tony_Stark came here, he apparently discovered that Sharon Rogers was kidnapped by someone he sent, and already knew that she was here. In the phone call he made before for testing purposes, Tony_Stark was obviously acting. In order to delay time, he found this place. It is ridiculous that he believed it to be true and was played by Tony_Stark. The layout of the abandoned factory outside has no meaning. Fortunately, the timid and fearful of death, he not at all underestimated Tony_Stark. He was ready for the next move early. After adjusting his mood, Justin Hammer straightened his figure, adjusted his tie, and looked at Tony_Stark outside the window. Said with a smile, "Hi, Tony. You came to me for help so soon?" "No problem. Look, I have helped you find your kid. Her name is Shallan. What a beautiful little girl. I'll talk about it for you. You can take her home immediately. But before that, my friend needs you to take off the steel battle clothes on him and give it to him." Tony Stark ignored Justin Hammer's boring acting skills, ignored his presence, looked past him, looked towards the inside of the room. I saw Sharon Rogers tied to a chair and his mouth was blocked. In addition to Sharon and Justin Hammer in the room, there are also more than a dozen warriors wearing black special combat uniforms and skull masks. Several of them have rifle muzzles pointing at Sharon. Len Rogers. At this moment, a soldier is holding a saber, standing next to Sharon, and there is another person holding a camera next to him. Tony_Stark has no doubts. If he does not arrive in time, interrupt with their actions, they will definitely hurt Sharon. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Tony_Stark's heart boiled uncontrollably. But now is not the time to act blindly without thinking. Rescue Sharon is the most important thing. According to the directions given by Natasha Romanoff, he quickly found the room where Sharon was being held. Originally, he planned to open a hole directly from above to enter the room and save Shallan, but the results of the battle clothes scan made him have to dispel this idea. My Steel Suit 226. My Steel Suit 226. This room is not an ordinary reinforced concrete frame and hollow brick structure. Its 4 walls, upper and lower ceilings and floor are all half-meter thick reinforced concrete, and the outer layer is covered. A layer of 10 centimeters thick special alloy steel plate is formed, and the only glass window is thick high-strength bulletproof glass. Obviously, this is the trump card that Justin Hammer deliberately prepared to prevent Tony Stark from discovering the truth. In order to get steel battle clothes and ensure his own safety, Justin Hammer also spent a lot of thought, but it turns out that his caution is not at all wrong. If it weren't for his timidity, he built this defensive fortress in this 3-story underground parking lot in advance. Just now Tony_Stark did not land outside, but appeared directly beside them, and one person rewarded them with a miniature automatic tracking missile. With the formidable power of Mark III, the arc pulse cannon and other weapons in the palm cannot quickly break the wall. Once the people inside react, this short time is enough for them to harm Sharon Rogers. The formidable power of small missiles such as armor-piercing bombs and high-explosive bombs that can instantly destroy the wall is too huge. While destroying the wall, it will inevitably damage the Sharon Rogers inside. Tony_Stark's ignorance made Justin Hammer annoyed for a while. He simply gave up going around the circle, grabbed a pistol from a mercenary on the side, pointed at Sharon Rogers and shouted proudly, "Tony_Stark, listen to me. Get out of the battle clothes immediately. This set of battle clothes, I want it." Until then, Tony_Stark's eyes fell on him. The face hidden behind the helmet was full of coldness, and the murderous intention in his eyes was full of desire gushing out. However, now that Sharon is in his hands, Tony Stark has to compromise. In the past, Justin Hammer's request could not be met, but according to Chen Mo's suggestion, he spent a lot of energy redesigning. The improved Mark III no longer requires external clothing. The platform can be directly opened for loading and unloading. Amid the intensive sound of mechanical transmission, the battle clothes changed quickly. The entire front armor was opened to both sides one by one, revealing Tony_Stark wearing tight clothes inside. Walking out of the battle clothes slowly, Tony_Stark lifts the head and looked towards Justin Hammer behind the bulletproof glass with a sharp gaze. Looking at Tony_Stark coming out of the battle clothes, Justin Hammer's eyes showed an expression of excitement that could not be suppressed. The steel battle clothes of the year for something even in dreams were about to arrive, and from judging from the way the battle clothes were opened just now, it was far more advanced than he thought. Compared with it, the simply made by his engineers is a pile of rubbish. Justin Hammer with bright eyes stared at the battle clothes for a long time before turning his gaze to Tony_Stark, and a coldness could not help but appear in his eyes. To Tony_Stark, he has always had deep jealousy and resentment. His colleagues are enemies, but they are more talented than you, more romantic than you, handsome than you, and stronger than you in every aspect. Those who step on their feet firmly and can't stand up are enemies. This time, in order to get steel battle clothes, Justin Hammer, who has always been timid, has taken the risk and took this irreversible step. Once the devil in his heart is released, the rapidly expanding evil thought can make people become crazy. Justin Hammer hadn't decided whether to take the opportunity to kill Tony Stark. After all, his status is unusual. Not only a well-known rich man, the military's largest arms supplier, but also, as everyone knows, the famous superhero Iron Man, and joined the strategic response team formed by Commander Chen Mo. The impact of killing him is absolutely sensational. But now he has appeared in front of Tony_Stark, exposing his identity as the master behind the kidnapping incident. If he were to go out alive, the consequences would be unthinkable. So the moment he saw Tony_Stark, Justin Hammer has already made a decision and must not let him go out alive. As long as there is steel battle clothes, through dismantling and analysis of it, he will be able to create his own steel soldier. When the time comes, he will be a guest of politicians, even if things are exposed. With the Steel Legion formed by powerful steel soldiers, he also has the strength to fight against anyone. So Tony_Stark at this moment is already dead in his eyes. Seeing Tony_Stark coming out of the battle clothes, Sharon Rogers couldn't help but curse in her heart while being moved. Idiot. Is Tony_Stark an idiot? Of course not. Well, this is really hard to say, but at least he is not impulsive now. It is related to the safety of Sharon Rogers. He will certainly not take it lightly. Although she has no blood relationship with her, she is after all the orphan of her father's comrade-in-arms. Tony Stark looked at the cute and ignorant Lori who was sent to him back then, and couldn't let her go. More than 10 years have passed. Although he is a playboy outside, selfish, and arrogant, he has always loved Sharon Rogers. Although she has lost her parents, Sharon Rogers still grows up in love and is loved as a princess. In these years, he is both the elder brother and the father, carefully caring for the growth of Sharon Rogers, putting a lot of effort and affection on her. He brought up a little Luoli personally. In Tony_Stark's heart, she is already his relative. Anyone who wants to hurt her will surely usher in his boundless anger. You can take the battle clothes and let Sharon go. Tony Stark glared at Justin Hammer said solemnly. Wait until I really get my hand. Justin Hammer smiled triumphantly, and moved towards the mercenary captain. Death God waved his hand. Send 2 people out and bring me the battle clothes back. While speaking, Justin gave Death God a deep, cold look in his eyes. Lightly nodded. Death God obviously understood Justin Hammer's meaning, and the two men on the side moved towards, gestured. Two fully armed elite mercenaries were immediately nodded and walked towards the door with automatic rifles. The timid and fearful Justin Hammer is obviously very dedicated to protecting his life. Not only the walls of the fortress are made of concrete and alloy steel plates, and the only windows are thickened. The strengthened bulletproof glass, the door, the only access way, is also specially designed. My Steel Suit 227. My Steel Suit 227. Two heavy blast doors separated by more than 1 meter form a compartment. Both doors can only be opened from the inside. You must stop in the compartment before entering or exiting. After one door is closed, another one can be opened. Two mercenaries struggling to open the first cabin door on the inner side. After entering, another mercenary behind the door stepped forward and closed the door, and the two men in the compartment stepped forward, ready to open the outer second hatch. Tony Stark's heart sank when he saw this. It seemed that the idea of breaking in while they were in and out of the door was not feasible. Just as the two mercenaries opened the last blast door, Justin Hammer shook suddenly and still pointed at Sharon Rogers' pistol. Moving towards Tony Stark commanded, "Now, leave that battle clothes and come to the window. You can take a closer look at your children." Justin Hammer said, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. He casually instructed Tony Stark to feel really good, but unfortunately, there will be no chance again. Tony Stark looked deeply proud of Justin Hammer. No nonsense. Just walked forward directly according to his request, stopped at the 1 meter in front of the bulletproof glass window, a pair of sharp eyes looking straight towards Justin Hammer behind the glass. His sharp eyes made Justin Hammer feel guilty, and his eyes dodged involuntarily. But soon, Justin Hammer, who felt like he had lost to Tony Stark in an imposing manner, looked towards Tony again with great irritation. His eyes did not flinch. "You will be a dead person soon. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You will never have a chance to overpower me again." Just as the two mercenaries opened the iron door and were about to walk out, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang from the communicator in Tony Stark's ears. "Tony, start the combat uniform and cover the whole body." Received Chen Mo's warning, Tony Stark didn't think too much, and immediately activated the combat uniform as Chen Mo said. "Wrap the head too." Just as he finished this, when he turned his head and looked towards the two mercenaries who came out at the door, he found that after they came out, they did not at all and walked to the steel battle clothes aside, but raised them at the same time. He took the automatic rifle in his hand and pointed the muzzle at him. Tony Stark couldn't help but wince when he saw this. He didn't expect Justin Hammer to kill him. Fortunately, Chen Mo reminded him in time, otherwise when his attention was attracted by Hammer, if they moved directly towards his headshot, he simply didn't have time to react and they might succeed. Good risk. But this also reminds Tony Stark that even with the nano-combat uniform, he can't sit back and relax. You must always be vigilant and never careless. Just as Tony Stark was introspecting, the two mercenaries aimed at him without stopping at all and pulled the trigger directly. Bang, 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 bang. Two automatic rifles poured bullets at him at the same time. In addition to most of them hitting him, there were also several shots hit him in the head, making Tony Stark even more afraid. But now, the nano-combat uniform covers the whole body, and the formidable power of these rifle bullets can't cause any damage to him at all. Pieces of purple rays of light are lit up on the surface of the combat uniform where the bullet hits. All the energy was absorbed by the combat uniform, and Tony Stark in it almost didn't feel at all. The gunfire stopped quickly. The two mercenaries who were full of confidence looked at Tony Stark, who was covered in black tight clothes and unscathed under their attack, were a little dumbfounded. Behind the bulletproof glass, Justin Hammer witnessed the whole process. Before the two attacked, Tony Stark seemed to know in advance that his head was suddenly covered with a layer of black tight clothes like the black tight clothes he was wearing. The material is covered. Without waiting for Justin Hammer to react, what happened? The dense bullets accurately hit Tony Stark, but the strange material that suddenly appeared and wrapped his head, blocked all the bullets. Except for a burst of purple light, it didn't cause any damage to Tony_Stark. This is. A deep sense of frustration gushes out in Justin Hammer's heart again. Such a certain death situation, even failed to kill Tony_Stark. Is he destined to lose to him forever? I am not willing to! The eyes of Justin Hammer, who came back to his senses, turned red, and he shook the pistol in his hand vigorously again, and roared at Tony_Stark opposite the bulletproof glass. "Take this suit off for me too, otherwise I will break her now. I only give you 3 seconds." Tony_Stark, hearing this, face changed. Without a doubt, if he really took off his nano-combat uniform as Justin Hammer said, he was walking towards him with a gun carefully next to him. The 2 mercenaries who came would definitely pull the trigger without the slightest hesitation and kill him. But if you don't take it off, looking at Justin Hammer's appearance, it is very likely that you will actually shoot Sharon. Even if you don't kill her directly, it will definitely cause a lot of harm to her. Just as Tony_Stark was in a dilemma, 2 mercenaries had already arrived by his side. One, Sharon Rogers, who was pointed at by the gun, couldn't help being scared, but looking at Tony Stark behind the glass, she shook desperately. "Head. Don't. He will kill you." Although the mouth was gagged, Tony_Stark still read from her eyes that she wanted to express the meaning of this silly girl. Looking at Sharon, who was still shook his head desperately with tears in his eyes, Tony_Stark flashed a certainty in his eyes. He planned to disarm his combat uniforms and fight to the death, relying on his own strength to hand with 2 mercenaries. "I am also the son of a commander. Even if I only learned a little about fighting, I can't just let anyone need. Without steel battle clothes, without nano battle clothes, I can do the same too." Just as Justin Hammer's second exit, Tony_Stark was about to lift his combat uniform for a desperate fight, a silver light suddenly came from the room the other side, entered through the wall, and instantly penetrated the wrist of Justin Hammer's gun, and shot into the opposite wall again. Only listening to the light sound of puff, Tony_Stark noticed that a section of nearly 10 centimeters long appeared on the steel wall next to the window, flashing a cold light silver blade under the light. My Steel Suit 228. My Steel Suit 228. The wrist was pierced, and Justin Hammer's gun hand was released uncontrollably, and the pistol fell to the ground. While the pistol was still in the air, a low buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Then, behind Justin Hammer, the wall where the flying knife shot suddenly broke through a big hole. Solid concrete and special alloy steel plates were all torn into pieces by an invisible force. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black peculiar war chariot leapt in from the hole and directly hit the opposite's wall and stopped, while one was standing by the wall. The mercenary was too late to dodge and was directly squeezed between the front of the car and the wall. The entire lower body instantly turned into a meatloaf, and the upper body weakly fell on the front of the car, twitching from time to time. It wasn't until this time that the dropped pistol finally landed, and Justin Hammer had just felt the pain in his wrist, clutching his pierced wrist and howling. The position where this war chariot rushed into is very clever, just to block most of the mercenaries, including the mercenary Captain Death God at the other end of the room, and Sharon Rogers is here. Only Justin Hammer and 2 mercenaries were left screaming with their wrists. But in the next moment, a tall black silhouette suddenly jumped into the hole. The 2 elite mercenaries just came back to his senses from the changes they had just made, and before they had time to raise the rifle in their hands, this shadow had already arrived in front of them. A dazzling silver sword light passed between the 2 necks. The 2 elite mercenaries didn't even have a chance to resist, and they fell straight down like this. On the other side, when the war chariot hits the wall and stops, the armor on the side of the war chariot suddenly opens. A strong silhouette wearing black tight clothes with 2 sharp blades on its head suddenly disappears from the wall. The chariot rushed out, and moved towards the mercenaries who were blocked by war chariot on the side of the room. Rushed up. Fire! The mercenary Captain Death God commanded several men around him and quickly launched a counterattack. But the dense bullets hit the opponent, but it had no effect, and he couldn't even slightly hinder his moving towards the momentum of their rushing. The two people who rushed in were naturally Chen Mo and Wang Jin, who was driving a bat war chariot. In fact, Chen Mo had already reached the other side of the steel fortress when Tony_Stark broke through the ceiling and appeared with Chen Mo 8 times the huge power of ordinary people. The formidable power of the thrown knife is no less than sniper bullets, while the reinforced concrete walls and alloy steel plates are no different from tofu in front of Edman alloy. It was easily penetrated by a flying knife. It's just that there were more than a dozen mercenaries armed with guns in the room at that time, and some of them were standing around Sharon, who accidentally hurt her. Moreover, judging from Justin Hammer's performance, he is very cautious about his life, and at the same time he is very jealous of them. He has specially prepared a lot of back players. Chen Mo can't guarantee that he did you move other hands or feet. So to be safe, Chen Mo did not rush to take action, but asked Wang Jin to rush over to help. The sonic cannon loaded by the bat war chariot can easily destroy the wall of this steel fortress and let them enter inside the room. Later Justin Hammer sent two mercenaries out to deal with Tony Stark. Sharon Rogers was left with only two mercenaries, and none of them pointed at Sharon. Some mercenaries are concentrated on the other side of the room. And Justin Hammer shook Sharon's pistol back and forth, often deviating from her body. Seeing that the time is right, if you drag it on, he might really see Tony_Stark's hand-to-hand combat, so Chen Mo acted decisively and shot out when Justin Hammer's muzzle shifted. At the same time, Wang Jin, who had already arrived and was ready, blasted the wall and rushed in. So far, the whole operation has gone smoothly. Two mercenaries who were close to Sharon and were inconvenient to shoot with a flying knife were also quickly rushed in by Chen Mo and directly solved with the sword of the king. Sharon is no longer threatened. On the other side of War Chariot, Wang Jin was still fighting with a few mercenaries. The bullets were flying around. He was worried that the stray bullet would injure Sharon's Chen Mo. He quickly stood in front of her and blocked her behind. At the same time, take out the primordial Edman alloy shield, ready to resist the stray bullets rebounding from other directions. The mood of Sharon Rogers tied up on the chair can be described as ups and downs. I thought I was going to be killed today. There is no way for Iron Man, who can come to rescue them. Didn't expect the situation changed drastically in an instant, and she was dazzled by this series of changes. First, a silver light flashed by. Justin Hammer, who was still very arrogant just now, threw down his pistol and started wailing, and then the wall behind was blasted open. A black war chariot like a science fiction fighter rushed in. Next came the gunfight, the black shadow, and the sword light. When she came back to his senses, a tall and majestic black silhouette was standing in front of her. The silver longsword dripping blood, the round shield on the arm, and the broad back of this stalwart mountain made her feel a very familiar feeling in her heart, a vagueness in her memory. The silhouette gradually became clear, and slowly overlapped with the silhouette in front of him. Sharon Rogers' eyes reddened involuntarily. He didn't cry under the muzzle just now, but now she shed tears uncontrollably. The choking voice with infinite grievance, involuntarily soft voice shouted, "Baba!" Although he was gagged and his voice was a little fuzzy, Chen Mo still heard the affectionate call, and he quickly understood in his heart. What's going on? Although Sharon Rogers was sent to Tony Stark at a very young age, she still had some vague impressions of her childhood when she was with Steve. Steve's equipment was all given by him. Edman alloy armored combat uniforms, long swords, and shields looked almost the same as him, and they also received the enhancement of super soldier serum. The body is very similar too. No wonder Sharon mistakenly identified him as Steve. Listening to this grievance call, Chen Mo only felt that his whole heart was about to melt. How could this bastard Steve throw such a small child to Tony_Stark, without the love of his father? How can it be happy? On the other side, the battle between Wang Jin and the mercenaries is finally over. No matter how elite they are, They are just ordinary persons. How can they be 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people and possess powerful fighting skills? After a useless resistance, Wang Jin's opponent, wearing a nano-combat uniform, was completely brought down by Wang Jin. My steel suit 229. My steel suit 229. Without the threat of stray bullets, Chen Mo immediately put away the long sword and shield, turned around, and at the same time took the armor of his hands into the space, and controlled the nano-combat uniform. Hand defense. Only then stretched out the right hand, gently placed it on Sharon Rogers' head, and gently rubbed it twice. Good child. Sharon Rogers felt the gentle touch of the generous and warm hands on her head, and closed her eyes comfortably, just like a kitten. Gently rubbed Chen Mo's hand. Outside the bulletproof glass, Tony_Stark saw that Sharon was finally safe, and he took a long sigh of relief. Seeing Sharon's good-looking and gentle appearance under Chen Mo's hands, he couldn't help being envious. The human little Liu Oli is so coquettish by his side. What a pity, now when he grows up. Oh, things have remained the same, but people have changed. Little Liu Oli, who he raised up so hard, was snatched away by Chen Mo. The envy, jealousy and hatred in Tony_Stark's heart, when he looked towards the 2 mercenaries next to him, his eyes instantly it got cold. I blame you all. Tony_Stark's anger just now threatened by Justin Hammer and the jealousy that is now ignited in the heart are in harmony. He just so wants to vent fiercely. At this time, the 2 around him just wanted to kill him. Mercenaries have become the highest vent. There is no Mark III besides someone. Tony_Stark clenched his fists directly, moved towards the 2 men and rushed. Ignoring the bullets fired by the 2 of them, Tony_Stark used the fighting skills he learned from 3 days of fishing for 3 days and 2 days of netting all these years. The fully armed elite mercenaries were unable to fight back and eventually fell to the ground. The skull masks of the 2 have long been knocked off, but they still cannot see their looks, because Tony_Stark replaced them with a pig head mask with his fist. Tony Stark finally got out of breath and walked into the room comfortably from the hole blasted by the Bat War chariot. At this time, Sharon Rogers had already been untied by Chen Mo, but then Chen Mo found a thick silver ankle on her right ankle with a blue indicator light is flashing. Chen Mo's pupils couldn't help but shrank. It seems that Justin Hammer really has another trick, but Chen Mo not at all panicked, first gently untied the rope that was blocking Sharon's mouth, and rubbed her hair again with a gentle smile, confirming that she was in good condition. Then he turned his head and looked towards Justin Hammer, who was still clutching his wrist and howling. At this time, both Wang Jin and Tony_Stark came over. Tony_Stark walked up to Sharon, put his hands on her shoulders, and looked carefully. "Sharon, are you okay?" Sharon, who used to be very cold in front of him, was uncharacteristic this time. She shook the head well and looked at him with full eyes. It is warm. She sees everything that Tony has done for her, and at this time, she can still care for her little temper. When Tony saw this relaxed, he couldn't help but feel warm, as if he was back when Sharon was young. Just as he wanted to continue to comfort her, his sight suddenly fell to her ankle, his face sank instantly, and he obviously found the problem. "Wang Jin, tie him up for me." At this moment, Chen Mo's cold and angry voice suddenly sounded. After being tied to the chair by Wang Jin, Justin Hammer obediently and honestly explained the origin of the ankle ring. Maybe it was because he lost to Tony Stark too many times before, which created a psychological shadow. In order to prevent the plan from failing, the life-saving methods he came up with were really endless. One after another. First tried to hide behind the scenes. In order to prevent Tony from discovering, he built this steel fortress with a lot of money, so he was still worried, for fear of being attacked by Tony_Stark. He would do it all. When he arrived at a piece of vibranium, he made a huge mite anklet bomb that no one except him could untie, and the detonator of the bomb was worn on his wrist. The formidable power of the bomb is enough to turn everything in this room into fly ash, and the detonator is not a simple activation switch. Instead, monitor his heartbeat at any time. Once the heartbeat stops, the bomb on Sharon's feet will explode. This bracelet-style detonator is also made of vibranium. Unless his wrist is cut off, it cannot be taken off at all. If it does that, the heartbeat will not be detected, and the bomb was detonated. With this layer of protection, Justin Hammer dared to attack Tony Stark so unscrupulously. As long as he didn't want Sharon to die, Tony wouldn't dare to kill him. "Hey, let me go." "I can let you go, otherwise, I will bite my tongue and kill myself now." "Pull you to bury you together." Tony Stark is a bit unwilling. "Is it true?" "Just forget it." "Will Sharon live with this ugly and heavy shack in the future?" As for Justin Hammer to untie it, as long as he is not crazy, it is absolutely impossible to untie it. This is his only reliance on survival. "Just remove the ankle ring. Tony will kill him immediately." "But let him go like this." Tony is really unwilling. "Bite your tongue to commit suicide." "Do you dare?" Chen Mo has seen through Justin Hammer. He is so timid and afraid of death. It is simply impossible to bite his tongue to commit suicide. It is just him, the intimidation, that's all. Chen Mo touched Sharon's hair and knelt down to check the ankle ring. With a lot of Edmund Metal Gear, he can be sure that this is indeed made with vibranium. Justin Hammer, who was spotted by Chen Mo and dared not commit suicide, was embarrassed. Seeing Chen Mo squat down to check the ankle ring, he immediately said confidently, "It is the hardest metal in the world. It is extremely precious. Anything is impossible to cut it open. I advise you not to waste your energy." Chen Mo did not speak. Instead, he stretched out his left hand wearing the watch and aligned the 12 o'clock position above the dial with the ankle ring on Sharon's feet. When the right hand was a little bit above the dial, a blue fan beam shot out from the top of the watch, slowly swept across the ankle. Immediately afterwards, a three-dimensional holographic projection almost identical to the ankle ring emerged above the dial, which became transparent under Chen Mo's operation, exposing all the internal structure. Justin Hammer was taken aback by Chen Mo's inadvertent high-tech scanning and holographic imaging methods. The internal structure of the bomb foot ring was so easily cracked. However, his heart soon relaxed again. Even if he knew what the internal structure was, it would simply not help. This special vibranium anklet can't be opened by anyone except him. "My steel suit 230. My steel suit 230. It's useless. Give it up. You are impossible to open it." Chen Mo ignored him and looked down and carefully checked the explosive position in the ankle ring. The line was distributed, and finally, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Standing up, Chen Mo took out the sword of the king from the space, moved towards Sharon and said, "Don't be afraid," then moved towards her ankle. "Can be cut down." The sharp point of the sword swept across an inconspicuous gap in the ankle. Puff. After a light sound, there seems to be no change in the foot ring. Although Justin Hammer wondered where Chen Mo pulled out the long sword, but he was confident in the vibranium anklet he had spent a lot of money to build, and said with a smile proudly, "I said that vibranium impossible is destroyed. I think you should give up." Chen Mo ignored Justin Hammer's clamor, put away the long sword and squatted down again. Hold both sides of the ankle ring with both hands and gently break it. Click. Silver's vibranium ankle was opened from the chopped gap. Chen Mo took the ankle and put it into the space. Justin Hammer, who was still looking confident just now, was stunned at the moment the ankle ring was opened. Until the ankle ring disappeared into Chen Mo's hands, he still had no spirit. Slowly recovers, and he couldn't believe it. Murmured to himself, "Impossible, impossible." At this time, Justin Hammer felt like he had bought fakes, but the previous test in the laboratory was indeed you can't destroy a single bit after exhausting all methods. What the hell is going on? Exclamation mark. I put away the bomb ankle and completely relieved the danger. Tony_Stark and the others are all sighed in relief. With such a bomb on Sharon's feet, their hearts have been hanging. Now it was finally safe, and the rescue operation was not considered a success until then. Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Tony_Stark. "Tony, you take Sharon back first." "Okay, Daddy." Tony nodded. He moved towards Sharon, stretched out his hands, planning to take her out. Finally, Sharon Rogers, who was completely safe, quickly regained her strength and saw Tony_Stark intending to hug her. The slap slapped Tony's hand away. "I am not a little child, and I am not injured. Where do I need to hug?" Tony_Stark retracted his hands angrily. "It seems that everything just now is an illusion. Sharon is still the same Sharon." At the same time, he couldn't help but miss Sharon again when he was a child. At that time, every time he reached out to hug her, she would stretch out her hands happily, tiptoe, and put her head up for him to hold. Looking at Sharon Rogers staring at him in front of him, Tony Starks burst into tears. "That, Sharon, let's go back first." Sharon gave him a glance and ignored him, but turned her head and looked towards Chen Mo pitifully. "This is most likely a mysterious person of her father." "Sharon, go home with your Tony big brother first, and we will go back soon." Chen Mo's voice is indescribably gentle. Tony_Stark never hearing what he said, "I felt a little uncomfortable for a while." Could this be Tian's tenderness? Sharon looked up at the stalwart silhouette in front of him, obediently nodded. Then I got up and moved towards the big cave blasted out by the Bat War chariot. Tony_Stark glanced at Chen Mo with envy when he saw it, and then quickly followed her and walked out. A burst of voice then came from outside the cave. "Sharon, I wear steel battle clothes and fly back with you, okay?" "It's exciting." Naive. After the two quarreled and left, Chen Mo turned and looked towards Justin Hammer, who was tied to the chair behind him, his face instantly cold. Now he has also awakened from the shock of Chen Mo cutting off the vibranium anklet, and even if he fell into intense fear, without the restraint of Sharon's bomb, they would let it go. Him? Seeing Tony and Sharon leaving only Chen Mo and Wang Jinkao walking over to him, Justin Hammer's expression became even more horrified. "What do you want to do?" Chen Mo glanced at the silver bracelet on his wrist, which is the detonator of the bomb, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes' cold glow. "Wang Jin, get that Death God here." "Yes." Wang Jin bowed his head and took the lead, and soon left the room. On the other side, he brought Captain Death God, a mercenary who was seriously injured and unconscious. For these accomplices, Wang Jink did not show mercy. Although he has never killed anyone before, he was followed Wang Kun to practice martial arts for many years, and he is the heir of the Seven Rings gang. Wang Jin did not resist the killing and did not have any psychological pressure. So most of the Essence mercenaries who fought with him were directly killed by his iron fist, and the others who did not die on the spot were all seriously injured and could not live long. The Death God who was thrown in front of Chen Mo had a deep recessed fist mark on his chest. The breastbone and ribs were broken, and the broken ribs were inserted into the lungs and mouth. From time to time, the blood foamed out, and the breathing became weaker and weaker, and it would be completely dead soon. This is naturally clear with Chen Mo's extremely keen hearing. Glanced at the dead fish-like Death God on the ground, Chen Mo lifts the head, with cold eyes, took a deep look at Justin Hammer, who directed all this today. "You, what are you going to do?" I was chilled by Chen Mo's eyes, and Justin Hammer asked with a trembling voice. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mo did not speak, raised his right hand and held it in the void. The Silver King's sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then moved towards Justin Han under the wave of Chen Mo silently cut down. "No!" Justin Hammer wailed loudly in horror, but Chen Mo's sword was not at all slashed to him as he thought. Just as he was puzzled, a sharp pain came from his wrist. I saw Justin Hammer's left hand wearing a silver bracelet was cut off with a sword by Chen Mo and fell to the ground. Justin Hammer felt the severe pain coming from his wrist and looked at the severed hand falling on the ground. The intense pain and incomparable fear directly crushed his nerves, and he rolled his eyes directly. "Fainted." Chen Mo ignored Justin Hammer, who had fainted, stretched out a long sword, picked up the bracelet from the severed hand with the tip of the sword, and then shook the tip of the sword, turning the bracelet towards Wang Jin picked the past. Afterwards, while the bracelet was thrown into the air, Chen Mo retracted the long sword back, followed his wrist, and waved the long sword moved towards the bracelet. With a sound of puff, the tip of the sword swept across the bracelet, and when it fell into Wang Jin's hands, It had already opened. My steel suit 231. My steel suit 231. Give it to him. Chen Mo moved towards Death God, whose breathing on the ground has become weaker, motioned, and waited for Wang Jin to wear it to him well. After the heartbeat signal on the bracelet reappeared, Chen Mo stretched out his hand and took out the bomb anklet that Sharon had removed from the space. The time in the space is static, so no matter how long it is left in the space, the state when taken out is exactly the same as when it is put in. That is to say, the signal not at all is interrupted. Will explode. Now after taking it out, it continues to receive the heartbeat signal of Death God, which is seamlessly connected, so the indicator light on the bomb foot ring is still blue, which is safe. After putting the ankle ring on Justin Hammer, who had fainted, Chen Mo slapped him directly, and then, regardless of his hysterical wailing, he sat in the Bad War Chariot with Wang Jin and left. Here, the Bad War Chariot just drove out of the underground garage exit and returned to the ground. Chen Mo saw Ethan Kortekadamishan wearing Mark II standing in front of a group of guards. He was still standing beside him. Natasha Romanoff, who just arrived. Chen Mo and Tony Stark were naturally seen by the guards when they entered the building. Wang Jin's Bad War Chariot broke the wall and entered when it was very dynamic. In order to prevent them from making trouble, Chen Mo ordered Ethan Kortekadamishan stayed outside. Now the name of Iron Man can be said to be unknown. The video of his battle with Ironmonger is widely circulated. Almost all the guards present have watched it more than once, and many of them are his fans. They are also very aware of the strength of Iron Man. Although two Iron Man appeared before, they still dare not act blindly in the face of Ethan Kortekadamishan wearing Mark II steel battle clothes. Without thinking, he confronted him in front of the building. Thanks to Iron Man's deterrence, if he did start, Ethan Kortekadamishan might trip himself up in a hurry. Bad War Chariots docked beside Ethan Kortekadamishan. Chen Mo opened the car door and walked out. Ethan, get in the car. You and Wang Jin will go back first. Ethan Kortekadamishan was originally worried about how to get back soon. He might crash on the way when he was flying by himself. I don't want to be a human skateboard again. Is it possible that I want to go back? Then I don't know how many falls. At this time, I heard Chen Mo's words, and my heart was settled, and he staggered over and got into the car awkwardly. When the guards on the opposite side saw this, they couldn't help but wonder, is this Iron Man fake? Standing there and thinking about that, why does it seem like polio? Just as they were wondering, the Sci-Fi Black War Chariot door slowly closed, and then quickly began to accelerate, before they had time to react, rushed past them, long away. Looking at this Sci-Fi War Chariot disappearing in the distance, a group of guards turned around and looked towards Chen Mo and Natasha Romanoff, who remained in place. The dark Edman alloy armor on Chen Mo looks no weaker than steel battle clothes. The powerful imposing manner on Chen Mo is countless times stronger than the previous counterfeit Iron Man. The group of guards was shocked for a while and did not dare to step forward. However, as time went by, more and more guards rushed over from the surroundings, and soon the two Chen Mo were completely surrounded and blocked in front of the building. As the number of people increased, their confidence gradually increased, and they began to stir. The sudden sound of an explosion from the ground and the violent vibration that followed made them commotion. Natasha Romanoff felt the commotion of the guards, glanced at Chen Mo, who was still very calm beside him, and asked with a somewhat hoarse sexy voice, "Commander, shall we fight out soon?" Although Chen Mo didn't understand why Chen Mo didn't just leave when she was young, she was not worried. No matter how many guards there are, they can't pose any threat to her and Chen Mo, but they are just a little troublesome. Chen Mo shook the head slightly when she heard her. "Let's drive back." "Drive? Is it to grab a car? But then you have to fight out first." Just as Natasha Romanoff was puzzled, a burst of engine rumbling sound suddenly came from a distance. Soon, more than a dozen large black SUVs appeared in her vision. A group of guards moved towards behind them and they rushed at high speed. A harsh brake sound rang, and dozens of large off-road vehicles with flashing police lights suddenly stopped outside the crowd, enclosing a group of guards in a semi-enclosed manner. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous door opening sounded. The doors of a dozen off-road vehicles were all opened, and dozens of people were physically strong, wearing black combat uniforms. Fully armed soldiers rushed down from the car, and quickly took control of the stand guards. Afterwards, two figures came out of the crowd and moved towards Chen Mo. Came over. It was Phil Coulson in a black suit and the fully armed Crossbones in combat uniforms. Brock Romulo. Sir, Commander. The two walked up to Chen Mo and stood still. Chen Mo glanced around and found that the situation on the scene had been controlled by the special forces, so he gently nodded and said to the two, "I will leave the rest to you. I will let Tony send you the live video." "Yes, Commander." "Okay, sir." Chen Mo was nodded toward the two, and directly led Natasha Romanoff through the crowd and got into an off-road vehicle. Bang, bang. Closing the door twice, Chen Mo slammed on the accelerator, hit the steering wheel in his hand, quickly turned around, and rushed towards the far door. In the car, Natasha Romanoff turned his head slightly and looked carefully at Chen Mo, who was driving. At this time, he had already put the armor on his head into the space and lifted the head of Nano in combat uniforms. A majestic and stern face appeared. So close to Chen Mo, the legendary hero, Shield Boss. The most important thing is to stay alone with the most powerful house in the world. Who looks very young and handsome. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but feel some strange feelings came out, and the eyes of Chen Mo couldn't help but become a little blurred. "Good job." Chen Mo suddenly spoke while driving the car. Natasha Romanoff, hearing this, moved towards Chen Mo's sexy bearing and charming temperaments, slightly smiled, did not speak. "I want you." Chen Mo looked forward, said in deadly earnest. Natasha Romanoff couldn't keep calm anymore, only feeling the whole body warm, and the heart began to beat involuntarily. "My steel suit 232. My steel suit 232. Natasha Romanoff looked at her side in a panic. The interior space of this large off-road vehicle is very spacious. Is he going to be in the car? Should I agree, or? I agree. Always swift and decisive, calm and steady. Seeing Tony_Stark face doesn't change naked, but the Black Widow with a joke on his face, but at this time his face is flushed, and he is extremely shy and low. He turned his head, and shrank like a shy little girl in the position of the co-pilot and did not dare to say anything. At this time, the off-road vehicle just drove into the remote forest road. Natasha looked at the deserted woods outside the window, and the heartbeat was faster. At this moment, Chen Mo's deep voice sounded again. "Tell Nick Fury, you have been recruited by the Special Forces." Back to the villa, Natasha Romanoff went directly to himself. "It's been a long time since I came out." The other four people who came back first and Pepper, who had just returned from the company, were all in the living room. Before in Hanma Industries, Tony Stark finally got his wish and flew back to the villa with Sharon Rogers. When he asked Sharon if it was irritating, Sharon returned him 3 words: too much panic. Tony Stark, who had failed to please the children, felt deeply disappointed, but also sighed in relief in his heart. Judging from the performance of Sharon Rogers, she is in a very good state of mind, not at all is too much affected by this kidnapping. I have to say that Sharon is a very strong girl. Even a little too strong, except that when he just entered the room where she was tied up, she showed a little weakness, and soon he once again resumed his strong temperament and refused to expose his weakness in front of him. I really don't know who she looks like. Is it hereditary? Who are her parents? Pepper, how is Harpy? The first thing Sharon saw Pepper was to ask Harp, who was shot by a kidnapper, to save him. The case of Pi Hogan. Don't worry, it's okay. He is already asleep after the operation. We will see him in the hospital tomorrow. Pepper touched Sharon's hair, said pettingly. Slightly nodded, Sharon finally felt relieved. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Amy and the others had begged her, so she turned around and looked towards Tony_Stark. "Tony, many of my classmates are your fans. They want to see you with their own eyes." Tony_Stark watched Pepper touch Sharon's head. "My heart is imbalanced. Why can Pepper touch it, but I am always opened by fiercely when I touch it? Doesn't the big brother have human rights?" At this time, hearing Sharon's words, his head was instantly big, and he didn't want to deal with a bunch of little furry kids, so without the slightest hesitations Hook the Head, resolute and decisive, refused. Don't even think about it. No time. I knew. Although I didn't report any hope, I heard Tony without the slightest hesitation. Rejection. Sharon is still a little disappointed and angry, so don't give face. HMPH. I hate you. At this moment, the door of the living room suddenly opened. Chen Mo, who had put away the Edmund alloy armor and put on a set of ordinary clothes, strode in. Seeing the familiar silhouette of Chen Mo, Sharon Rogers immediately forgot to be angry with Tony Stark, and ran towards Chen Mo, rushing directly into his arms. Chen Mo opened her hands and hugged her, gently stroking her hair and back with a face full of affection. After a long time, Sharon reluctantly left Chen Mo's arms. Wide his chest, strong arms. This feeling is like when I was a child, it seems. Only when she looked towards Chen Mo's face, looking forward to her face, she couldn't help but was taken aback. This did not seem to be her father. Although she didn't know who her biological father was, she seemed it's not a mixed race. Furthermore, this person looks familiar, as if he has seen him somewhere. By the way, when Tony came back from Afghanistan, this man stood by his side, and Pepper said that he rescued Tony. Who is he? What does it have to do with her? Why does she think he is so like the father in her memory? A series of questions surfaced in Sharon Rogers' mind. Chen Mo looked at the confused and charming little girl in front of him, pulling her to sit on the sofa with a face of pity. Child, today, I will tell you your life experience. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Sharon, who was immersed in doubts, suddenly raised her head. Looking at Chen Mo with a shocked look, he knows his life experience and who his biological parents are. Will the doubts that have troubled her for 10 years be completely solved today? Tony_Stark was also shocked when hearing this, and he quickly raised his ears. He was also very curious about who Sharon's biological parents were. Peggy, Ethan and Wang Jin all came up with curiosity. Looking at Chen Mo's posture, what I'm going to talk about today is likely to be a huge secret. Natasha Romanoff, who just came out of the room and changed into casual clothes, still has a trace of redness that has not faded away. A pair of beautiful eyes are white with resentment. Chen Mo glanced at him, twisting and slender. His waist also walked to the sofa, sweeping his eyes and looking for a place next to him to sit down, looking forward to the few people waiting to hear the story. Chen Mo said nothing, while stroking Sharon's hair. Your full name is Sharon Rogers, and your father is American Captain Steve Rogers. What? Everyone hearing this couldn't help but stared wide-eyed. Sharon turned out to be the daughter of American Captain. Chen Mo took a faint glance, and after everyone had shut up, Chen Mo continued. Your mother, of course, is Peggy Carter. Sharon's brain was blank, and she turned out to be a famous superhero during World War II. American Captain and Agent Carter daughter? No, Daddy. Didn't they die several decades ago? Sure. Chen Mo's sharp eyes followed Tony swept across his face, and he couldn't help but curl his neck when he saw it, and he didn't dare to interrupt anymore. Sharon's excitement at hearing Tony's words suddenly sank. Yes, even if you know that they are your biological parents, they are all dead and they are still orphans. Sharon, whose mood fluctuates sharply, not at all reflects the meaning of Tony's words. Since they died several decades ago, how could they have given birth to Sharon more than 10 years ago? They are not at all dead. Tony_Stark stared wide-eyed in shock, but closed his mouth tightly, did not dare to speak again. Back then, in order to maintain world peace and protect the safety of the Earth, we secretly established SHIELD. Yes, it was SHIELD, not the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. My Steel Suit 233. My Steel Suit 233. All the people including Sharon stared wide-eyed, listened carefully to Chen Mo's narration. Different from the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, which is now under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council composed of 5 major powers, SHIELD is independent of countries and is free from any organization and force interference. Its sole purpose is protect the Earth. The Bureau of National Land Strategy Defense, attack and logistics support is not so much protecting the Earth as it is protecting the interest of the 5 major countries. So after the world situation stabilized, Steve and Carter suspended their lives back to S.H.I.E.L.D., where they can better exert their power, continue to guard the Earth. Tony_Stark and Wang Jin and the others did not even exist before the National Strategic Defense Attack and the Logistics Support Bureau. I know, let alone the more mysterious S.H.I.E.L.D., a major secret that is even more secret than a state secret. They are all excited to hear them, and the expressions on their faces are very exciting. Then why did they leave me alone? Sharon Rogers is not very interested in S.H.I.E.L.D. What she cares about is that since they are not dead, there is nothing to leave behind. She doesn't care. Steve and them all have been strengthened by super soldier serum. Their metabolism is several times stronger than that of ordinary people, and their lifespan is also greatly increased. But after all, they are not immortal, but the speed of aging is slower. In order to prevent life from passing quickly with time and to be able to respond in time when a major crisis occurs on the Earth, when the situation is stable, they will enter the freezer cabin to sleep to stop the body's aging. However, when they hibernated the last time, you were too young to accept the enhancement of super soldier serum, so they can only give you to Tony, so that you can experience a normal life. It turned out to be like this. They didn't deliberately leave me alone. I have parents, and my father is Captain Steve Rogers from the United States. My mother is Agent Carter. They all protect the Earth superhero. I'm not an orphan. I have parents. Sharon Rogers tried hard not to let herself cry, but excited, wronged, and happy tears still flowed from her eyes. Then, when can I see them? Sharon kept tears while looking at Chen Mo with her big teary eyes, and asked anxiously. Chen Mo looked at her face in tears. Poor Sharon gently stroked her back, took out a handkerchief from the space, and helped her wipe the tears from her face. Quickly. Everyone has long been accustomed to Chen Mo's ability to take things out of thin air. No one else noticed anything wrong, but Natasha Romanoff was on the sidelines. When I saw this handkerchief, my complexion couldn't help but change, but she was soon covered up by her, but the look of shock in her eyes could not be calmed for a long time. This handkerchief is made of exquisite materials. The whole body is pure black. Only one corner of the handkerchief has a golden coat of arms. Others did not notice, but Natasha Romanoff, a top agent, saw it. It is very clear that the golden coat of arms is simply a 9-headed dragon. If it's someone else, you might not think too much about it. It's just a luxurious handkerchief and a family coat of arms that you don't know. There will be no further associations. But don't forget, Natasha Romanoff's true identity is Hydra's secret agent. The legend of Hydra cannot be more clear. Although this emblem is completely different from the logo of Hydra, it represents but it is simply one thing, Hydra. Hydra. Is it possible that the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., legendary hero Commander Chen Mo, is also from Hydra? This is incredible. It is even more difficult for her to accept than hearing that Sharon is the daughter of Rogers and Carter. Although it was quickly concealed, the changes in Natasha Romanoff's body could not escape Chen Mo's induction, but he did not make any response, still holding the handkerchief to help Sharon, carefully wiping tears. This handkerchief was brought out from the world of Legend of the Night. In addition to the handkerchief, there are also many utensils, beddings, robes and other daily necessities in the space, which he brought to use on the desert island. These all are Imperial family, all of them are printed with royal coat of arms, which is the 9-headed dragon. Chen Mo is not careless. He is not worried that this handkerchief will reveal his identity, let alone Hydra. Back then was a secret organization. Most people did not know his existence. More important, the thing is, Hydra no longer exists, and it was annihilated by Chen Mo himself. Even if Steve, Howard and the others saw this handkerchief, they would only think that Chen Mo made it specially to commemorate his destruction of Hydra. There will be no other associations at all. Only Natasha Romanoff, who is from Hydra, can doubt Chen Mo's identity. Sharon Rogers, who learned of her true identity, gradually calmed down under Chen Mo's comfort. Looking at the gentle Chen Mo in front of him, she couldn't help but ask strangely, "Why do I think you are very familiar, like, My father. Chen Mo, hearing this, smiled gently, touched her head, said with a smile, because I am the commander. I am Steve's master. We have all received the enhancement of Super Soldier Serum. The body is similar, and all his equipment, including Adman alloy armored combat uniforms, long swords, and shields, are all the same as me. When you were a child, you should have a deep impression of him when he was fully armed, so you will feel familiar when you see me. That's it. He turned out to be the master of father. Slightly nodded, Sharon Rogers asked a little shyly. Then what should I call you? Chen Mo, hearing this, couldn't help thinking about it. Steve is his discipline. In the Chinese martial arts world, master and disciple are like father and son. If they are calculated according to their relationship, Sharon should call him ancestor, master, or grandfather, but considering Carter, Howard and the others and Chen Mo are considered the same generation. If that is the case, Carter will become Sharon's grandmother. Steve will call his wife mom or aunt, Howard will call uncle, and Sharon will call Tony his father. The seniority is completely messed up. Originally, Chen Mo and Steve were both teachers and friends, so just ignore the master and disciple generations, so the problem is solved. But because of his relationship with Steve and Carter, Sharon called him uncle, and it was a bit of fun. Anyway, a son is also a son, and two children are also raised. Simply, I think Sharon is also the goddaughter. Got it? But the kid Steve took it advantage, and he was a whole generation older. So, Chen Mo looked at Sharon's gentle smile and whispered to her, "You can call me father." My Steel Suit 234. My Steel Suit 234. Sharon Rogers was hearing this for a moment. Isn't my father American Captain? Steve and I are both master and disciple, but also very good friends, and your mother Peggy, Tony's father Howard, we used to fight side by side together. I am Tony's godfather, you are siblings, and I will also be your godfather. Would you like it? Sharon looked at Chen Mo's kind smile and felt his warm big hand caressing his back, as well as the generous embrace before and the stalwart back in front of her. A full sense of security, a sense of happiness and incomparable rises from her heart, as if she was finally found her support. Involuntarily nodded. Okay. Suddenly there is a daughter. Chen Mo feels unspeakable. A desire to be well. The feeling of caring for her and giving her all the best things was completely different from when he had Tony as a son. Chen Mo just thinks about how to temper Tony, let him suffer more and grow well. But for Sharon, Chen Mo doesn't want her to suffer a little bit and be wronged a little. Sharon suddenly remembered that Amy said that the big brother would appeal to Daddy if he didn't agree. Dad, my classmates are all Tony fans. They all hope to see him after they know my relationship with him, but he disagrees. Sharon was still shy when he first called Chen Mo Daddy, but when it came to Tony_Stark, he immediately became aggrieved. Tony, is that right? Chen Mo turned to look at Tony, solemnly asked. Well, Daddy, I am so busy, how can I have time to play with a group of children? Tony quickly explained that something was wrong. They are your younger sister's classmates. Seeing you have any problems, do you really think of yourself as a great character? It's not that Chen Mo has a daughter. After that, he blindly favors Sharon, but with Tony Stark's arrogant temperament, he really doesn't express his feelings very much. The strong Sharon Rogers is the same. This time there was such a big incident. The gap between the two people was finally loosened because of their age. If they are based on their personalities, although they have deep feelings for each other, but it will return to the way it was before long. Chen Mo, the father, simply helped. No, Daddy, Tony_Stark still wanted to struggle, but Chen Mo interrupted him with a merciless wave of his hand. Sharon is your younger sister, you have to spoil her, and you have to find ways to help her complete whatever she wants. She wants the moon, and you have to build a spaceship to the moon. She knocked the next piece and brought it back, big brother, just to pet the younger sister. Otherwise, what's the use of you, father? Tony, hearing this, one face aggrieved. How come you have a daughter? You don't want my son? Could it be that she is yours? I picked it up? That's not right. We both picked it up. Could it be? Okay, you don't need to say. Fortunately, Chen Mo doesn't knowing what Tony Stark was thinking. Otherwise he wouldn't recognize Howard who beat him. There will be a party at home tomorrow, Sharon. Call all your classmates." Chen Mo turned around and touched Sharon's head. "Yeah, thank you Daddy." Sharon happily ran to Chen Mo, tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. This time, Daddy called. It's so natural. Although she is relatively early, she is still a child after all. Sharon is still very happy to be able to fulfill the students' requests and realize their wishes. In the future, tell Daddy about anything, and Daddy will help you do it for you. When Chen Mo said this, his voice was very soft. However, the strong self-confidence contained in the words and the broad imposing manner revealed in her body made Sharon Rogers believe that no matter what she wants, Chen Mo can help her do it. Sharon looked at Chen Mo's handsome and angular face, with bright eyes, full of admiration, and nodding vigorously. "Daddy is amazing." Chen Mo is not boasting. With his current strength and the terrifying power, there is really nothing that cannot be done on this earth. She just wants to be a princess, as long as Chen Mo says. In other words, both Wakanda and the Norwegian royal family can be canonized at any time. One is an emerging technology power that controls the entire African continent, and the other is the Nordic kingdom with a long history. The princesses of any country are noble, and they can be received in the United States by state etiquette. In the future, if Tony bullies you, tell Daddy. Daddy will help you teach him. "Daddy, you are so good." Sharon Rogers still had tears in the corners of her eyes, but smiled happily on her face, and plunged into Chen Mo's arms. "Ha ha." Chen Mo couldn't help laughing with his arms around Sharon, who was acting like a baby in his arms. Tony Stark on the side only felt bitter in his heart, as if he had been abandoned by the world. It's getting late. Today, after experiencing a thrilling kidnapping, and knowing that her biological parents are still alive, Sharon, who was in a moody ups and downs, quickly became sleepy. Everyone was busy all night. A little tired, they got up and went back to the room to rest. Just as Tony_Stark was crying and thinking about whether to hide tomorrow, he suddenly heard Chen Mo say to Natasha Romanoff, "Come to my room in a while." Tony_Stark hearing this stared wide-eyed in shock, looking at the two in disbelief. Under his gaze, Natasha Romanoff nodded without the slightest hesitation, made Tony Stark as if was struck by lightning. Looking at Natasha Romanoff twisting lithe and graceful posture and following Chen Mo and leaving the living room, Tony Stark slowly turned his head and looked towards Pepper. "You will come in a while." Tony hadn't finished speaking, but Pepper had already blushed and pulled Sharon up and left quickly. "Get out." "I will sleep with Sharon tonight." Tony_Stark's face collapsed, and he felt that his soul had been greatly hurt, and he looked towards Ethan with a vague expression of resentment, and Wang Jin. The two of them were stunned by his resentful eyes. They quickly got up and quickly returned to their rooms. They were finally sighed in relief until the door was locked. No one knows when Natasha Romanoff came out of Chen Mo's room, but on the second day, everyone could clearly feel that she was very close to Chen Mo. His attitude has become more respectful and admired, and there are frantic rays of light flashing in his eyes looking towards him from time to time. In just one night, such a big change occurred, which made Tony_Stark incredibly curious about what happened in Chen Mo's room last night. Pa. The silhouette of Chen Mo waving his whip flashed in Tony's mind. "That's right. It must be so." My Steel Suit 235. My Steel Suit 235. I heard that there is something called teaching in Japan, and the old man shouldn't be. Thinking about this, Tony looked towards Chen Mo and couldn't help become full of admiration. Worthy of an old man, not only the personal military force is the best powerhouse in the world, but also the other aspects of battle strength are also very strong. Chen Mo felt Tony_Stark's gaze, but he didn't know what he was thinking, or else he had to wield his whip and train him. On this day, they first went to the hospital to visit the loyal bodyguard Harpy Hogan, who had woke up, and then returned to the beach house to prepare for the evening party. After returning to the house last night, Sharon called Amy several people one by one to report safety and at the same time inform them of the party tonight. Learning that Sharon was safe, they sighed in relief at the same time. They also admired Iron Man's greatness, and they rescued her soon. "I am full of expectations for the party tonight." That night, Nearly 100 boys and girls poured into Tony_Stark's luxurious villa by the sea, hiding in the living room upstairs, and seeing Tony_Stark from the window suddenly grew big. This is because Sharon noticed it late, and the news has not been completely spread. Otherwise, it is estimated that all the people in the school will have to be there. Pepper, Wang Jin and Ethan Kortekadamishan were in charge of receiving everyone. The main venue for the party was in the garden with a huge outdoor swimming pool. Only this place in the entire villa can accommodate nearly 100 people. Beside the grass, it is full of various snacks, fruits, drinks and food prepared in advance. This group of Sharon's classmates are very excited about being able to come to Iron Man's house to open a party. A group of people gathered in the garden and chatted excitedly. The content is largely inseparable from Iron Man and Shlun. As for Sharon, apart from envy, there is hardly any bad opinion. Even Jessica, who had a bad relationship with her, no longer hates her at all. Before, she thought that Sharon had an ordinary family background, but she was independent, cheerful and inviting. She was beautiful and had good academic performance. There were many suitors in school, which made her feel very unbalanced, unavoidably jealous. And when she learned that Sharon's true identity turned out to be a superhero, the top rich, and the younger sister of Iron Man Tony_Stark, the ridiculous sense of superiority had long since disappeared. It's just Loki. With such an amazingly huge background, she never took the initiative to mention her. She dresses simply and generously. She drives an ordinary cute little beetle. She has no idea of showing off. Compared with Sharon, she only then did I feel how shallow I was before. I used to think that Sharon's family was better than Sharon, and she would be jealous of her excellence. But after knowing that Sharon is much higher than her in both family history and mentality, apart from envy, she is only left to admire and admire it. After all, she is a simple underage girl with a simple mind. Hate is hate, like is like. At this time, after the change of thinking, Jessica's attitude towards Sharon is completely different. Seeing Sharon and Amy standing by the pool talking, she directly moved towards them and walked over. "Hi, Sharon." Jessica. Amy couldn't help but stare when she saw Jessica. Their previous relationship not great, but Sharon grabbed her and looked carefully at Jessica in front of her. Today she looks completely different from the princesses who used to be gorgeous. Her face is clean and full of vitality without makeup. Her blonde hair is tied into a ponytail and hangs neatly behind her head. There is no small temperament change. The sensitive Sharon can clearly feel that she no longer has previous malice towards herself, but has a touch of closeness. Sharon was not a stingy person, and she had never taken her previous hostility seriously. At this time, feeling her changes, she would naturally not reject others beyond 1,000 li. "Welcome, Jessica." Sharon Rogers smiled heartily, took a few steps forward, and said to Jessica. Receiving Sharon's kindness, she was still a little nervous. Jessica, who was worried about Sharon's revenge, couldn't help but feel relieved and admired Sharon's atmosphere even more. "Sharon, I used to." "Don't talk about the past." "Well, can I be with you in the future?" "After yesterday's events, I discovered that you are the real cool girl." "Of course, let's go, let's get some drinks together." As Lun said, leading a few people to the table with drinks on the side. Amy and the others saw that Jessica was not here to find fault, but to hope to join them. They were all very proud. They were the first to play with Sharon. At the time they were still "I don't know that she is the younger sister of Iron Man." But if you can play with Sharon, they are not stingy people. Since Jessica is returning to evil, then we adults will accept her in large numbers. Jessica, who was accepted by Sharon, was very happy and could not help but talk about the scene that impressed her very much yesterday. Yesterday at the school gate, facing the bad guys with guns, you were not afraid at all, and you were able to fight with them for a while. It was so cool. How did you do it? Yes. The scene at that time gave Jessica too much shock. Sharon, who is usually gentle, dared to fight the kidnappers who were very fierce with weapons, and after resisting for a while, She was taken away by them. She didn't show any fear during the whole process. She really admired her. Amy, hearing this on the side, also nodded vigorously and interjected, "Yes, that's right. I was shocked at the time. If they came to catch me, I would never even dare to move." "I think you will cry directly come out, little Amy." Ha ha ha. Shirley took the opportunity to laugh at the cowardly Amy. Sharon and her classmates and close friends were chatting, laughing and chatting in the garden, while Chen Mo was standing near with a cup of coffee in the living room on the second floor of the villa. In front of the garden window, looking at Sharon, who was smiling happily below, "I was very pleased." "You see how happy Sharon is talking with her friends." Chen Mo took a sip of coffee and said to Tony Stark standing next to him, "She was also very happy to chat with me when she was a child, but when she grows up, when a little girl grows up, she needs friends of the same age, generation gap, you know." Just as the two were chatting, Sharon in the garden suddenly left the crowd and ran into the villa. Soon, Sharon rushed into the living room and ran to Tony's side. "Tony, my friends really want to meet the real Iron Man. Can you put on battle clothes and go out to meet them?" Sharon looked at Tony and asked, "My steel suit 236. My steel suit 236. Tony_Stark had a bad feeling when he saw Sharon running in, so he kept standing in front of the window with a wine glass and didn't look back. Sharon's words, "Don't look back," without the slightest hesitations, shook the head. "No way." "You." Sharon helplessly looked towards Chen Mo on the side for help. Chen Mo beckoned to her. Sharon quickly turned around and ran over. "Daddy, Tony. He disagrees. He just wants to save face. Go and coax him, and behave at him." "Can it work?" Sharon is only like a real child when she is in front of Chen Mo. Her usual strength and calmness have all disappeared, and she has returned to the innocence she should be at this age. "Go and try," Chen Mo said with a smile. Sharon nodded doubtfully and ran back to Tony again. Actually, Tony_Stark heard all the conversation between Sharon and Chen Mo just now. "I was afraid that Chen Mo would force him out, but didn't expect gave Sharon such an idea." While Tony sighed in relief, he secretly made up his mind to never agree. "It's not easy to act like a baby and so on." Tony never looked back, and coldly, Sharon bit her angry silver teeth and gave him a fiercely look, but thinking of the idea Chen Mo had just given her, she couldn't help but turned her head and looked towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo on the side saw her look over and gave her an encouraging smile. Sharon energetically nodded and looked back towards Tony Stark, who is still pretending to be cold, stretched out his hands and pulled his arms, shook it gently, using the voice he used to talk to Chen Mo, said softly, "Big brother, you promised me, okay?" Although I had already made up my mind to never compromise, I heard Sharon's acting like a baby at this moment and felt it on my arm. With the shaking of his little hand, Tony's heart suddenly softened, and he couldn't help but think of Sharon when he was a child. Immediately, Tony could no longer say the rejection that Tony had prepared for a long time. Although he still had a stern face, the warmth in his eyes could not be concealed. Okay, Tony_Stark said impatiently. "But only this time. I'm also Iron Man, so the appearance fee is very expensive." Sharon heard this, quietly rolled the eyes, but her face still couldn't help showing with a happy smile, moved towards Chen Mo. After making a victory sign, he turned his head happily to find Amy and the others. "Father, you helped Sharon plot against me." Watching Sharon happily ran out, Tony turned his head and complained to Chen Mo. "I didn't force you, you did it yourself." Chen Mo raised the coffee cup and took a sip. Tony_Stark was a bit speechless, isn't it? Just now, when Sharon acted like a baby, he was completely defeated. "You, sometimes too arrogant and too masculine. You can't follow her in front of your younger sister. You think she is happy to send her a sports car and take her to fly in the sky? Think about what she really wants." Chen Mo looked at Tony and said seriously, "I can tell you that when her parents come back, you may not have a chance to spoil her." Tony_Stark hearing this was lost in thought. Chen Mo did not speaking again. She turned her head and looked towards Sharon, who was with a few girls in the garden outside the window. Amy and the others heard Sharon say that Tony_Stark will appear in steel battle clothes soon. They are all excited, and everyone's faces are full of expectation. It's so exciting to see Iron Man up close. Soon, everyone by the pool heard a rapid burst of air coming from the sky. Everyone could not help but lift their head, looked towards the sky above, and saw a golden red. The mighty silhouette is moving straight towards them from the sky, swooping down. Look, it's Iron Man. Gosh, it's so cool. Mark III dived very fast. Seeing that it was about to hit the ground, many people couldn't help but exclaim. But Tony was very skilled in a roll and fell to the ground steadily in a semi-squat position. Bang! Everyone just felt that the ground was shaking with Tony's landing. Ow! Iron Man, so handsome. Tony, I love you. Tony_Stark stood up slowly from the ground, scanned the fanatical fans round him, and soon found Sharon's silhouette from the crowd, and she was surrounded by excited companions. Lun, with a rare happy smile on his face, Tony_Stark somewhat understood the meaning of what Chen Mo said before. It does not seem to be difficult. Thinking of this, Tony asked Jarvis to unarm the helmet on his head. Amid the mechanical sound of catch-click, the helmet deformed and received the battle clothes, revealing Tony_Stark's hanging one. A faint smile, handsome face. Looking at the changes in the steel battle clothes and Tony_Stark's exposed face, the surrounding fans broke out again with loud screams and shouts. This party will develop towards the Star Fan meeting. Trend moved towards everyone, showed a big smile. Tony_Stark said loudly, "Welcome everyone to this party. I am Sharon's big brother, Tony Stark." Sharon, your big brother is so handsome. Amy holds her heart in both hands, with a nymph wholly intoxicated expression on her face. Sharon, you are so happy. Iron Man is your big brother. Shirley's expression is no different from Amy. Sharon looked at Tony_Stark with a smile in front of him, and her heart couldn't help becoming sweet. Tony not at all was as straightforward as she thought, and even coped with it directly and walked through the scene. She was talking to everyone patiently. She knew that it was all because of her. Otherwise, with Tony's arrogant temperament, she wouldn't pay attention to the little children in his eyes. I just didn't want to disappoint my good friends. It's enough to think that Tony could show up. Didn't expect Tony to make her happy, but it was contrary to the arrogance in the normal way, the approachable side. When I promised just now, I was reluctant, dead proud, but Tony's behavior still made her feel the long-lost love from the big brother. As for the top sports car, which was held and flew by Iron Man, Sharon said she had no love at all. This is what she wants, a simple, pampered feeling. However, after hearing Shirley's words, Sharon couldn't help but snorted gently. What's so great about Iron Man? My daddy is still a commander, and my biological parents. When Sharon was thinking about it, Tony_Stark's voice, but he pulled her back. Next, does anyone want to go shopping in the sky? My steel suit 237. My steel suit 237. Sharon, hearing this, couldn't help rolling the eyes. So boring. Everyone was stunned at first, but quickly reacted. Unlike Sharon's reaction, they rushed to raise their hands, including Amy and Shirley beside Sharon. I want, me. Amy, aren't you afraid of heights? Sharon couldn't help but ask Amy, who looked to be eager to have a try, in Iron Man's arms. No matter how severe the fear of heights is, it will be cured instantly. Sharon's helpless shook the head. No help. Avid fans, it's unreasonable. Most of Tony_Stark's attention was on Sharon, and he naturally noticed Amy and Shirley beside her. Immediately the thrusters under the feet started and flew in front of the three of them. Then let's start with the two of you. The game of Iron Man takes you to fly. Pushed the atmosphere of the party to climax. Listening to the endless fanatical screams of fans in my ears, I like to play and show the limelight. In addition, after drinking a few glasses of wine in the living room before, Tony_Stark gradually started playing too, and later simply threw people into the large swimming pool. Pump, one by one, Boys and girls were thrown into the swimming pool by Tony like dumplings. The atmosphere suddenly became even hotter. "Help! I can't swim." A girl who had just been thrown into the pool suddenly swooped on the water and shouted. Seeing this, Tony hurriedly fell to the pool. Mark III quickly turned on. Tony, wearing a nano combat uniform, jumped in and quickly swam to the girl calling for help, dragging her from behind. Who thought? The girl who was still struggling suddenly turned around in the water and hugged him. "Ha ha, you were cheated. I caught you." "Yeah." "Raw." "Ha ha ha." Tony knew he had been cheated, but he was not at all angry, smiling bitterly and let the clever little fan hold him. At this time, he happened to see Sharon, who was laughing heartily standing by the pool. From her look, it was obvious that he knew that this girl could swim for a long time. It is estimated that he is the only one who does not know. Seeing Sharon taking pleasure in other people's misfortune, Tony_Stark couldn't help but show a smirk at the corners of his mouth. He quickly stretched out his right hand, grabbed Sharon's ankle, and pulled it back. Pulled her down too. Plop. Sharon, who came up from the water, wiped her face, and quickly found Tony, who was smirking beside her. "Tony, you are done." Speaking, Sharon waved her arms vigorously, and Tony moved towards, laughed heartily, splashed a large splash of water. Tony_Stark is proud, didn't expect Sharon to counterattack so fast. Before the open mouth could be closed, the raised spray flew over and hit him directly. His face was filled with water. "Pooh, Sharon Rogers, you are done too." Tony spit out the water in his mouth and immediately launched a counterattack. The girl caught between the two was ravaged by a fierce attack from both sides, and quickly swam to the side, watching this siblings battle with others. "Go on, Sharon. Go on, Tony. You are the best. Iron Man is invincible." Queen Sharon rises up. There is also a Chinese student among Sharon's classmates. Chen Mo in front of the glass window in the living room, watching the pool battle between the siblings, couldn't help showing a smile of relief on his face. Sharon Rogers is still inferior to Tony Stark in strength, and soon she can't lift her head under the pressure of Tony's large splashes. "Sharon, let's help you." At the critical moment, Amy, a die-hard Iron Man fan, chose to help her good girlfriend. And me, Shirley and Jessica also hurriedly came to help, and the joining of a few quickly changed the situation on the battlefield. Iron Man needs help. Brothers, go help Iron Man. Defeat the evil Queen Sharon. Sisters, Queen Lun needs us. The war intensified in an instant, and the siblings pool battle gradually evolved into a fierce battle between men and women. Pools, lawns, water guns, and balloons. An extremely fierce battle in the garden. The small number of boys is obviously at a disadvantage. It often happens that a boy is chased by several girls holding water guns, or even caught and thrown into the swimming pool. They will also use their strength, pour water vigorously outwards in the pool, and use large waves to launch a counterattack. There were bursts of cheerful laughter floating above the garden. The atmosphere of the party has entered a new climax again. While these young girls are fully engaged, they find for the first time that the superhero Iron Man, who they have always thought of as aloof and remote, is in private. It turned out to be such an approachable big brother next door. The video of Iron Man pool party quickly spread on social media. Tony_Stark's already high popularity once again took a huge leap. Those who thought he was selfish and proud people, after watching the videos taken by the people at the party, they couldn't help but change their views on him. This is a superhero worthy of their love and support. Flesh and blood. The water level in the swimming pool gradually dropped, and the physical strength of the young girls was slowly exhausted in the fight. The fierce battle finally came to an end. Everyone died, and some were floating in the pool with inflatable dolls, and some lay directly on the soft grass. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles from the heart. Sharon and Tony crawled out of the pool together, lay down on the grass exhaustedly, and smiled at each other. The barrier that was once seemed to have all disappeared in the wanton fight just now. Back to childhood. Tony_Stark also feels that he is with these young people, and his heart is gradually opening up. He is no longer a genius inventor, a top rich, a superhero. He is just an ordinary big brother. What idle baggage, what tall image are all aside. The whole person is much easier. In the past, only when he was with Chen Mo, the Godfather, could he completely let go of himself, take off his mask, and return to his truest self without concern for any image. The lively party was completely quiet after the climax. Everyone lay down or sat down, resting quietly in a messy garden after the fierce battle. Only the lobby on the first floor connected to the garden here. The huge LCD TV hanging on the wall facing the door is still playing programs. The first floor is close to the garden. All of them are transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. The TV screen can be seen very clearly in the garden, and the sound comes from the open door. It's quiet here. It sounds clearly in everyone's ears at all times. My Steel Suit 238. My Steel Suit 238. After the legendary hero commander was found from under the glacier and successfully resurrected, some experts suggested that those super fighters with particularly strong physical fitness are likely to be in low-temperature conditions. It will not die directly, but will be frozen and fall into a dormant state. Look, it's about the commander. After someone noticed the TV content, hurriedly touched the companion around him, reminded the commander is the strongest warrior in the world, a legendary superhero. His experience is so brilliant. Even Iron Man is inferior to him. SHH. The person next to him hurriedly reminded him to silence the voice. Gradually everyone's attention was attracted by the TV and lifts the head seriously. For this reason, the relevant department sect provided a lot of manpower to search for an aircraft that crashed in the Arctic Sea territory more than 50 years ago. This aircraft, the rider, was a superhero from the same period as the commander and his close comrade in arms, Captain Steve Rogers of the United States, and his wife, Peggy Carter. Follow the host's voice. Two pictures of old Jang appeared on the screen. It was the American Captain Steve Rogers in a military uniform, full of righteousness, and Peggy Carter, who also wore military uniform, blonde red lips, valiant and formidable looking. Then the picture changed, and there was another picture that looked like they were performing a mission. They were wearing almost the same alloy armored combat uniforms, with two guns in their legs, swords and shields in their hands, and the same mighty power. Handsome, but the color of the equipment is different. One is the color of the classic American flag, red, white and blue, and the other is the same deep black as Chen Mo. Only the weapons in both hands are the same silver and white. The sharp rays of light reflected in the sunlight. This superhero couple does not know how many idols of men and women, how many couples have imitated their costumes. American Captain and Carter Captain. Young boys and young girls are also very familiar with this pair of superheroes. They can't help being stared wide-eyed. Lifts the head, concentrate attention, completely look towards the TV screen. Of course, it also includes Sharon Rogers. Hearing the news of her own parents and looking at their handsome photos, she was more excited than everyone else. When the two of them were on a secret mission, they were driving a plane over the Arctic Ocean Sea territory and encountered a storm. Then they lost contact with the base and disappeared. According to the analysis of the last position before losing contact at that time, their plane was probably out of control during the storm, crashed into the sea, and was frozen in the Arctic Ocean ice cap. It turned into a picture of the cold Arctic Ocean covered with glaciers. The search operation made significant progress 3 days ago. The plane that crashed that year was successfully found in an ice layer near the North Pole, and Captain Steve Rogers and his wife of the United States were there. It's sleeping. Sharon, hearing this, is a little bit confused. It's different from what Dad said, but she quickly understood that what Chen Mo told them is confidential. What I said above is actually disguising the fact that they suspended their deaths and making their return more reasonable. It's also thanks to Steve, who chose to feign death in the same way as Chen Mo. Otherwise, it's hard to justify himself. After all, when he feigned his death, he didn't think about giving birth to a child in the future. There is a resurrection day. Although she understood that it was fake, Sharon still watched TV completely like everyone else and wanted to know the content behind. Through the efforts of scientists, just this morning, these two superheroes who have made major contributions to world security have successfully awakened. Following the Commander and Iron Man after that, two powerful superheroes joined the protection of the Earth, the great major event of the Protector category. Awesome. It's incredible. American Captain is coming to life, underscore. When everyone was shocked by the news, the TV's host suddenly changed the subject and continued. And, from the mouth of American Captain who woke up, we got an amazing news that they actually have a daughter living in this world. The daughter of American Captain, Sharon. The identity of your superhero family has been challenged. Shirley smiled and said to Sharon, Captain's daughter in the United States, she should be a few dozen years old, let's call aunt or grandma, Amy said while tilting her head thinking. Sharon Bay I said that the two of them did not speak at a glance. You guys wait for me. Continue on TV. It turns out that because of injuries in a terrorist attack, the pregnant Peggy Carter gave birth to a daughter ahead of time. It was only because of the premature birth that the baby was very weak and suffered much after birth. This is a very serious disease that cannot be cured by the technology at the time. Fortunately, their comrade in arms, the genius inventor Howard Stark, was studying the technology of human freezing and took the risk of freezing the baby girl. Get up. 30 years later, when the technology matured, Howard only thaw her. After several years, she finally cured her disease. After Howard's death, this girl, who was only 6 years old at the time, was handed over to his son Tony_Stark and raised by him. Amy and the others listened more and more familiar. I couldn't help being stared wide-eyed when I heard Tony Stark, and turned his head to stare at Sharon beside him. This girl was kidnapped by Hanma Industries chairman Justin Hammer yesterday, and was later rescued by the commander, Iron Man, and 3 new superheroes. Tony_Stark's younger sister, Sharon Rogers. Here, let us sincerely congratulate their family of 3 for being able to reunite again after decades of separation, through hardships. With the end of the news report, the garden fell completely silent, almost audible. This series of news is really amazing. The United States Captain and Agent Carter are resurrected! Sharon Rogers turned out to be the daughter of Captain Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter! 3 new superheroes appear! It turned out that 5 superheroes were dispatched together last night to rescue Sharon Rogers! No, I have to slow down. The people who were shocked by this series of heavy news stared at the TV screen that had already switched screens for a long time, and finally turned their heads and looked towards Sharon Rogers. In this life experience, too terrifying. If they accidentally stepped on her foot at school, would there be several superheroes dropping from the sky and beat them fiercely? Only the handsome boy who stopped Sharon in the school parking lot that day looked at Sharon's eyes more fiery. As expected of my favorite girl Harry Osborn. My Steel Suit 239. My Steel Suit 239. Just when Sharon was seen a little sorry by a group of classmates, the sound of a propeller spinning suddenly sounded over the villa. Everyone looked up and saw a black helicopter. She appeared in the sky, flying towards the garden where they were. The height of the helicopter gradually decreased, and when it hovered over several dozen meters above the garden, the water surface of the swimming pool was blown by the strong wind blown by the propeller. Since the garden below has been occupied by nearly 100 boys and girls, there was no place for the helicopter to land at all for a while, so it could only hover in midair and wait for the people below to let go. Enough space for it to land. It's just that the people on the plane seemed to be unable to wait. 2 vigorous silhouettes peeked out of the open hatch, and after observing the situation below, they jumped out of the plane. Ah, my God, going to die. Pa. 2 physical beatings sounded one after another, and 2 large pieces of barbecue were quietly lying on the ground. Next to Pepper, Pepper is looking up at the truck with a dull face, and I don't know if the 2 plates in his hands are crooked. It turned out that Pepper saw that everyone was tired from playing, so he brought out 2 grilled meats from the kitchen, intending to replenish energy for the hungry. But after coming out, everyone looked up. Heaven! She looked up with a puzzled face, but found that there were 2 figures falling from in midair, and they were wearing neither steel battle clothes nor nano-combat uniforms, but ordinary casual clothes. This made her mouth widened in fright, and the plate in her hand was crooked without noticing it. Bang! Bang! Two figures fell on a small piece of grass in front of the pool almost at the same time, and a lot of soil and grass blades were splashed out by the huge impact. The grass was smashed into two big pits more than 30 centimeters deep. A boy in the pool said with a green grass on his head, looking at two familiar silhouettes. American Captain _ Last night's Iron Man themed party was due to the appearance of two American superheroes, Captain and Carter. Captain. A sensation came to an end, and this unique party became an unforgettable magical experience for everyone present that night. Sharon, the Heaven's proud daughter, also appeared in front of the public with the return of the Captain couple in the United States. With his tortuous experience and strong personality, he quickly gained a large number of loyal fans, covering ages: toddlers, teenagers, youth, middle-aged, old, all age groups, gender covering male and female Shemals. All people kill, become the Queen Sharon in the eyes of young people, and the Princess Sharon in the mind of middle-aged and old people. In the parking lot full of luxury cars, the innocent and easy smile in the lovely Karina Beetle, the big sister demeanor showing the atmosphere and calmness among the companions, the school entrance, the bravery when facing the militants fearless, the innocence and heartiness of Tony Stark splashing water in the pool. Pictures and videos went viral on the internet and TV. Sharon's popularity soon surpassed Iron Man. Tony Stark, the national husband, became the national elder sister in the child's heart, the national younger sister of the youth, and the middle-aged national daughter. Originally an orphan, Sharon Rogers, who only had an unreliable brother Yi, had her life changed in just a few days after she recognized Chen Mo as the godfather. Birth parents Steve and Carter returned to her, and she became the daughter of the well-known superheroes Captain and Carter. Captain of the United States, and a handsome Iron Man big brother, invincible in the world legendary Commander Godfather, and has also won the love and pursuit of countless people. The legendary Godfather, who changed her life, left within a few days after their family reunion, leaving only 5 blue transparent potions with the names of 5 people written on them. Tony Stark, Sharon Rogers, Ethan Cortacodomitian, Harpy Hogan, and Pepper Potts. Steve and Carter were awakened by Howard from the cryo-hibernation chamber at the instruction of Chen Mo. After learning that Chen Mo was still alive and with their daughter, they quickly rushed over, just in time. Their party. I saw Master again after 70 years. If it weren't for his daughter and the juniors, Steve would almost cry. They thought Chen Mo was dead, and didn't expect him to be alive. After a few days of reminiscing with the two people he had not seen for many years, Chen Mo said goodbye to them again and returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Howard, are you really not going to see Tony? I think he has begun to suspect that you are still alive. Chen Mo is sitting in S.H.I.E.L.D. on the director's seat. He asked Howard, who was sitting directly on the table next to him. Indeed, after knowing that Steve and Carter were suspended animations, Tony began to have doubts about Howard's death. He felt that he might not at all die in a car accident, but suspended animation like Steve. Howard, hearing this, showed a deep face and said slowly with a serious tone, "Let's talk about it when he really grows up." Chen Mo, who was leaning on the chair, moved towards him and rolled the eyes. How could Howard's careful thoughts be hidden after passing him? He would naturally see it at a glance. Actually, Howard's true thoughts are that I am afraid of being beaten. Now that Tony Boy has steel battle clothes and has received super soldier serum enhancement, battle strength is considered very strong among these superheroes nowadays. Although his father is Director S.H.I.E.L.D., but in terms of personal strength, he can't beat him. If Tony knew that Howard had lied to him, with his current character, 80% would fight him directly. Let's wait for him to mature a little bit and talk about it when he won't start with me. Iron Man's father is not good too. There is no tyrannical strength like Chen Mo's tyrannical strength that can be removed directly from any steel battle clothes, let alone training your son. You have to be careful of being beaten by your son. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is also afraid of not recognizing the superhero son of one's family. It's up to you. But I advise you, it is better to find a suitable opportunity to show up by yourself. and when he finds you, he will come to your door, when the time comes. Chen Mo still gave Howard his own advice. How is it possible? Even Nick Fury doesn't know the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the location is so secret that no one knows. How could he find it? I have already told him about the situation. As for the position, don't look down on you, son. He is much better than you back then. What? You told him? My Steel Suit 240. My Steel Suit 240. Learning that Chen Mo had told Tony Stark about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard could not help but exclaimed, but when he saw Chen Mo's contemptuous eyes looking at him, he still pretended to be indifferent. So what? No matter how powerful, he is also my son. Yes, when he finds you, you will know that he is amazing. Chen Mo's words directly hit his sore spot. Over the years, he has been watching Tony Stark silently, knowing his achievements well, and knowing the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., and having doubts about his death with his ability. It is really possible to find S.H.I.E.L.D. Or else, leave your Sword of the King to me for self-protection. I have the possibility of exposure because you told him about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have to be responsible to me. Imagine that Tony_Stark is wearing steel battle clothes and hitting the door. Howard can't pretend anymore, so he quickly asks Chen Mo for help. More than 70 years ago, Howard still has a covetous heart for Chen Mo's Sword of King. Chen Mo leaned in the chair, squinting at Howard, slowly said, "Are you sure? Just your bad messy sword art. I'm worried you will slash Tony with the man and the armor." Howard thinks too. He can't do the same as Chen Mo, using the long sword to make the long sword as good as his arms, and the battle clothes will not hurt the people inside. Then, or you can give me the shield. Howard's eyes rolled. He immediately shifted the target. The Primordial Edman alloy shield can easily resist any attack. With it, he can also not fear Tony_Stark. Well, I will let Shuri make you a nano combat uniform. As for my sword and shield, don't worry about it. Chen Mo's words are straightforward. It breaks Howard's selfish calculations, but it's also good to be able to copy a set of nano combat uniforms, which can be stored in a watch to inspire at any time. The defensive power nano combat uniforms, Howard has been coveted for a long time, but this thing is only Wakanda's Shuri princess. Even if he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he can only be greedy, but Chen Mo is different. He is a good friend of King Wakanda. He helped him seize the throne and unify Africa. His influence and status in Wakanda is quite high. To put on a nano combat uniform is just a matter of words. But Howard is still a little reconciled. For these two peerless soldiers, the resentment he has been seeking for more than 70 years has been deeply entwining him, making him wonder how many nights he woke up, especially when he originally belonged. However, the Primordial Edman alloy shield that he sent out by his own hands is the eternal pain in his heart. That shield is mine. Howard screamed unwillingly. Didn't you give it to me? Can I go back on it? What did you say? Chen Mo said, looking towards Howard with a menacing look. When I didn't say. Feeling the dangerous aura in Chen Mo's eyes, Howard decisively recognized him. He didn't want to be caught by Chen Mo before facing Tony. Hit it up. After playing around, Chen Mo talked about business. I am going to leave for a while. Howard is not surprised. Chen Mo until now often appears and disappear unpredictably. It just disappeared for a while not long ago, and it was already when he appeared again quietly. He changed the king of a country, and commanded the original king to fight for him. In the end, he simply unified the entire Africa. I don't know what plans he has this time, but Howard knows that if Chen Mo doesn't say it, it's useless to ask. How long? S.H.I.E.L.D. will leave it to you and Steve. Don't worry. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Mo did not go to Hydra headquarters, but returned to Wakanda. Chen Mo worked hard, planned step by step, and even acted personally, mobilizing the power of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and allowing Wakanda to unify the entire Africa, not just to realize Eric Kermango's ideals. Whether it is Hydra or Wakanda, although the technology is very advanced, the development is actually not comprehensive, but in certain fields, especially weapons, it has a largest technological advantage. But after all, the development time is still short. The background is slightly insufficient, and the overall strength is simply incomparable with the real high-ranked technology countries in the universe. Because it has been hidden behind the scenes, the scale of development has been limited, and it is unable to fully carry out large-scale industrial development. Instead, it focuses on high-end technology research and development and small-scale manufacturing of cutting-edge weapons and equipment. The productivity is severely insufficient to carry out large-scale industrial production, build hundreds of small fighter planes and tanks. They can be quickly completed in a short period of time with advanced technology, but if it is thousands of large planes, giant tanks, or even aerospace aircraft carriers, the existing productivity is far from enough. It takes a long time to produce an aerospace aircraft carrier, and it is impossible to achieve mass and high-speed production. Africa has a vast area, although it may seem barren and backward. Under this land, there are extremely rich mineral resources. Under Wakanda's rule, these resources will be fully utilized and transformed into amazing power. Furthermore, Wakanda walked out of hiding and ruled the whole of Africa. The development of science and technology will no longer be so limited. Industry, agriculture, people's livelihood, aerospace, biology, chemistry and other fields will be fully developed. Make up for the shortcomings in the science and technology tree, and develop towards a cosmic science and technology power with a truly strong comprehensive strength. After the unification of Africa, Wakanda, under the leadership of Eric Kermunko and in accordance with Chen Mo's plan and arrangement, carried out people's livelihood construction and fundamentally improved the living standards of the African people, increased the development of mineral resources and industrial construction. Wakanda's original production plant has again undergone a large-scale expansion, and its production capacity and efficiency have been greatly improved. In the future, Wakanda will become the production base of Chen Mo, with top technology, strong production capacity and the support of human and the material resources throughout Africa. When Chen Mo needs it, it will quickly start to carry out large-scale operations. Production, even if it is a huge aerospace aircraft carrier, can be produced quickly one by one like dumplings. After assisting Wakanda to complete the unification of Africa, the forces of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. not at all withdrew. On the contrary, they continued to strengthen their control over Africa. Africa is, after all, a continent with a vast area, a large population, complex ethnic and tribal forces, and Wakanda alone will rule it. Even if nothing happens in the short term, problems will arise sooner or later as time goes by. My Steel Suit 241. My Steel Suit 241. Eric Kermunko is a powerful fighter, but he is not a qualified ruler. It's good for the original Wakanda to rule. Although their technology is very advanced, they are in fact simple, traditional and conservative. They value tradition and rules very much, and they admire powerhouse very much. Eric Kermunko's throne is justified, as long as he has the most powerful power in Wakanda. No one wants to betray. But now Wakanda rules the whole of Africa. Once refugees, militants, poor and rich have all become his subjects, various complicated problems will follow. The rule and management of Africa as a whole will be a big problem. Wakanda, who is extremely simple and backward in politics and still relies on decisive struggle to win the throne, is simply unable to manage the complex situation in Africa. Without the help of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., Africa will be divided again and war. So, not only did Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. not withdraw, but they continued to strengthen their control over Africa. Of course, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wakanda are directly responsible to Chen Mo. They are not affiliated with each other, and even do not know the existence of each other, especially Hydra, which is the deepest hidden. For the entire Wakanda, only King Eric Kermunko knew about the existence and participation of Hydra. After all, he was originally a member of Hydra. Everyone in Wakanda except him is unaware of the existence of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. and the role they play in the African Unity Initiative. S.H.I.E.L.D. is only on the order of Chen Mo to secretly assist Wakanda in achieving African unity and saving the African people. It also has no knowledge of the existence of Hydra and the true relationship between Chen Mo and Wakanda. The current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark completely trusts Chen Mo, and Chen Mo's reasons are particularly high-sounding. If it is Colonel Phillips, he may also consider international influence. Howard is a bold guy. I didn't think much about it. I was even more excited than Eric Kermungo after receiving Chen Mo's news. One after another continent. I'm excited when you think about it. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you should do such a major event to be worthy of your own status as a bigwig behind the scenes. So from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s point of view, they are secretly assisting Wakanda in unifying Africa behind the scenes. This is actually true, but their actions are actually in Hydra's sight. This time the entire African unity operation, only the most hidden Hydra, this Chen Mo created by Chen Mo and completely controlled by him, is fully aware of the participation of Wakanda and S.H.I.E.L.D., and is not anyone knows. The only people who know Hydra's existence and participation are Chen Mo and Eric Kermungo. The newly unified Africa is mainly engaged in construction and development to improve the living standards of the people, while letting them invest in the construction and development of the entire Africa, providing Wakanda with a massive supply of materials, and the real core part, R&D and production of high-tech equipment are still in the original Wakanda. Wakanda is small, but it is also a country after all, and the area is actually quite large. There is simply no problem in building several super-large production bases. When Chen Mo returned to Wakanda again, a large factory building had already been erected on the edge of the city and will soon be completed. This will be the future super production base. As long as Chen Mo gives the order, all kinds of large, medium and small high-tech weapons and equipment can be quickly produced, put into use offline, and equipped with a powerful armed force that crushes the armies of various countries. The military force is just a simple matter to unify the earth. But Chen Mo will not use them to conquer the earth. To some extent, the earth is already under Chen Mo's control. Over time, this control will only getting stronger and stronger. What Chen Mo has to do is to protect it, protect his territory from damage by external forces, and use it as a scientific and technological base to support his development in reality and future crossing over in the other world. Wakanda Palace. Chen Mo sat on the throne, listening to Eric Kermungo below, reporting on the construction and development of all aspects of Africa during this period. With Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly helping, coupled with the War Dog organization of the Wakanda Kingdom itself, the situation in Africa is very stable. Although there are some ambitious people who want to take advantage of the vacuum when the original warlord is eliminated and Wakanda's unsettled rule, take advantage of the situation and establish their own kingdom, but they are either mobilizing tribes and convening manpower to form. When he was in the army, he was discovered in advance, and he was secretly executed before he could start the operation. Either it was the sudden appearance of the powerful Wakanda army crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood when it launched an offensive with the newly organized troops. These sporadic resistances did not at all have any impact on the situation in Africa, and they were silently annihilated. People's livelihood construction has also been fruitful. The refugee problem has been solved. A large number of surplus laborers have joined agricultural production, mining, construction, and industrial manufacturing. Wakanda's rescue is only to solve the most basic survival problem. If you want to live a better life, get enough food and clothing, and get rid of poverty, Wakanda also provides them with many choices. Africa's various industries that are entering the big development need a lot of labor. They can choose according to their own wishes. Of course, some tribes are unwilling to change their customs, engage in agricultural planting, or join other industries. Wakanda will also help them develop animal husbandry and other industries on the basis of respecting the original customs. Even if there are some tribes that rely solely on hunting for their livelihoods, Wakanda will respect their choices. After all, Wakanda's purpose is not to enslave them, but to change their original lives. There are already a lot of people who have devoted themselves to the construction of Africa. There is ample labor, and there is no need to force everyone to abandon their original customs. But for those who don't want to do anything and want to eat and wait to die, Wakanda will only provide basic protection in the early stage, but it is only starving. With the end of the rescue operation, this kind of supply it will gradually stop, either returning to the original life, hunting, planting, grazing, or joining the wave of construction. Wakanda just gave them a chance to live a better life. As long as they work a little bit, even if they still grow and graze in the tribe, their life will be much better than before, and they want a better life. You need more effort and dedication, but if they like to work, then their lives will not change. My Steel Suit 242. My Steel Suit 242. A large number of people eager to live a better and happy life have poured into various industries. Sufficient productivity and advanced technology have made Africa's construction and development very rapid. After listening to Eric Kermungo's report, Chen Mo was satisfied with nodded. When he comes back next time, Africa should have completed the preliminary construction and can bear the burden of the super production base. But Chen Mo came this time. The main purpose of vibranium. After leaving Wakanda last time, Chen Mo returned to Hydra's top secret base for heart-shaped herbal strengthening. The storage space has a side length of 10 meters and its volume has expanded 8 times to 1,000 cubic meters. The volume of a standard 12-meter container is about 50 cubic meters. That is to say, the current storage space is equivalent to almost 20 standard containers, which can hold a lot of things. Chen Mo can naturally bring back more useful things. However, Wakanda was only the first stop. Chen Mo just took away a large number of vibranium and several stealth devices. The stealth technology that Wakanda masters is very advanced, and it can't be found by naked eye or radar. However, the only disadvantage that is not considered a disadvantage is that the volume of the stealth device is a bit large, and it is currently only applied to ground buildings and fighter aircraft. The smallest stealth device has the size of a suitcase. Cannot be integrated into the steel battle clothes, so Chen Mo had to temporarily give up the intention of adding invisible functions to the battle clothes. But he still put a few invisible devices in the space in case of emergency. Finally, after confessing that Shuri, Howard and the others had manufactured several nano-combat suits for Sharon, Chen Mo collected all the technical data of the copy of the vibranium nano-combat suit into the space, turned and left the laboratory. The last stop before leaving, the top secret base in Hydra, Norway. Chen Mo will complete all the preparations before leaving here, including the manufacture of steel battle clothes. As for why not in Wakanda, first, this is Chen Mo's true nest. Everyone in the top secret base is 100% loyal to him. Here he can do anything with complete confidence, things, without worrying about suspicion, leakage, threats and other factors. This is also the reason why he chose to return here for heart-shaped herbal strengthening. Secondly, Hydra's background is stronger than Wakanda. Whether it is the quality and quantity of scientific research personnel, or the manufacturing capabilities of high-precision equipment, it is much stronger than the current Wakanda. Although Wakanda is the super production base planned by Chen Mo, it has only completed the preliminary construction and not at all to form productivity, so the production capacity is actually not much different from before. Wakanda's technology research and development team is entirely based on Princess Shuri. Although others are considered top scientists, no matter the number or ability, it has been secretly discovered for decades and collected a large number of top talents. Hydra, there is still a huge gap. Many famous late scientists actually lived well in the top secret Hydra base, where they continued their research. Wakanda has started to sell valuable vibranium on a small scale to earn a lot of wealth since Chika's father reigned, and sent the country's elite talents to developed countries to learn advanced scientific knowledge, and returned home to use vibranium. The development of science and technology, but truly completely surpassed the world's major powers, with a huge gap of nearly 20 years ahead. It was after Princess Shuri took over the technology department. Just as Tony_Stark supported and developed Stark Industries alone on the basis left by Howard, Princess Shuri promoted Wakanda's technological level with her own scientific talent that is no weaker than Tony_Stark. That's a lot. However, in spite of this, limited by the number of talents and geographical limitations of Wakanda, traditional factors and other restrictions, Wakanda's technological development is extremely unbalanced, and people's livelihoods are basically not comparable to other developed countries. Regarding the difference, the development of the strongest military weapon is extremely uneven. The Air Force has only stealth fighters and only sonic cannons. The Army is even more rudimentary. The soldiers' weapons are simple cold weapons and handheld sonic cannons, war chariots, and no tanks. The land warfare heavy weapons turned out to be rhinos wearing vibranium armor. The attack method is barbaric. Technology and primordial are staged in Wakanda and coexist in harmony. Wakanda's technology is like a spire built on a solid and tall vibranium column with a crude foundation, while Hydra is a tower that is as tall as it, or even much higher. The huge fortress is strong, heavy, and unbreakable. Compared with the thin Wakanda spire, it is much stronger in terms of background, strength, and overall ability. If Wakanda is the cutting-edge science and technology laboratory in Chen Mo's hands, it is engaged in research and development of various cutting-edge technologies including sonic weapons and nanotechnology around vibranium, then Hydra is a large military research institute. The scale is larger and the departments below are more complete. In addition to the energy laboratory, which also focuses on the energy cube, energy weapons, energy engines and other cutting-edge technology research and development, there are also various types of fighters, aircraft, tanks, war chariots, ships, submarines, large equipment research and development department, as well as many scientific research departments such as computers, artificial intelligence, biological genes, precision machinery, and new energy. Although it does not fully cover all aspects of physics, chemistry, biology, etc., it is not very comprehensive. It focuses more on weapons and the military-related technologies, but compared with the more serious Wakanda, but it is more comprehensive and system. Of course, with the construction and development of Africa, Wakanda's shortcomings will gradually be filled and become Chen Mo's super production base, but Hydra's status will still not be shaken in any way. Because all of Wakanda's technology will be shared with Hydra, while Wakanda makes up for its shortcomings, Hydra's foundation will also become deeper, and it will still crush Wakanda in high-end technology and battle strength. Besides, don't forget that there are an astonishing number of powerful winter soldiers sleeping underground in Hydra's top-secret base. All of them have been strengthened by super soldier serum, and their physical fitness is at least 3 times that of ordinary people. All of them are experienced and extremely rich in combat experience. If all of them are awakened and armed, it will be a powerful existence that can shake the entire world. At the same time, Hydra's powerful intelligence section is even more terrifying power, as can be seen from the amazing power it displays in the African Unity operation. In just a few days, thousands of warlords across dozens of African countries were successfully subverted and integrated and brought under Wakanda's rule. Most importantly, the current king of Wakanda, Eric Kermungo, is a loyal agent of Hydra. My Steel Suit 243. My Steel Suit 243. Of course, what Chen Mo is considering now is mainly technological strength and safety. In all areas involved in the production of steel battle clothes, materials, machinery, energy, computers, artificial intelligence and other fields, Hydra is more powerful and comprehensive. So in the end Chen Mo took a large amount of money collected from Wakanda Vibranium, returned to the top-secret base of Hydra. Zola Corticodemetian, Anton Vank and other top scientists were summoned to assist Chen Mo in the manufacture of steel battle clothes. Chen Mo first improved the Mark III with storage space. He does not need the original full set of laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system. What he really needs is the deformation function. Moreover, Chen Mo improved the way of deformation and expansion according to actual needs. The entry method when equipped is changed from the original front entry style to the back entry style. Battle clothes are on standby with the back armor deployed. When Chen Mo uses the battle clothes summon in front of him, He can quickly complete the equipment in an ultra-short time of 0.2 seconds, which is more expensive than the original method. A lot faster. The way to release is more flexible. It can be deployed from the rear and put away the battle clothes, or it can be opened quickly from the front and quickly rushed out, making it more flexible in battle. There are several top scientists as assistants, and the new steel battle clothes not at all took too long to complete. In terms of energy, the third-generation arc reactor with replaceable palladium metal plates is still used. The output power is large, the battery life is long, and the storage space can be used internally to quickly replace the palladium metal plates, and the actual battery life is better. Is tough. The external armor and the internal connection, transmission and other key components are all made of Edman alloy at the expense of the cost. With the powerful shock absorption system, the defensive ability is extremely amazing, and it can basically ignore anything including missiles. Conventional attacks have greatly enhanced Shenmue's battlefield survivability. Other flight systems and weapon systems are basically the same as Tony Stark's Mark III. 6 propellers on the back, under the ribs and soles of the feet, plus the flight stabilizers on the palms of both hands, make the battle clothes have up to Mach 6, an ultra-high flight speed of more than 7,000 km per hour, reach any corner of the Earth in 3 hours. Two-handed arc pulse guns, cluster guns on the chest, 60 miniature automatic tracking missiles on both shoulders, high explosive armor-piercing rounds on the arms, heavy high explosive rounds on the legs, and on the wrist the laser-cutting weapons, coupled with the unlimited ammunition and energy supply of Shenmue storage space. Destructive power is like a humanoid war fortress, killing any fighter or bomber in seconds. However, in view of the unbalanced weapon configuration exposed during the rescue of Sharon Rogers, Shenmue added a sonic cannon to his left arm, which can be used for partial defense against powerful armored targets. Destroy, without spreading to too large a surrounding area, suitable for intrusion and rescue operations against targets with strong defensive armor. In addition, battle clothes are completely sealed inside, using independent air filtration, oxygen exchange and temperature and pressure control systems, which can ensure that the internal pressure, air and temperature remain normal in vacuum, seabed, and toxic environments. The maximum diving depth of seabed reaches 2,000 meters. Although the speed of underwater navigation is far lower than that of the air, it also has more than 200 kilometers per hour, surpassing any submarine and marine life. In terms of the intelligent auxiliary system, Shenmue still uses the Jarvis system copied from Tony_Stark, and has been optimized from the hardware computer to the software system, and has more powerful processing operations and intrusion cracking capabilities. Combined with Wakanda's advanced scanning system, Shenmue can provide very comprehensive and powerful auxiliary support. For the color of battle clothes, Shenmue did not use the gold and red color that Tony_Stark liked, but still painted the same black as the Edman alloy armored battle clothes, which looked like it was too big in a circle. The edges and corners are more distinct and prominent armored combat uniforms. Because Shenmue is tall and big, this set of battle clothes is naturally taller than Tony_Stark's Mark III, with a height of more than 2 meters, with dark and cold armor and white light. Double eyes, the deterrence brought by it is far more than Mark III. Finally created the steel battle clothes yearn for something even in dreams with his own hands. Shenmue was still a little excited and couldn't help flying out of the base in the snow-covered mountains. Flew around happily, and got familiar with the operation of battle clothes by the way. With his strong learning ability and balance and controllability, he quickly mastered the control of battle clothes, and he was able to use the 8 thrusters behind his hands and feet and under his ribs to complete a very difficult dodge and change direction maneuvers. Air mobility and ground combat capabilities are very powerful. After the battle clothes were manufactured, Shenmue not at all hurriedly left. The amount of vibranium taken away from Wakanda was a lot. After manufacturing the steel battle clothes, there was still a lot left. Shenmue simply started again. The construction of Bat War Chariot. However, this time he did not personally participate, but completely handed over to Zola Cortico Domitian. He himself started the preparation of other supplies. Although the space is much larger than before, it is limited after all. This time he went back to Chenmo but had a new plan. The things to carry must be planned. The spare arc reactor of steel battle clothes and palladium metal plates, used to supplement various missiles, energy rifles, pistols, energy magazines, sonic cannons, stealth devices and other materials, plus his original. After the materials and equipment were sorted out, the not at all occupies too much space. Not even a container is filled. Even if the Bat War Chariot and steel battle clothes are added, it is barely full of a container. This is because Chenmo has prepared a huge stock of various types of missiles for the steel battle clothes, or it is just weapons and ammunition. And equipment does not take up much space at all. The remaining huge space of nearly 19 containers, Chenmo will all be used to store Hydra's most advanced industrial production equipment. They will be the solid cornerstone of Chenmo's development layout in the real world. It is impossible to realize them without advanced high-precision processing and production equipment, without cutting-edge scientific and technological materials. Tony_Stark is genius. No matter how genius, in the poor conditions of the cave, using outdated equipment, can only create a crude Mark I. So for his own development plan in the real world, Chenmo will install all the most advanced production and processing equipment manufactured by Hydra in the space except for the reserved Batman War Chariot. As for Wakanda's stealth aircraft, although it is also very good, all aspects of performance are far beyond any fighter and aircraft in reality, but Chenmo already has steel battle clothes. The role of the aircraft is not so big. My Steel Suit 244. My Steel Suit 244. Although the steel battle clothes itself does not have stealth ability, he can also take out the small stealth equipment specially modified in the space if necessary. The suitcase-sized stealth device has been transformed into a streamlined shape that fits tightly on the back of battle clothes. It can be carried behind the battle clothes and does not affect the flight. It just blocks the two propellers behind and adds after the wind resistance. The flight speed will be slightly slower. In this way, the role of the stealth aircraft is really small, and it takes up a lot of space, so Chenmo without the slightest hesitation gave up. In addition to the equipment, materials and production and processing equipment mentioned above, Chenmo also left a small area of about 2 cubic meters in the space for a very important experiment. Hydra's manufacturing efficiency is very high. After Chenmo spent some time selecting and configuring various top production and processing equipment, and preparing test materials, after the space was basically filled, the Bat War Chariot also has been manufactured. In addition to using Edman alloy armor for stronger defense, this Bat War Chariot also installs a small stealth device that can be optically and radar invisible. After the stealth function is activated, War Chariot will completely disappear from people's sight, evading detection by radar, infrared and other detection equipment, plus advanced electric engines that remain silent even at full speed. And the pitch-black appearance that blends into the night is almost like a real ghost, so Chenmo named it the Ghost War Chariot. Looking at the dark and domineering War Chariot parked in front of him, Chenmo loved to look at it for a long time before he waved it into the space. Calculating, the value of this Ghost War Chariot is also higher than Chenmo's steel battle clothes. The amount of vibranium used to make it is several times that of battle clothes, and only Chenmo is behind the scenes. With Wakanda's Hydra dominance, it is possible to use Edman alloy to build War Chariot so extravagantly. You must know that Tony Stark's Mark III alone costs more than $100 million, which is not even considered the alpha alloy armor and parts that the outside world can't buy. And Chenmo's steel battle clothes are completely made of precious Edman alloy, and its value has increased many times. This more extravagant Ghost War Chariot can no longer be measured by money. Even the US government would have to work hard to get a big piece of vibranium to make steel. It is estimated that vibranium of battle clothes will have to empty all their inventory. As for Ghost War Chariot, Anyone who dares to use vibranium to build war chariot will definitely be expelled as a mental disorder. In addition to the armor, chassis and key components of this Ghost War chariot, even the tires use flexible vibranium fiber made with Wakanda technology. The defensive power is equivalent to the Panther combat uniform. The whole war chariot can be said to be from top to bottom, without any weakness, all round no dead spots, super defense. Even if you stop there and let you attack, it will not cause a single bit of damage, at most drop some paint. As for the power and weapon system, Shenmue not at all made changes. These two aspects have already achieved the ultimate. The speed of 720 km per hour has reached the limit on the ground. No matter how high, it has no meaning anymore. Airborne sonic cannons, high explosive armor-piercing shells, 6-barreled heavy machine guns, automatic aiming machine guns and other powerful weapons have also met air-to-ground, as well as attacks against armor, buildings, and individual targets. Even stronger than steel battle clothes, with the powerful defense and attack of this Ghost War chariot, there is no problem in single-handling an armored division. The final result of the battle is absolutely non-destructive, and the opponent is completely destroyed. This shows the power of the Ghost War chariot. Only this super powerful and invincible war chariot is worthy of the Shenmue Hydra controller, the status of the master of the earth. What top 10 supercars, you can only eat ashes in front of the Ghost War chariot. The powerful main battle tank is like a paper toy. The gunship and fighter planes have to be beaten down even if they get close. It is the existence at the top of the food chain. The 4 tires rotate 90 degrees, and you can directly run amok throughout the world. After putting away the Ghost War chariot, the huge space of 1,000 cubic meters was completely filled, and it was time to leave. After explaining to the old Eddie, Shenmue returned to the real world in his office. On the island in the evening, the sea breeze gently blows the leaves, and the sunset that is about to fall to the sea level reflects half of the sky in red. The afterglow of the sunset passed through the dense street canopy, and when it fell on the ground, it had become very weak, and the environment in the woods began to dim in advance. In the survivors' camp, a pile of bonfires is burning raging. Use its bright light to dissipate the darkness that enveloped these last survivors, and increase the gradually cold air around them. With some temperature, this deserted island has supported a warm and bright world for them. People gathered around the burning bonfire, preparing food for the evening. On the other side of the desert island, in Shenmue's camp, a burst of white light suddenly lit up in the dark. When the white light dissipated, a tall and sturdy silhouette appeared in the open space in front of the tent, and the pitch-black nano-combat uniform covering the whole body made him seem to blend in with the darker surroundings. That night, without a word, Shenmue did not show up in front of the survivors, but went straight back to the tent, and had a good night's sleep. In the simple tent on the desert island, Shenmue felt more at ease than in the heavily guarded Hydra base. In the early morning of second day, the sun was mottled down through the gaps between the leaves. On the large inflatable bed in the tent, Shenmue was awakened by the fine sunlight swaying on his face and slowly opened his eyes. In the eyes of golden sunlight, there is no coldness, sharpness, and murderous aura. It seems that they are all purified by this pure sunlight, leaving only peace and deepness. Stretching comfortably, Shenmue sat up from the bed. I felt the situation of the survivors, and found that some of them had already set out to go fishing, and the rest were staying in the camp. Not at all people approached him. Immediately, Shenmue took out a black ordinary combat uniform from the space, put it on the outside of the nano-combat uniform, got up and walked out of the tent, and stopped on the open space outside. I went straight to rest after I came back yesterday, and it's time to start doing business today. Standing on the clearing, Shenmue extended the hand arm towards the front. With a movement of consciousness, a huge silver metal box nearly 2 meters high and about 1 meter long and wide suddenly appeared out of thin air and stretched close to him. The outer palm stood on the ground in front of him. My steel suit 245. My steel suit 245. Shenmue's right hand attached to the box moved aside and manipulated it on a touch screen on the right. Then Chen Mo pushed back 2 steps, looking forward to it. Looked towards the box erected in front of him. A slight airflow sounded slowly. A few minutes later, in Chen Mo's expectant gaze, a green indicator light on the touch screen lit up, and then, "Catch-ah" sounded in the middle of the box. A gap was opened, and the entire front metal shell slowly opened to the sides, and a chilly mist floated out of the opened hatch. The white cold mist quickly cleared, and the box within the body was completely revealed. It turned out to be a naked, bald, robust man, and if you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that this person is the leader of the terrorist who kidnapped Tony Stark to make weapons for him in Captain World, Raza. It's just that compared with before, his figure seems to have undergone some changes, becoming taller and stronger. As the hatch was fully opened, under Chen Mo's gaze, Raza's eyes lightly moved, and then slowly opened, looking at the strange forest in front of him and the tall silhouette wearing black combat uniforms. With his head wrapped in strange black tight clothes, a trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the terrorist leader Raza. He just woke up. There was no reaction for a while. He remembers that after Tony Stark was rescued, he began to flee. A group of powerful fighters who did not know where they came from began to kill terrorists like them, and he took his men to hide everywhere. There are fewer and fewer people with him, and in the end only himself is left. After escaping alone for a while, he finally failed to escape the chase of these people and was found in a cave where they were hiding, facing the muzzle pointed at him. Just when he thought he was hard to avoid calamity this time, the other party moved towards him and fired a narcotic bomb. He couldn't remember what happened after that, only vaguely remembered that he woke up once in a place like a laboratory, but it was not a normal wakefulness but a sudden pain. Woke up in pain. It just seemed that someone injected him again soon. He soon passed out into a coma again, until he woke up here. With the passage of time, Raza's consciousness gradually became sober. He felt that his body was very weak. It seemed that he had just woke up from a deep sleep, and his body had not fully recovered to its best condition. Staggering out of the open hatch, Raza looked at him without saying a word, but calmly looked at his mysterious person. Frowns asked, "Are you who? Where is this place?" To his question, Chen Mo did not respond, just quietly observe his condition, heartbeat, breathing, blood circulation. Chen Mo can feel that his body functions that have fallen into a weakened state due to cryosleep are slowly recovering, but Chen Mo is not at all eager to conclude. Although the experiment can basically be declared successful at this time, Chen Mo still intends to wait for him to fully recover for the sake of caution, so as to thoroughly verify Chen Mo's thoughts. After 3 trips in the foreign world, many forces have been established, and many powerful, capable, loyal and reliable subordinates have been gathered. Chen Mo has always had an idea to bring them back to the real world and help. He develops the power of the real world. It's just that he has tried before. Whether it's crossing over to the foreign world or returning to reality, only the clothes and equipment on his body can follow him for crossing over. The first thing he thought of was direct contact with people crossing over. The method is not feasible. This method does not work. He has another method, which is to use storage space. Regardless of whether he is in reality or another world, things in the space can be taken away. If you can put people in the space, you can definitely follow him to cross over back to the real world. He also tried to put the animals in the space, but when he took them out again, all died without exception. The reason is not just that there is no air in the space. The time in the storage space is completely static, and the movement of the atoms and air molecules that make up the substance is also completely stagnant, and there will be no problems of hypoxia or vacuum negative pressure. No matter how long the thing is in it, when it is taken out, it is actually only a moment in the past, but at this moment, despite Chen Mo trying various methods, even the spacesuit is used. Still not working. It seems that this moment of stillness has completely stopped life, and after coming out of the space, it cannot be activated again and come back to life. Unwilling, Chen Mo again thought of using the frozen dormancy chamber. After the human body is frozen in the cryosleep chamber, the body functions are completely stopped, just like the time freeze of the space. It may be possible. At present, It seems that this method does work. It really makes the people in the freezing compartment come alive again after thawing. Chen Mo only needs to observe again to make sure that there will be no repercussions. As the test subject, Raza didn't know Chen Mo's purpose. Seeing Chen Mo standing still, he didn't mean to answer his question at all. He couldn't help but show a fierce irritation in his eyes, and he dared to ignore him. "You wait for me." As a terrorist leader, Raza is definitely not a good person. He is vicious and merciless, and kills people at every turn. Chen Mo's ignorance has already made him put down Chen Mo in his heart. Tagov. But he is not stupid. Now his body is still very weak, whether he has a weapon in his body, so he didn't say anything at all, but gave Chen Mo a meaningful look, turned around and walked to the next big tree, leaning on the thick trunk to quietly regain his strength. Chen Mo naturally felt his killing intent, but he just smiled indifferently, and continued to stand still, without any movement, but his attention was always on him, monitoring and controlling his physical condition. In Chen Mo's perception, his heartbeat and breathing gradually became longer and stronger, and the cells throughout his body gradually rejuvenated. After a period of time, he finally returned to a normal state. Just after Chen Mo sensed that he was fully recovered, Laza leaning on the tree suddenly moved. But he didn't get up quickly at all. Instead he held the trunk weakly as before and slowly stood up. Then he staggered towards Chen Mo, who was always standing still. While walking, he said weakly, "I'm very hungry now. Do you have food here?" With his weak look that he may fall at any time, it really looks like that thing. It's just that the sharp stone he was holding in his hands hidden behind his back exposed his true thoughts. My steel suit 246. My steel suit 246. Chen Mo's face covered by the nano combat uniform couldn't help showing a funny expression. "Since you're so interested, I will cooperate with you. Otherwise it would be boring for you to act alone." Thinking about this, Chen Mo gently nodded and put his hand into the arms of the combat uniform. Lhasa is happy to see Chen Mo. When he was resting under a tree just now, he noticed the changes in his body. The normal figure of him has actually become taller, and his muscles have become more developed. The naked upper body has more muscles than it used to be, more distinct, but as his physical strength recovered, he could clearly feel the powerful power contained within the body, which was definitely several times the original. I don't know where the powerful power came from, which made him more confident in killing Chen Mo. But to be the leader of a group of terrorists, he can not only rely on fierceness and cruelty, but also fox-like treacherous and cunning. This unfathomable mystery comes from strength, and Chen Mo in front of him is very mysterious, so he can't figure out the details. To be cautious, he simply pretended not to recover and wanted to relax Chen Mo's vigilance. Now it seems that his plan has succeeded. Seeing Chen Mo lower his head and take things out of his arms, a fierce cold light flashed in Laza's eyes, and he walked a few steps quietly and quickly. Came to Chen Mo's side, and Chen Mo's hand just got out of his clothes. A cruel smile evoked at the corner of his mouth. Raza's right hand hidden behind his back swung fiercely, and the sharp stone he held in his hand slammed into Chen Mo's temple fiercely. With his current power, this one can definitely knock his head out of a hole. Just when he started to attack, Chen Mo, who had lowered his head, suddenly raised his head and looked towards him. Although there is a tight mask, Raza can still feel this. A disdainful smile on Jiang's face. Not good. There is fraud. But at this time, the arrow is on the line and I have to send it. At this moment, his right hand has just been swung out from behind, and the stone is still far away from hitting Chen Mo. Laza had to grit his teeth and work harder, wanting to hit it quickly. Chen Mo, just as he exerted all his strength and the blue veins on his forehead violently, he suddenly saw a flash. A black hole muzzle suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Laza looked in horror intently, but found that Chen Mo's right hand did not know when he had taken it out of his arms, but he was not holding any food, but a handful dark and handsome pistol. The black muzzle was pointing at him at this time. The right hand who had just waved to his side couldn't help but pause, and the palm of his hand holding the stone was instantly covered with cold sweat. Chen Mo was holding the NS-7 energy pistol taken out of the space, looking at Laza, who was full of horror and hideousness, smiled disdainfully, and did not give him a chance to continue attacking or begging for mercy, directly pulled the trigger. No, a dazzling blue light flashed, and a mournful scream disappeared instantly after the sound, leaving only a piece of grey ashes floating in the air with the wind. The stone in Raza's hand lost his grasp and fell to the ground from the air. The clearing completely lost his silhouette, as if he had never have been to this world in general. Speaking of destroying the corpse and evidence, energy weapons that can completely turn people into fly ash couldn't be more useful. With a light kick to kick away the stones on the ground, Chen Mo was in a good mood and walked to the freezer compartment with the door open. He reached out and tapped on the control panel. The freezer compartment opened the door. Then it slowly closed again and returned to its original state. Immediately, Chen Mo pressed his hand on the metal shell, and with a move in his heart, he retracted him into the space again. The experiment has been successful. This freezer compartment is no longer useful, but it cannot be placed here. After all, it is something that does not belong to this world, and it should be handled with caution. On the other side of the deserted island, the two flight attendants Jiang Lan and Xu Shan, together with the captain Zhao Jianmin, set out early to go fishing at the beach, while the remaining Jiang Xin, Xu King and Su Wan stayed in the camp responsible for preparing more wood for the fire. Because it is not easy to start a fire, the bonfire must be kept burning 24 hours a day. Although it is enough to keep burning when not in use, a lot of wood is still burned every day. Looking for suitable dry wood, it has become an important task that survivors must complete every day. At several dozen meters away from the camp, Xu King, who was squatting on the ground picking up branches, was taken aback, turned and looked towards Jiang Xin not far away. "Did you just hear that?" "What?" Jiang Xin asked casually while looking down for the wood. "I seem to have heard a scream just now," Xu King whispered with a frightened expression on her face. "Male or female?" Jiang Xin asked without looking up. "It seems to be male." "What is it called?" "Well, it should be no." "Oh, that's okay. It may be a cuckoo." Jiang Xin picked up a dead branch from the grass and said casually, "Where is the cuckoo on this island?" "You confuse me. I don't have one." If the female voice screams, it may be the captain or the uncle Blackened. But for a male voice, Sister Jiang Lan or Sister Su Wan is Blackened, right? "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Xu King has a cute expression that I am innocent and don't know anything. "I don't understand. Pull it down." Xu King gave an irritable look, and Jiang Xin lowered his head to continue collecting firewood. Since Chen Mo appeared, they have completely escaped the danger. For Chen Mo, who has rescued several times at critical moments, they have completely trusted. With his powerful ability, if you want to disadvantage them, why wait until now? No matter if it is strong or coercive, in this isolated world on the isolated island, they still didn't let him ask for anything. Anyway, with Chen Mo, the righteous killer, she is 100 rest assured. Could it be an accident? Xu King was still a little bit confused. Naturally, she didn't think Chen Mo or the captain would be Blackened. As for Su Wan and Jiang Lan and the others are even more impossible. Jiang Xin is thinking about it. What accidents can happen? Even if they happen, you should have heard her. It seems reasonable. Xu King can't help but be nodded, and feel reasonable. That. Without waiting for her to continue speaking, Jiang Xin stood up and interrupted her, nagging angrily, "Shut up and work hard. Don't want to be lazy. If the firewood is not enough for a while, you can pick it up by yourself." Entering the dense woods, I couldn't help but feel scared, and quickly stopped nagging. "No more, no more. Let's continue to work." My Steel Suit 247. My Steel Suit 247. Chen Mo, who verified the thoughts in his mind and solved a major event in his mind, was in a good mood. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the dialogue between the two women in the woods. Since he is in a good mood, I will help you. When the two women and one came back to the camp with a small bundle of branches, and planned to put them down before continuing to collect firewood, they were surprised to find that the place where the firewood was piled up did not know when it was densely packed. A lot, enough for them to use for several days. Jiang Xin held the branch in his arms and slowly turned his head to look towards the side. Xu King. What you heard just now should be the voice of the snail girl. The branches in her arms are obviously less than Xu King, and she looks at the high pile of firewood in front of her, gently shook the head. No, it's the snail big brother. Jiang Xin heard this, nodded in agreement, but then seemed to think of something, and suddenly shook the head. This is the island, it should be the big brother conch. Yes, you are smart. Xu King hearing this eyes shined, repeatedly nodded. Not far from the morning fortune, I was planning to go back and eat some fruit to treat my Chen Mo. Hearing this almost a stagger, my snail, your sister. My conch, your sister. But after another thought, didn't I just take care of these survivors like a conch big brother? Although I didn't let them live the happiness of getting home-cooked food life, but has been protecting them from harm, will not starve to death, and help them build houses, and give them fishing rods to make ends meet. But even a vicious and merciless killer, he would be willing to do something good when he was on vacation, helping the old lady to cross the road and saving a child who fell into the water, not to mention that Chen Mo was not physically and mentally bad. In the movie world, ruthlessly killing, meticulously planning, and finally returning to the real world without superheroes, advanced technology, and no powerful enemies, it is not surprising that you can do good things with your heart when you are relaxed. At the same time, these extraordinary things in the eyes of the survivors, in Chen Mo's eyes, are nothing more than easy things, simple things. Take some military dry food that he no longer needs from the space and throw it into the food. Observe and monitor all the survivors' most real actions in the desperate situation from the perspective of God, and take action when the situation develops in an uncontrollable direction. Intervene and use his will to carry out the moral survival of the fittest against the law of the jungle. While relaxing on vacation, he has done good deeds. Why not do it? This can be considered for him to find something to do, or else he would really let him stay on this island for a long time. It would be really boring. As for turning a blind eye and letting it go, Chen Mo asked himself that as a person with a conscience and ability, his appearance and temperament had changed drastically, and he always covered his face, giving himself the identity of a shipwreck survivor. After that, he couldn't do it without exposing the risk at all, and there was absolutely no need to hide it all the time, dare not show up, and be indifferent to what happened to everyone. Moreover, Chen Mo, who is accustomed to planning in the movie world, although helping them out of his heart, it does not prevent him from making more plans. Chen Mo, who has long realized the importance of having a strong great influence, will inevitably form his own forces in the real world, and these survivors of trapped islands are treated very well. Choose the target. Here, the isolated environment and the huge pressure of survival will force them to show their truest side and inspire great potential. Several girls never thought that one day they would dare to confront a few robust men with lance, and really dare to fight with them. They used to wear high heels and elegant skirts or simple school uniforms, as professional elites, beautiful flight attendants, and well-behaved students. They are completely unimaginable. It also includes the captain Zhao Jianmin. Their kindness did not annihilate under the pressure of survival, but it was released from the depression in normally, radiating dazzling rays of light on this isolated island full of crises. They are willing to do their best for the survival of themselves and others, even if they are injured or die. They support each other, take care of each other, and encourage each other. The injured are not abandoned, and the weak are not bullied. They are tight huddled together, under the watch and threat of a more powerful enemy. They finally lived to the end. All this is because of Chen Mo. If it weren't for Chen Mo, they would have been enslaved and bullied by 3 foreigners and bodyguard Wang Jianqiang, and the end would be extremely miserable. It is their kindness and strength that makes Chen Mo willing to reach out and help them. Some people stick to their hearts in a desperate situation and shine with dazzling brilliance, while others fall in desperation, swallowed by the infinitely growing evil thought in their hearts, and fall completely into darkness. The three foreigners have very good physical fitness and strong survivability. Chen Mo was still quite optimistic. He was going to investigate and earn them under his command. Didn't expect the mental quality of the three to be too good. Poor. It quickly collapsed in a desperate situation, and its own evil thoughts broke out, and finally went to a dead end, which was solved by Chen Mo himself. Those who were seriously injured, died of serious illness, and were turned into death by Chen Mo. 2 months later, there are now only 6 survivors on the island. Captain Zhao Jianmin, Flight Attendant Zhang Lan, Flight Attendant Xu Shan, high school graduates Zhang Xin and Xu Qing, and unemployed assistant Su Wan. It can be said that none of them have the potential to become fighters. They dare to fight against powerful enemies with lance. It does not mean that they have the talent to fight. According to Chen Mo's observation, they are just quite courageous. Fighting skills, experience and talent are basically zero. But what Chen Mo needs is not just fighters, a force. Military force is just one of them, and there are many other more important things, such as taking care of their leaders. Of course, there are many other aspects including management, intelligence, logistics and so on. And what Chen Mo values most is a person's quality. Even if the 3 foreigners have peerless fighting talents, with a little training, they can become an existence beyond the captain of the United States. Chen Mo will still kill them without hesitation. No matter how powerful they are, there is no good heart. With the right thoughts, it will only become a big villain, and it may end up threatening or causing trouble to Chen Mo. The current Hydra is completely different from the Hydra controlled by Red Skull Schmidt at the time. The truly evil and unhealthy people have been cleaned up by Chen Mo, and all that is left is the original intention. Bad. Every member recruited later has undergone rigorous inspections and has a complete grasp of their thoughts and personality. Only when they meet the requirements will they be absorbed into Hydra. The elites who have been cultivated since childhood are even more carefully trained to ensure that they grow and develop in accordance with Hydra's purpose. My Steel Suit 248. My Steel Suit 248. The Hydra under the control of Chen Mo aims to protect the Earth, so it will never allow evil people like Schmidt and Struck Baron who want to rule the world, or even destroy the world exist. The current Chen Mo is investigating and screening these survivors according to Hydra's criteria. Of course, due to the current conditions and the scarcity of candidates, this criterion is in addition to the most fundamental ideological investigation. In addition to unchanged, other standards of abilities, personality, potential, etc. were all reduced to the lowest by Chen Mo. Insufficient ability can be cultivated. For example, Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard, Harpy Hogan, although his strength is average, he is loyal and brave enough, in order to save Sharon regardless of his own safety. Chen Mo naturally does not will be stingy with a super soldier serum and admission qualifications for superhero training classes. Successfully verified what I have been looking for. From the movie world to bring people back to the real world, the construction of Chen Mo's future power has become a lot easier. But he can't count on all the people brought back from the movie world. A few are fine. If the number is large, it will easily cause suspicion, so the real world's subordinates are still indispensable. Chen Mo, who solved a major event in his mind, was in a very good mood. But at this time he faced a choice: leave or stay. With the steel battle clothes, he can leave this deserted island at any time, and he can quickly reach anywhere on the Earth within 3 hours. This isolated island can no longer hold him. Now this is no longer his prison, but a place for vacation, but he still has many things to do. Now that I have the ability to leave, it is impossible to continue to stay here for a leisurely vacation. But now that rescue is delayed, Chen Mo doubts whether the 6 survivors who survived to the end will really spend the rest of their lives on this island. It is impossible to stay. If it doesn't work, leave first. If they haven't been rescued after some time, Chen Mo can find a way to help them. Now, let's take a look at the outside world first. Since the plane crashed into the deserted island, Chen Mo has not received any information from the outside world for 2 months, and does not know what is going on at home. Jarvis. Chen Mo called into the air. Tone barely fell. A familiar voice rang in Chen Mo's ear. At your service at any time. Lord Chen-mo not only implanted the Jarvis intelligent system in the steel battle clothes, but also loaded it in the watch of the nano combat uniform. The two are essentially a system. The watch in the watch can be regarded as an avatar. The two can be run separately or online while wearing at the same time. Although the technological level of the nano watch is very high, the built-in computer is more powerful than the external supercomputer, but after all, the size is too small, and the steel battle clothes are more powerful in terms of computing speed and processing power. It's just that battle clothes are usually in the storage space, so in addition to fighting and flying, the watch is more convenient to use, and the performance of the watch is enough to complete most of the work. It's just a bit slower than battle clothes. Connect to the network. Chen-mo gave the order. Yes. Search the network. No network signal was found. Search for satellites. Successfully. Start the invasion. Finished. The network is connected. Soon, Jarvis directly invaded the satellite and connected to the network. Jarvis itself is a super artificial intelligence created by the top genius Tony_Stark. It has very powerful information processing, computing and intrusion capabilities. After Hydra's optimization and improvement, various capabilities have been greatly improved. Coupled with the nano watch with Wakanda cream of the crop technology, the computing power surpasses the supercomputer, and it is only a matter of seconds to invade an ordinary communication satellite. Even the computers of the CIA and the Department of Defense, military and spy satellites, Jarvis can easily invade, but the difference is that it takes a little longer. That's all. Clothes, at the worst, it releases a more powerful steel battle. It can be said that with Jarvis, which has a technological level far exceeding the current level of the current world, the network world can already be freed by Chen-mo. After connecting to the internet, Chen-mo first checked the situation at home. Judging from the data recorded on the hospital's computer, Grandfather Chen Jing's situation is fairly stable. He is neither awake nor worsening, and hospitalization costs are also adequate. Through the surveillance camera of the hospital, Chen-mo saw the silhouette of his parents, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Although only 2 months have passed, in reality, a long time has passed for Chen-mo. Captain, USA The Legend of the Night, Iron Man, and the three worlds have been together for more than 10 years, so seeing his parents again, Chen-mo felt like a world away, and his eyes became red. Parents are obviously more haggard than before. Chen Jing was seriously injured and was hospitalized in a coma, but Chen-mo was suspected of homicide and absconded. He also encountered a plane crash. 2 months passed without a trace of news. The two had to look after the older people, and they were concerned about the safety of their son. These 2 months can be said to have been very difficult. Chen-mo can imagine the grief and sorrow of the two after learning that the plane he was flying on crashed. Looking at the holographic screen of the nano-watch projection in front of him, in the corridors of the hospital, the silhouette of their parents lonely and sad with a depressed and painful look on his face, Chen-mo couldn't control it anymore, letting 2 lines of tears slip from his cheeks. Benching, hospital. Chen Weigo and his wife Zhang Helan walked side by side towards the ward where Chen Jing was. Although the old father has been in a coma, the two of them still come to visit and take pictures of older people, help him massage his muscles, scrub his body, and chat with him, hoping that he can wake up soon. When his son Chen-mo suddenly appeared in the ward early in the morning and handed him a few anonymous bank cards and money nowadays, Chen Weigo immediately realized what Chen-mo had done. As for his son, Chen Weigo knows better than anyone else. Don't look at his low-key behavior and treat others with modesty, but he has always known that his son is not an ordinary person. He likes to exercise, fight, read books, science, biology, psychology. He reads almost any book. He also likes to practice throwing knives. 10 meters away can directly shoot through a centimeter-thick not-solid wood board. He can learn everything at once. He is smarter than everyone he has met, and the physical fitness that he inadvertently shows in front of them is not worse than those of the world's top athletes participating in the Olympics. but he never showed anything extraordinary outside. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just an ordinary young man. My Steel Suit 249. My Steel Suit 249. Chen Weigo knew that his son had his own secret. He did not deliberately hide it from them completely, but he did not choose to tell them. He once thought that Chen Mo was accepted as a discipline by experts outside the world, teaching martial arts, and he was asked not to show it in front of outsiders, and he could not tell them too new. Since Chen Mo didn't say anything, they didn't ask. Anyway, they just became smarter and knew martial arts. They didn't meet aliens, so they chose to help. The son keeps this little secret. After Chen Jing's accident, Chen Mo took back a huge sum of money late at night, which made Chen Weigo immediately think of the martial artist in the TV novel. The martial arts expert, who was originally hidden in the ordinary person, was killed by the villain in his family at that time. He finally stopped hiding his strength, and broke into the tiger's den alone, punished rape and avenged his family. After that, I wanted to escape the chase of the government and wander around the world. Sure enough, as he had guessed, Chen Mo left a huge sum of money, and began to explain the funeral, ready to run away. Although they are reluctant to give up, but the matter is over, they can only reluctantly say goodbye. At least, Chen Jing can survive. Chen Mo, who is pregnant with profound martial arts, can survive in a foreign country after successfully running away. The villains who escaped legal sanctions have also received what they deserve: punishment. Maybe Chen Jing will wake up in a few years, and they can go abroad to reunite with Chen Mo. However, the news that Chen Mo's plane crashed into the sea brought a huge blow to the two of them. If Chen Jing were not for Chen Jing still lying in the hospital bed, the two would most likely be devastated. However, Chen Weigo always firmly believes in his heart that, as a martial arts expert, Chen Mo, who killed Zhu Tanhao and his bodyguards who took the side of the evildoer, would not be so easy overnight. Dead. The wreckage of the plane was not found for a day, and the death conclusion was not reached for a day. He would not believe that Chen Mo was dead. Just as they walked to the door of the ward and got out of the surveillance line of sight, the mobile phone in Chen Weigo's pocket suddenly rang. The thoughtful Chen Weigo took out his mobile phone in confusion, and when he saw the call notification above, his pupils couldn't help but shrank, because he discovered that the name of his son Chen Mo was displayed on it. First he couldn't help but carefully looked at all around and found that there was no one else in the corridor except for the couple. Not at all. Then he tremblingly connected the phone. "Dad, don't talk. Listen to me." As soon as the call was connected, a familiar but calmer voice came out of the phone. "First, Chen Weigo can be sure that this is his son Chen Mo. He is really alive. Let me just say it." Chen Mo, who has been regarded as a martial expert by admiring the world expert as his teacher and quietly practicing martial arts, can die so easily. "But the plane crash is all right. What kind of martial arts did my son practice?" "Golden bell cover iron cloth, indestructible diamond divine art." Although I have always believed that Chen Mo is fine, it was not until this moment that Chen Weigo's excited body was trembling slightly. Sire Zhang Helan noticed his abnormality, raised her haggard face, looked at Chen Weigo, who was holding the phone dumbly with excitement and happiness, and asked suicide. "What's wrong, old Chen?" Then she seemed to think of something, staring at Chen Weigo with wide eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is it?" Chen Weigo hurriedly raised his hand to cover her mouth, gently shook the head, and his red eyes were slowly nodded. Zhang Helan suddenly remembered that her son is now a fugitive. Even if the son is really calling, he must never let anyone know. It's just that, didn't the plane that Chen Mo was on crashed? Could it be that Chen Weigo got it right? His son is really strong in martial arts and knows lightweight art, and he landed safely from the sky. Anyway, after receiving Chen Weigo's confirmation, Zhang Helan also became very excited, but although she wanted to listen to what her son said, she was afraid of being bumped into and found anomalies. She still resisted her eyes' tears, standing quietly watching Chen Weigo answer the phone. "I'm fine. The plane crash landed on an island. 6 people survived, but no one knew that I was alive. I would also take this opportunity to feign death and live abroad under another identity. So, you just treat me as if I died in a plane crash, try not to show any weak spots, and I will contact you with another identity in the future. Dad, you and Mom must take care of your health. We will meet again when the limelight passes, and take good care of Grandfather. I will find a way to cure him. First, don't worry about me. You should I know, am very difficult to deal with. Chen Weiguo's heavy nodded, softly he knew that as a hero's son, there must be a way to deal with bad luck! The phone was quickly hung up by Chen Mo. The records on the phone and all traces in the satellite and network were also cleaned up by Jarvis. No one would know that he should have been killed in the sea with the crashed plane. Chen Mo actually avoided the surveillance and everyone's sight, and silently talked to his parents on the phone. Chen Weiguo looked at the call logs that were automatically erased on the phone, and was more convinced of Chen Mo's ability. It seems that his son is not only strong in martial arts, but also very powerful in his division, even such top hackers. Chen Mo must be fine. When the limelight is over, maybe Chen Mo really changed his face and appeared in front of them again. Chen Weiguo, who is a fan of wuxia novel, made up for it on his own. Only then did he put the phone away and stretched out his hands with his wife Zhang Helan excitedly. Although he did not speak, Zhang Helan knew that it must be good news. After experiencing Chen Jing's accident, the murder and absconding with Chen Mo, and the shock and tempering of the air crash, the psychological quality of the two has become much stronger. There is a hero wanted by the government. Son, parents must be strong too. The two of them resisted the excitement in their hearts and calmed down outside Chen Jing's ward. After adjusting their condition, they returned to their usual appearance and entered the ward with sad faces. Although the two do not know how to act, Chen Jing is still in the coma in the hospital bed after all, and his son is only proving that he is still alive. They still know nothing about the specific situation, and they are still worried and sad. Think about these and you can adjust it. It's just that if there is someone who is as keen as Chen Mo, you can find that there is an extra look in the eyes of the two who were originally desperate. Chen Mo naturally considered the possible exposure risk before making this call, but after some weighing, he made this call without the slightest hesitation. My Steel Suit 250. My Steel Suit 250. On the one hand, Jarvis will not show any weak spots in monitoring, call records, etc. According to his understanding of his parents and the current situation they are facing, he only needs to take a break. It won't reveal too much weak spot. After all, not everyone has a terrifying perception ability similar to mind reading. Even if the two of them are emotionally better, they will only be regarded as accepting reality and have a better mentality. On the other hand, it has been 2 months since the plane crash. The police have basically determined his death. The case has been put down a long time ago, waiting for the final search and rescue results to be announced and the file sealed. Even for the last 6, the survivors were found. The original Chen Mo, but from start to finish never appeared, and the confession of the 6 people would only confirm his death. As for the identity of the black man he presents in front of the 6 people, let's not say whether they will speak out about his existence. Even if they do, they will only be regarded as a coincidence for other reasons. The shipwreck survivors who lived on the deserted islands will never be connected with him before. After all, no matter what his size, temperament, or origin, he is not up to the original him in any respect. The large amount of supplies and tents he carries, food, fishing rods and other items are absolutely impossible whether they were obtained from the exploded plane, or the accidental shipwreck he made up for a vacation at sea is more reasonable. Furthermore, none of the passengers on the plane resembled his current body and temperament. After all, the perfect body strengthened by super soldier serum is not something anyone can have. So, Chen Mo has basically no risk of exposure now. And his parents didn't know his life and death. Most of them thought that he died in a plane crash and would definitely be hit hard. In addition, Chen Jing was seriously injured and unconscious. Chen Mo really didn't bear the heart to make them continue to worry. He was afraid that they would be hit too much and that there would be problems. At this time, His phone call at least soothed the hearts of the two elders, letting them know that he is still alive, and there is no danger, no longer need to be immersed in grief all day long. Actually, even if the two accidentally confessed that Chen Mo was still alive and called them, no one would really believe it. They would only think that they could not accept the reality. Self-deception, that's all. He himself is impossible while he is alive, and calling them in the depths of the ocean where there is no signal is even more impossible. The two must be thinking about getting sick and have hallucinations. After ending the call and erasing all traces, Chen Mo took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. It seems that he needs to start the layout of the real world as soon as possible. As for this group of survivors, let's take a look at the situation first. Jarvis, check the search and rescue situation. Yes, sir. According to their search and rescue plan, 3 days later, the rescue team, a search and rescue helicopter from China, will discover the existence of this island, and these survivors will be rescued soon. Very good. Chen Mo is very happy to hear this news, and it is naturally best for these survivors to be rescued safely without intervening, and it only takes 3 days, which will not delay him too long, and there is no need to rush at this time. 3 days passed quickly. According to Jarvis' exploration, the rescue helicopter that was searching for the sea territory near the island has already set off, and it is estimated that it will arrive near the island in more than an hour. Chen Mo was about to put away his tent and other things, and carefully eliminated the traces left by himself and the previous Wang Jianqiang and the 3 foreigners, before all the survivors in the camp set off. Arrived at the camp. Before appearing, Chen Mo called out the nano-combat uniform to completely wrap his body, and took out the Edmund alloy armor from the space to cover the nano-combat uniform, which looked the same as before. Seeing Chen Mo, who hadn't seen for several days, suddenly appeared, Suwon, who was holding a fishing rod and preparing to set off with 2 little brat to go fishing on the beach, quickly stopped. You are here." Others then also discovered Chen Mo's arrival, and quickly got up to meet him, not knowing what Chen Mo was doing this time. Chen Mo moved towards everyone, nodded. There is no obtuse, but directly into the subject. The search and rescue team helicopters will arrive at this sea territory in 1 hour. What? Really? Really? Are we going to be saved? The survivors are excited about hearing this. They believe Chen Mo will not casually talk nonsense to them, although I don't know how he learned about it. But since he said that, he should really be saved immediately. When everyone calmed down, Chen Mo continued, "I hope that after you leave, you can help me keep a secret and don't reveal my existence. Will you not go with us?" The captain Zhao Jiamin couldn't help but ask. They were able to persevere and survive till now, thanks to Chen Mo's help. They can leave now, but Chen Mo doesn't seem to plan to be with them. "My identity is quite special and it is not convenient to be exposed." Chen Mo's low voice came slowly from under the dark armor. People hearing this can't help but be nodded. Also, when you look at Chen Mo's dressing, you also know that he is definitely not an ordinary person. He should be a super killer in the movie, a mysterious person like a top agent, and his identity must not be revealed. But this also shows that Chen Mo actually took a big risk when he appeared to save them. If those cold and ruthless, they would not risk exposing themselves to save them, maybe even for their own safety. They will directly kill them all. So Chen Mo's help is even more commendable. They absolutely can't live up to Chen Mo's trust, betray his life-saving grace, and do requite kindness with enmity, so they meet Chen Mo's. They will never say anything about it. "Then what do you do?" Suwon asked with some worry. They lived on this isolated island with Chen Mo. Now they are about to be saved and leave here. Chen Mo is still trapped here alone. "How can this work?" "My companion will come to pick me up." Chen Mo's voice is still flat, and no mood swings can be heard. "Really? If necessary, we can quietly pick you up after returning home." Suwon is still a little worried, afraid Chen Mo is worried about being discovered by the rescue team. After revealing his identity, he chose to stay alone. "Yes, you saved us. We will never betray you. If necessary, we can find a way to sneak you out to sea and pick you back," Captain Zhao Jiamin said sternly. "As for smuggling, It is illegal to take such a risk for life-saving benefactor.